Chapter 42-24. Hearing that Jiang Qin couldn't go to Kirin province with them, Zhou Xian and Azi were both disappointed. However, Jiang Qin had his own things to do, so they couldn't force him. For them, it was already a blessing that they could survive today. While young Master Jiang has his own things to do, we can't force him. I happen to have a jade plate of Kirin province here. This jade plate is the symbol of Kirin province. With this jade plate, young Master Jiang will be a disciple of Kirin province from now on. With this jade plate, young Master Jiang will be a disciple of Kirin province. When you leave Hurricane Sky region, you can directly enter Kirin province with this jade plate. Azi waved her hand and took out a golden jade plate. The jade plate was heavy and seemed to be very heavy. One side was carved with a Qilin picture, and the other side was carved with the word Lin. This jade plate belonged to Kirin province of the Great Lin Empire. Every disciple of Kirin province had one. It was the symbol of Kirin province. With this jade plate, one could do whatever he wanted in Red Middle region. No disciple of Kirin province dared to offend him. Okay, I will take this jade plate. When I arrive in Red Middle region, I will definitely go to Kirin province. Jiang Qin put away the jade plate. Even if Azi didn't say anything, the first thing Jiang Qin would do when he arrived in Red Middle region was to go to Kirin province. Only when he arrived in Kirin province could he have a chance to get in touch with the core of the Great Lin Empire. In that case, Brother Jiang, we will leave now. Zhou Xian cupped his hands to Jiang Qin. Yes, Brother Zhao, be careful on the way. Jiang Qin said. It's okay. We have already figured out the way here. It is not a problem to leave Hurricane Sky region. Zhou Xian said. We will wait for Brother Jiang in Kirin province. That's right. When we arrive in Kirin province, if Brother Jiang is worried about us, we will do our best. The other disciples of Kirin province all cupped their fists towards Jiang Qin. After Jiang Qin received the jade token, they even addressed Jiang Qin as senior brother, showing that they were extremely respectful. In reality, they had no idea how strong Jiang Qin was, because Jiang Qin had not fought a single time. Which disciple of Kirin province wasn't prideful? They would only call those stronger than them senior brother. For those like Jiang Qin who had yet to reach heavenly source, they would only call him senior brother because Jiang Qin had saved their lives. In their hearts, even Zhou Xian and Azi did not think highly of Jiang Qin's strength. After all, Jiang Qin was only at the 9th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. There was a huge gap between them. Even if he managed to wipe out the entire Feather clan in the Crimson East region, it would not have been Jiang Qin's own strength, but his powerful subordinates. Of course, the fact that he could gather such powerful subordinates was enough to prove Jiang Qin's strength. After all, not just anyone could make a 4th heavenly layer heavenly source demon bow down to him. Zhou Xian and Azi left with the disciples of Kirin province, heading towards the Crimson Middle region. They soon disappeared into the Hurricane Sky region. Jiang Qin played with the jade token in his hand as the corner of his lips curled up. He mumbled, Kirin province, country of Lin. Very good. Let's start our journey to the Crimson Middle region from Kirin province. Little Qinzi, I never thought that the country of Lin would be so powerful in the Crimson Middle region. Looks like it won't be easy for us to defeat the fake empress. De Huang Dog said. That's right. The fake empress was able to kill the real empress, which shows how resourceful she is. With the Feather clan's personality, they'll definitely have a long reach if they want to destroy the country of Lin. It's not as simple as just impersonating the empress. If I'm not wrong, the Feather clan's hands have already reached the 4 prefectures and 1 camp. There's no lack of people impersonating the empress in Kirin province. Jiang Qin's eyes overflowed with coldness. With his wisdom, he could guess many things. The current Lin country seemed to be strong, but the internal structure of the country had already started to crumble. The Yu clan's strength had probably infiltrated the country. Once they infiltrated too deeply, it would definitely be devastating to the country of Lin and the entire human race. Even the emperor of the country of Lin would be in danger at any time. After all, he had the empress by his side. Just like Xie Yunping, when the white fox hid beside him, it almost took his life. Although Jiang Qin hadn't arrived at the Red Middle region yet, he couldn't help but worry. The human race in the Red Middle region was definitely not as powerful as it seemed. It was like a tall building, its foundation was being destroyed secretly. No matter how luxurious it looked on the outside, it would collapse once it reached a certain point. The crisis of the human race had already begun when Jiang Chen found out that the country of Lin was the ruler of the human race. Currently, in the entire country of Lin, Jiang Chen was the only one who knew about the crisis of the country of Lin. The others couldn't see it at all because only Jiang Chen knew about Empress Lin's dirty tricks. A world of deception. I like it. The more I think about it, the more exciting it is. It seems like this trip to the Red Middle region won't disappoint me. De Huang Dog was extremely excited. This guy was also very smart. If Jiang Chen could think of something, he could naturally think of it too. Basically, he could confirm that the trip to the Red Middle region was destined to be extraordinary, whether it was in Qiren province, the country of Lin, the Feather Clan, or the Elves. Master. The Black King passed the fourth heavenly layer heavenly source wind origin he had obtained from saving Zhou Xian in the hurricane formation to Jiang Chen. The Black King was undoubtedly the truest and most loyal person. Whether it was the deception of the country of Lin or the life and death of the entire Crimson Cloud astral boundary, he didn't care about it at all. In his heart there was only Jiang Chen. Everything else was fleeting. Whether the Buddha army could regain its former glory all depended on Jiang Chen. Only when Jiang Chen continued to grow stronger would the Buddha army have a chance. Very good. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He currently had a fourth heavenly layer heavenly origin wind essence, a third heavenly layer heavenly origin wind essence, and a few second and first heavenly layer heavenly origin wind essence. Jiang Chen only kept the fourth heavenly layer heavenly origin wind essence and gave the rest to De Huang Dog, Xiaolong and the Black King. Big brother, with so much wind origin energy I should be able to reach the heavenly source stage, right? Xiaolong said excitedly. We're still a little short, but it doesn't matter. There's still enough time in the heavenly hurricane region. We'll just leave after we reach the heavenly source stage. Let's refine the wind origin first. Jiang Chen smiled. Reaching the heavenly source stage was not an easy task, not to mention that they were monstrous geniuses with deep foundations, making it harder for them to advance. Chapter 42-25. In the following period of time, Jiang Chen brought De Huang Dog and Xiaolong to roam the Dark Wind region. With an expert like the Black King by his side, there was basically no danger in the Dark Wind region. The strongest among them were at the fourth heavenly layer of heavenly source, which was basically the limit. With the Black King and De Huang Dog working together, it was a piece of cake for them to kill a fourth heavenly layer hurricane beast even within the hurricane formation. Another half a month passed by in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chen and the others had collected a large amount of wind origin source. Aside from refining some for themselves, they stored the rest so that they could sell them for quite a fortune in the future. On this day, Xiaolong and De Huang Dog advanced at the same time, successfully raising their cultivation to the first heavenly layer of heavenly source. The Black King's cultivation had also recovered to the fifth heavenly layer of heavenly source, and it was at the peak. There were a large number of fourth and third heavenly layer heavenly source experts in the Dragon Palace. What was even more terrifying was that the thousands of beasts in the Dragon Palace had all recovered to the heavenly source realm after such a long time. Although most of them were only at the first heavenly layer, this battle prowess was still very shocking. Jiang Chen owning the Dragon Palace was like owning a great treasure. He was leading thousands of demonic beasts. It was an enormous force. More importantly, the members of this force were recovering their cultivation base. That's right, they were recovering, not cultivating. Recovering was always easier and more relaxing than cultivating. To put it bluntly, the strength of Jiang Chen's 10,000 beasts was enough to establish a sect in any place in the Scarlet Mid-region. If a small faction offended Jiang Chen could crush them at any time. Big brother, Brother De Huang and I have both advanced. When are you going to advance? This heavenly hurricane region is so boring, said Xiaolong said. Not only him, even Big Yellow was not as excited as he was when they just entered the hurricane heavenly domain. Jiang Chen smiled helplessly. It was normal. Life in the Dark Wind heavenly region had become extremely boring. Their camp was invincible here. There was no challenge at all. They fought with the hurricane beasts every day and they killed them instantly. I'll reach the heavenly source realm in 3 days at most. The two of you should continue to work hard. By the time I break through, your cultivation should be at the peak of the first heavenly layer. Jiang Chen said. All right. Xiaolong nodded and continued to cultivate diligently while fighting the hurricane beasts. Compared to Xiaolong and De Huang Dog, Jiang Chen's foundation was far too strong. The amount of energy required for each breakthrough was several times or even dozens of times that of an ordinary person. 3 days later, Jiang Chen's momentum skyrocketed. He had successfully reached the heavenly source realm, while Xiaolong and De Huang Dog had reached the peak of the first heavenly layer. They were only a step away from the second heavenly layer. What was even more surprising was that the Black King had reached the 6th heavenly layer, which surprised Jiang Chen greatly. He could not help but sigh. Black King, if I may be so bold as to ask, what was your cultivation at your peak? Asked Jiang Chen. I can flatten the crimson afterglow star domain alone. The Black King said calmly. It sounded like he was boasting, but when the Black King said it, it was as calm as water, as if he was talking about something extremely easy and insignificant. What did this mean? It meant that the Black King was not boasting at all. He did not take the crimson afterglow star domain seriously. Jiang Chen could not help nodding. The Black King's bloodline was powerful. He was indeed a superior helper. If the Black King could recover at such a speed, the crimson afterglow star domain would really be nothing. Buzz. At this moment, the Buddha prison palace suddenly became restless. With a flash, Jiang Chen led the Black King and De Huang Dog into the Dragon Palace. The door to the 2nd floor of the Dragon Palace opened. Congratulations, Master. Master has reached the heavenly source realm. The 2nd floor of the Dragon Palace is open. The Black King was pleasantly surprised and cupped his fists at Jiang Chen. Let's go and see what's in the 2nd floor. Jiang Chen's face was filled with excitement as he led the way to the 2nd floor. Black King followed closely behind him. It was obvious that Black King was extremely nervous at this moment. It had been 3,000 years. He really wanted to know if there was anything else that he was familiar with in Buddha Prison Palace. Was it someone from the past or something from the past? The 2nd floor of the Dragon Palace was shrouded in mist. It was different from what Jiang Chen had imagined. There was nothing here. There were no people or things from the past. A golden light floated in the sky, circling around Jiang Chen. Dao Law. This is a strand of Dao Law left behind by the Patriarch of the Buddha Prison Palace. Master is now the new Master of the Dragon Palace. This Dao Law can automatically recognize Master. Congratulations, Master. This is a Dao Law left behind by an Infinity King expert. The Black King said excitedly. An Infinity King was also known as the King of the Universe. This realm already stood at the top of the pyramid of the universe. It was the lifelong dream of countless cultivators in the eternal world. When an Infinity King appeared, countless almighties had to worship him. The Dao Law left behind by an Infinity King expert contained almost all the essence of the Infinity King's cultivation. Even if it was just a strand, if an ordinary person obtained it, it would be enough for them to comprehend for a lifetime. Even if they could comprehend just a tiny bit, their future achievements would be unimaginable. To put it bluntly, this Dao Law was too precious. If it were to spread, who knew how many people would covet it? It's actually a strand of Dao Law? Jiang Chen murmured. A trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. This Dao Law was naturally a priceless treasure, but it was useless to Jiang Chen. Long Futu had his own great path. Jiang Chen also had his own great path. Jiang Chen's heaven-conquering Dao surpassed everything. When it came to cultivation experience, even Long Futu himself wouldn't dare say that he had more than Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was the master of a plane and a world. This height was even higher than Long Futu's. At least in this eternal world, Long Futu wasn't number one. There were still people who could destroy him. On the other hand, Jiang Chen was truly the only one in other planes. No one was his opponent. Jiang Chen's great path was above heaven and earth. Moreover, Jiang Chen cultivated his own great path. It was impossible for him to integrate the Dao Law of others. This would seriously affect his future path of cultivation. Therefore, this Dao Law was truly useless to Jiang Chen. Black King, I will give this Dao Law to you, Jiang Chen said. He flicked his finger and the golden Dao Law flew towards the Black King. He and De Huang Dog didn't need it. Even if they found Long Xian in the future, Long Xian wouldn't need it. They both had their own great path. They didn't need the Dao Law of others. By comprehending the Dao Law of others, they were destined to walk their own path. Chapter 42:26. Dabu, what? The Black King's body shook. He who had always been calm was now trembling. His eyes widened as he stared at Jiang Chen in shock, doubting if he had heard wrongly. I said I'll give it to you. Jiang Chen smiled. He naturally knew how precious the Dao laws were. Since it was precious, he had to give it to someone more valuable. The Black King was clearly that valuable person. First of all, he was most loyal to himself. As long as Jiang Qin said the word, even if it was for the Black King's life, the Black King wouldn't hesitate in the slightest. Master, why you're telling the truth? You're giving this Dao law to me? The Black King's eyes lit up, but he still couldn't believe it because it was too inconceivable. What was this before him? The Dao law was a strand of Dao law left behind by the Eternity King. It was a treasure that couldn't be bought with billions of origin stones. The value of this Dao law couldn't be measured with origin stones because it was a humiliation to the Dao law. Let alone the fact that the Black King was only at the 6th heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm. Even if he was at the peak of the Star Emperor realm, this Dao law would be a treasure that he could only dream of obtaining. What? You don't want it? Jiang Qin said with interest. Yes, I do. The Black King hurriedly said, it's just that this is too precious. Moreover, doesn't Master need this Dao law? Who wouldn't want a strand of Dao law? Only a fool would say no, and the Black King naturally wasn't a fool. However, the Dao law left behind by the Dragon Pagoda was too precious. Its value couldn't be measured. The Black King was simply overwhelmed by the favor. He didn't even dare to accept it. I want to cultivate my own Dao. I don't need someone else's Dao law. You can keep this Dao law for yourself. Jiang Qin said with a calm expression. Thank you, Master. Black King received the Dao law with trembling hands. He had no choice but to follow Jiang Qin because Jiang Qin had become the new master of the Buddha prison palace. But now he was truly loyal to Jiang Qin. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. Not to mention the grace of gifting the Daoist law, Jiang Qin's indifference and unchanging determination in the face of the Daoist law made the Black King admire him to the extreme. In this world, how many people could remain unfazed when facing the Dao laws of the Ian King? This sort of temperament was something that the Black King had never seen before. Such a person couldn't accomplish great things in the future. Would there still be anyone who could? Black King, stay in the Dragon Palace and comprehend the Dao law. I will summon you when I need you. Jiang Qin said. He was about to leave Hurricane Heaven Domain for Qizhong Domain. It was better to keep a trump card like the Black King in the Dragon Palace as a trump card. Moreover, Jiang Qin could deal with ordinary troubles by himself. Yes, Master. The Black King obeyed Jiang Qin's orders. Moreover, Jiang Qin asked him to stay in the Dragon Palace, which was exactly what the Black King wanted. The Dao law was too attractive to him. With the Dao law, he could not only recover to his peak one day, but also have a great chance to break through to Star Emperor and comprehend the creation realm. Jiang Qin took Xiaolong and De Huang Dog out of the Dragon Palace and returned to Hurricane Heaven Domain. Jiang Qin was slightly disappointed with the Dao law on the 2nd floor of the Dragon Palace. After all, although the Dao law was a good thing, it was useless to him. Moreover, the appearance of the Dao law on the 2nd floor was probably just the beginning. Perhaps the 3rd and 4th floor of the Dragon Palace were all Dao laws. Even if they weren't, they could be the legacy and inheritance of Long Futu. Jiang Qin was not interested in these at all. It was better to give Jiang Qin some weapons and source stones because Jiang Qin did not need anyone's cultivation inheritance. Big brother, can we get out of here? Xiaolong asked eagerly. Yes, let's leave Hurricane Heaven Domain and go to Qizhong Domain. Jiang Qin nodded. Hurricane Heaven Domain was no longer interesting to him. The three of them had reached the 1st heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm. Xiaolong and De Huang Dog had reached the peak of the 1st heavenly layer and could reach the 2nd heavenly layer at any time. The greatest benefit of the Hurricane Heaven Domain was that Jiang Qin's eternal immortal wind had undergone a huge transformation. Jiang Qin had absorbed countless wind essences. Now the eternal immortal wind was unimaginably powerful, especially in a chaotic battle. The eternal immortal wind was invincible. The rest of the journey in Hurricane Heaven Domain did not affect Jiang Qin and the others at all. The 4th heavenly layer great beasts did not even need the Black King to do anything. Jiang Qin could deal with them with a wave of his hand. To put it bluntly, as long as Jiang Qin wanted to, he could dominate Hurricane Heaven Domain at any time and become the king of this place. However, Jiang Qin clearly had no interest in dominating this place. After passing Hurricane Heaven Domain, they were not far from Qizhong Domain. There was an endless mountain range in front of them. After crossing this mountain range, they would arrive at Qizhong Domain. In truth, this place could already be considered the border of the Qizhong region. The Genesis Qi here was clearly much denser than the Qizhong regions and Qizhong South regions, a difference of at least 10 times. Moreover, this was only the border of the Qizhong region. It was easy to imagine how much denser the Genesis Qi would be at the center of the Qizhong region, such as Qilin Manor, would be at least 10 times denser. Before Jiang Qin could heave a sigh of relief after leaving the hurricane domain, an overwhelming pressure came from all directions. More than a dozen incomparably powerful figures appeared at the same time. All of their powerful qi converged into a gigantic energy net, shrouding the three of them within it. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox, damn it, these damned bastards just won't go away. The Huang dog almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Couldn't they take a breather? They had just left Hurricane Heaven domain, and before they could catch their breaths, the encirclement had already arrived. That's right. There were more than a dozen figures. Although they didn't have wings on their backs, Jiang Qin and Big Yellow had dealt with the feather race before. They could tell that these people were from the feather race at first glance, as the qi of feather race was too strong. Jiang Qin's eyes turned cold. Although he had expected to be targeted by the feather race in Qizhong domain, he had still underestimated them. They had actually set up an ambush here in advance, waiting for him to arrive. It seemed that the feather race had really put in a lot of effort to kill him. 10 third-layer Heavenly Source experts, 3 fourth-layer Heavenly Source experts, and 1 fifth-layer Heavenly Source expert. The feather race really thought highly of him. Unfortunately, the feather race's understanding of him was still lacking. Jiang Qin had already grown to a level where they could not match up to him. You're Jiang Qin. In the sky, a fifth-layer Heavenly Source old man stood with his hands behind his back. Lung Ling stared at Jiang Qin and the others. That's right, a man and a dog. That's what the Qizhong domain sent us. Chapter 42-27. Big brother, this group of birdmen looks very strong. Xiaolong rubbed his nose and said. As the saying goes, one takes on the color of one's company. Xiaolong had been with De Huang dog for a long time, so even his tone had almost been assimilated. At this moment, Xiaolong and De Huang dog's qi had burst out, and they were ready to attack at any time. They both knew very well that the grievances between them and the winged men could never be resolved. They were destined to be mortal enemies. As long as they met, one of them would definitely die. That's right, I'm Jiang Qin. I'm very curious, how did you know about me? How did you make preparations here in advance? Jiang Qin was very interested. He was indeed a little curious about the ability of the winged men. We naturally have our own methods. You don't need to know this. You only need to know that today is the day you die. If you had stayed in the Red East region and not come here, we wouldn't have been able to kill you. Now that you've come to die, you should be ready to be killed. The winged man elder said shamelessly, as if he was confident that he could defeat Jiang Qin. So confident? Aren't you afraid that I will release thousands of demons to drown you? Jiang Qin sneered. The winged men wanted to kill him, but they were too confident. Not to mention that his strength had improved to the point where he was not afraid of anything. It would not be easy for these winged men to kill him once all the demons in the Dragon Palace were released. Thousands of demons? Jiang Qin, I don't know what method you used to summon so many demonic beasts, but those are all demonic beasts from the Scarlet East region. Do you really think you can bring all of them to the Scarlet Mid region? The elder burst into laughter because he thought that Jiang Qin was completely joking. He already knew that the winged men in the Red East region were killed by the thousands of demons controlled by Jiang Qin. However, he didn't go to the scene, so he didn't know where the thousands of demons came from. According to the logic of a normal person, the fact that Jiang Qin could control the demon beasts in Red Middle region only meant that he had the ability to do so, but it didn't mean that he could bring the demon beasts to Red Middle region. Therefore, the winged men had sent these people to kill Jiang Qin. Was this not enough to deal with Jiang Qin? As for the thousands of demons controlled by Jiang Qin, the winged men did not even consider them. You've said a lot, but don't you think that you can kill me with just these demons? Jiang Qin said. Since the opponent didn't know much about the situation of the myriad of demons, there was no need for him to say anything more. The army of the myriad of demons in the Dragon Palace was Jiang Qin's trump card. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't expose it. Moreover, Jiang Qin didn't plan to use the demonic beasts in the Dragon Palace to deal with these wingmen. The winged man army Jiang Man Tian. Man Jiang. Wingmen man. Man. Just you? The old man could not help laughing. It's just me. Jiang Qin nodded seriously, With a sway of his body he turned into a dragon. With his current strength he had to turn into a dragon if he wanted to deal with a 5th heavenly layer heavenly source expert. Transformation technique. The old man was stunned. Feeling the powerful aura from Xianxia, he could not help but become serious. Of course he was only a little more serious. He still did not take Xianxia seriously. After all, Xianxia was only at the 2nd heavenly layer in his eyes. No matter how strong he was, how strong could he be? The Feather Race had only received news from the Crimson East region that Xianxia had led countless demonic beasts to kill the Feather Race. They did not know what cultivation Xianxia had when he killed the Feather Race. He looks powerful, but it's a pity that his cultivation is too weak. Any transformation technique is useless in front of an absolute gap in cultivation. The old man sneered. Kill him. Asterisk boom. Asterisk a torrential wave rolled out. Spears appeared in the hands of a dozen heavenly source winged men. All of them locked onto Xianxia's presence. Their presences linked together, forming a huge net, not giving him a chance to escape. Big Yellow Xiaolong, you two stand aside and watch the show, Xianxia said. Xianxia did not even blink when facing such a powerful group of winged men. He was too confident. It was a confidence that came from his bones. These winged men were not even enough to fill the gaps between Xianxia's teeth. All right. Man and dog nodded, retreating with the Huang dog. The man and the dog looked at the winged men in front of them with pity in their eyes. They were afraid that these fellows wouldn't be able to withstand a single wave of Xianxia's attack. The eternal immortal wind that had just evolved was the perfect target for him to practice on. Kill! Someone roared. A dozen heavenly source winged men charged at Xianxia at the same time. Even the 2 4th heavenly layer winged men did the same. They did not want to waste time and wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. After all, the mountain range was the territory of the human race. If the battle dragged on for too long, it would be very disadvantageous to them. Eternal celestial wind. Xianxia did not want to waste time either. He immediately used the eternal celestial wind. Asterisk whoosh whoosh. Asterisk for a time the wind whistled and a hurricane danced. A tornado formed into a hurricane formation, enveloping the dozen heavenly source winged men. Countless waves of wind were like sharp blades, unstoppable. Their destructive power could only be described as astonishing. Miserable cries began to ring out. The eternal celestial wind had become a huge formation, a domain of wind. Within this domain Xianxia was the absolute ruler. More importantly, the eternal celestial wind was just too terrifying. With Xianxia's current strength, even ordinary 4th heavenly layer heavenly source experts would die without a doubt if he used the eternal celestial wind while in dragon form. That was exactly what happened. The 10th heavenly layer winged men were torn to pieces on the spot. Even the 2 4th heavenly layer heavenly source experts were no exception. Their bodies were riddled with wounds. Although they did not die, they had completely lost the ability to fight. They were slain by a single slash from Xianxia. The wind and waves passed and the sky became calm once again. Xianxia stood there leisurely. His draconic form was unparalleled, but the arrogant winged men were no longer there. Only the old man remained. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. The old man was stunned on the spot. He widened his eyes and looked at Xianxia as if he was looking at a ghost. The arrogance and despotic look he had before had completely disappeared. You, that's impossible. The old man reacted and roared. Over a dozen heavenly origin winged clan experts had been killed so easily. This was just too ridiculous. If he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it even if he was beaten to death. Chapter 42:28. Xianxia withdrew his eternal celestial wind and remained in his dragon form. He raised his head and looked at the old man. His aura had reached its peak. The winged race of the Qizhong region is also weak. Now that I, Xianxia, am here, the fate of the Qizhong region winged race will come to an end. Xianxia boasted shamelessly. He was extremely arrogant. The old man almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He was too arrogant. He could destroy the winged race with a single sentence. Even the emperor of the Lin country didn't dare to say such a thing. Yes, it's the end. Xiaolong clenched his fist and cheered from behind. The old man rolled his eyes. This was the first time he felt that the winged race was so weak. Even a child dared to be so arrogant, not putting the winged race in his eyes at all. Little bastard, how dare you boast so shamelessly? I'd like to see how strong you are. The winged elder was infuriated. With a swoosh, 6 wings sprouted from his back and a beautiful spear in his hand, he lunged towards Zhou Xian. The old man was furious, so he didn't show any mercy. He wanted to see how strong a kid at the first heavenly source realm could be. Zhou Xian had killed all his followers with a single wind wave. It was shocking to kill someone at a higher level, but the old man didn't believe that Zhou Xian could fight someone 4 levels higher. It was absolutely impossible. Good. Zhou Xian stood up and the 9 extreme sword appeared in his hand. He immediately used the 26th sword. He became one with the sword and collided heavily with the old man's spear. Asterisk clang. Asterisk sparks were created in the air and airwaves were rolling. The old man's spear shadows had actually blocked Zhou Qian's 26th sword without falling into a disadvantageous position. Zhou Qian's 26th sword was invincible. It was no problem for him to fight against ordinary cultivators 4 levels higher. However, Zhou Xian had just stepped into the heavenly source realm, while the old man was already at the peak of the 5th heavenly source realm. He was only a step away from the 6th heavenly source realm. For Zhou Xian to be able to fight on par with him was already quite good. So strong. The winged elder was shocked. He couldn't believe that this was real. He knew his own strength very well. Plus, he had exerted all of his combat strength in that strike just now. Under such circumstances, he didn't gain any advantage over Zhou Xian. It was a great blow to the elder's mentality. Zhou Xian, you're right. You're right. You're right. This guy's swordsmanship has actually reached such a high level. The old man was overwhelmed with shock. Zhou Qian's attack just now was too exquisite. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was unparalleled. He had a slight understanding of swordsmanship, and it was precisely because of this understanding that he was even more shocked. To put it bluntly, if he was slightly weaker, he would have already lost his life to Zhou Qian's sword. Zhou Qian squinted his eyes and unleashed his powerful soul force to lock onto the old man's aura, not giving him a chance to escape. Zhou Qian, I admit that you're strong. It may be difficult for me to kill you today, but from the looks of it, you won't even give me a chance to escape. Ah, are you really that confident? If I want to leave, I'm afraid you won't be able to stop me. The winged old man saw through Zhou Qian's intention and couldn't help but sneer. He already had the intention to retreat after his fight with Zhou Qian ended in a draw. The winged old man was a very knowledgeable person. He knew that he didn't have the ability to kill Zhou Qian, so he didn't force him and prepared to leave. He would think about killing Zhou Qian in the future. Is that so? Then try and see if you can escape from me. I bet you won't be able to escape. The corners of Zhou Qian's mouth curved into a smile. With a shake of his arm, the heavenly dragon sword disappeared and was replaced by a battle spear flickering with the shadow of a dragon. That's right, the dragon bone battle spear, a grade 5 Genesis weapon that only Star Masters could wield. Zhou Qian hadn't had a chance to test the dragon bone battle spear ever since he obtained it. Moreover, it was almost impossible for him to display the dragon bone battle spear's power with his previous cultivation. It's a grade 5 Genesis weapon. The winged old man's eyes lit up, revealing greed and shock. He clearly didn't expect a kid who had just stepped into the heavenly source stage to possess a grade 5 Genesis weapon. How precious was a grade 5 Genesis weapon? It wasn't easy for an ordinary Star Master to obtain one. In truth, the Dragon Bone Battle Spear was only the first battle weapon Longfootu had obtained after becoming a Star Master, which was why it had become the stepping stone for Zhou Qian to obtain the Dragon Palace. Zhou Qian, so what if you have a grade 5 Genesis weapon? You're too weak and can't display the power of a grade 5 Genesis weapon. Who do you think you're trying to scare? The winged old man sneered before turning around to leave. He didn't want to stay any longer because he could already feel a dangerous aura from the battle spear in Zhou Qian's hand. Moreover, this aura was gradually growing stronger. Where do you think you're going? Zhou Qian's eyes glowed with coldness. How could he give the winged old man a chance to escape? He currently had 2 grade 5 Genesis weapons in his possession. One was the battle sword left behind by Empress Lin, and the other was the Dragon Bone Battle Spear. The winged old man was right. Given Zhou Qian's current strength, it was extremely difficult for him to display the power of a grade 5 Genesis weapon. If it was Empress Lin's battle sword, Zhou Qian would have to expend a lot of effort to use it, but the Dragon Bone Battle Spear was different. The spear had already recognized Zhou Xian as its master. Moreover, it was made from the bones of a true dragon, which suited Zhou Qian's true dragon bloodline. Zhou Xian didn't just rely on his own strength to use the dragon bone battle spear, but more importantly his bloodline. Buzz buzz. The dragon bone battle spear emitted a buzzing sound, causing the surrounding space to tremble. The moment Zhou Xian used the dragon bone battle spear, more than half of the Genesis power in his body was instantly consumed. In the next second it was completely emptied. However, this was also within Zhou Qian's expectations. A large number of Genesis stones were consumed. Killing a winged race elder was worth it. More importantly, Zhou Qian wanted to test the power of the dragon bone battle spear. Roar! A dragon's roar shook the sky. The dragon bone battle spear seemed to have come to life, turning into a blood-red battle dragon. Zhou Qian held the battle spear in his hand and executed the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. His speed was extremely fast, catching up to the escaping elder in the blink of an eye. No, the winged old man yelled. He could feel the aura of death. He never imagined that Zhou Qian would really be able to display the power of a Genesis weapon. The dragon bone battle spear carried an endless dragon might that practically sealed off the entire area. The winged old man had no way to dodge. The dragon bone battle spear pierced through his chest, and terrifying energy erupted. The old man let out a miserable shriek as his entire body exploded into pieces. Chapter 42-29. Let's go, let's leave this place. After killing the old man, Zhou Qian immediately put away the dragon bone battle spear and quickly left with De Huang Dog and Xiaolong. Using a grade 5 Genesis weapon had caused a huge commotion and might attract some attention. Zhou Qian didn't want to cause too much trouble since he had just arrived in the Qizhong region. Moreover, Zhou Qian's current state was no longer suitable for high-intensity battles. Using the dragon bone battle spear once consumed a lot of his strength. Although he had a large number of Genesis stones to refine and absorb, it would take some time for him to recover to his peak state. 2 people and 1 dog were extremely fast, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In front of them was an endless mountain range covered in mist that stretched as far as the eye could see. "Big brother, where are we going now?" Xiaolong asked. "Directly to Qiren province," Zhou Qian said. Since they had come to the Qizhong region, their main goal was naturally to complete the mission. Zhou Qian didn't want to waste time. He had many things to do in the eternal world. There was still no news of his son, and Long Shisan had disappeared from the broken Philia land. As a top force in the Qizhong region, Qiren province was more beneficial to Zhou Qian's cultivation. Zhou Qian wasn't interested in the remote border areas. After traveling for another 10,000 li and crossing a mountain range, Zhou Qian and the others finally entered the Qizhong region. A city could be vaguely seen in the distance. This was the first city in the Qizhong region. De Huang Dog and Xiaolong's eyes couldn't help but light up. Zhou Qian couldn't help smiling, expressing his understanding. It was too boring to travel for such a long time. Now that they finally saw a place with people, not to mention De Huang Dog and Xiaolong, even he wanted to take a look. "Let's take a look inside the city?" Zhou Qian looked at the two. "Let's take a look." Xiaolong nodded heavily. "Master Dog, I can smell the fragrance of wine. I want a drink." De Huang Dog shook his head. From the looks of it, if Zhou Qian wasn't going in to take a look, De Huang Dog would have to go in and take a look himself. "Let's go then. We're going to Qiren province, but we're not in a hurry. Let's experience the customs of Middle Earth first." Shrugging his shoulders, Zhou Qian brought De Huang Dog and Xiaolong and flew towards the city ahead. The city was very magnificent. Although it was located at the border, the scale of the city was not small. This surprised Zhou Qian a little. He thought to himself that it was indeed the Red Middle region, the most central region of the Red Cloud astral boundary. Small places like the Red East region and the Red South region could not compare to it. Luohong City. These 3 big characters as black as ink hung high above the city gate, appearing very conspicuous. Zhou Qian and the others descended from the sky and walked towards the city gate. However, they discovered that there was a continuous stream of people rushing out of the city in a hurry, as if they were fleeing in a panic. There were no guards outside the city gate, which was not common. Zhou Qian had been to many cities, and almost every city had some big or small forces. As the saying went, where there were people there would be jianghu. Where there was jianghu there would be disputes, and where there were disputes there would be interests. The charge for entering and exiting the city gate was a considerable amount of income. Little Chinzi, it seems that this city is not peaceful. De Huang Dog, who was originally in high spirits, was a little listless. From the current situation, his plan to drink wine was probably going to be ruined. Let's ask someone. As Jiang Chen spoke, he grabbed a person. Brother, what happened in this city? Why are so many people going out? Jiang Chen asked. Little brother, you are new here, right? Hurry up and leave or come back in a few days. There's going to be a fight inside. The middle-aged man said, kindly reminding Jiang Chen. A fight? Why? Jiang Chen asked curiously. It seems that little brother is new here. There are two big forces in Luohong City. One is the Luo family, the other is the Hong family. The two families have been fighting for many years, but Luohong City has been peaceful. However, I don't know why in the past month, the dispute between the two families has become more and more serious. The whole Luohong City is in chaos and it is uninhabitable. Now, I'm afraid the two families are going to have a final large-scale battle. We don't want to be implicated, so we can only hide for the time being. When they have a real winner, we will come back or go to other places and never come back. The middle-aged man said, then turned around and left. As he walked, he shook his head and sighed. Obviously, he was very disappointed and dissatisfied with the fight in the city. Disappointing, really disappointing. I was going to find a restaurant to have a drink, but I encountered such a fight again. De Huang Dog said, feeling very disappointed. Big brother, what should we do now? Should we go in? Xiaolong asked. Let's go, leave this place. There are so many disputes in the world. I don't want to get involved in this kind of fight. Let's take a detour and go directly to Kirin province. Jiang Chen said that he was not interested in the dispute in Luohong City at all. He had seen too many fights like this. It was like this when he first entered Yan City in Qidong region. Rumble. Just when Jiang Chen lost interest and was about to turn around and leave, a loud roar suddenly broke out in Luohong City, followed by earth-shattering battle cries. Waves of tyrannical aura soared into the sky. It could be seen that countless figures flew to the sky above the city and started an extremely fierce fight. The buildings in the city below were destroyed one after another. It was really intense. Damn, they are fighting so soon. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. Let's go. Jiang Chen patted De Huang Dog's head. What are you panicking for? Let's watch the show before leaving. De Huang Dog glared at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen felt helpless. This dog just couldn't move when there was a show. Just stand here and watch. Don't get involved. Jiang Chen said that he did not care about the survival of the Luo family and Hong family. Even if Luohong City was crippled, he would not care. At this moment, an intense battle had already begun in Luohong City. Killing intent filled the air. A group of heavenly origin experts were waiting outside the entrance of the Hong family. The one at the front was not the patriarch, but a yellow-robed young man holding a metal club. The young man's appearance was extremely eye-catching. His hair was half black and half white and his face was extremely handsome. His fiery eyes of gold constantly shone. 13 Leave. This is a grudge between the Luo family and the Hong family. The Luo family has made ample preparations this time. There are heavenly origin experts of the 5th heavenly layer of the Luofu sect participating, and not just one. Our Hong family only has one 5th heavenly layer heavenly origin expert. The head of the Hong family, Hong Zhan, said. I, Long Shisan, am a man of indomitable spirit. Patriarch Hong has saved my life before, so how can I just leave like this? Also, this battle started because of me. If I had not killed the 3rd young master of the Luo family, this battle would not have happened. There's no need to say anything more, Patriarch. Long Shisan is willing to live and die with the Hong family. Long Shisan's presence shook as his 2nd heavenly layer heavenly origin cultivation rippled outwards in a domineering manner. Chapter 42:30. Good. Long Shisan, the patriarch didn't save you in vain. You're a loyal man. However, our battle with the Luo family was bound to happen sooner or later. Even if you hadn't killed the 3rd young master of the Luo family, the battle would still have happened. You don't need to blame yourself. Even if the Luo family had 2 more 5th heavenly layer heavenly origin experts, it wouldn't have been easy for them to wipe out our Hong family, said the Grand Elder. The fact that Long Shisan had chosen to stay and fight with the Hong family instead of fleeing at a time like this was more than enough to show that Long Shisan was a loyal man. The Grand Elder admired him greatly. More importantly, Long Xian was an extremely powerful force. Although he was only at the second heavenly layer, the members of the Hong family had all witnessed how terrifying Long Xian was. Long Xian could easily kill a fourth heavenly layer heavenly origin expert in a berserk state. With Long Xian present, the Hong family would be able to reduce their losses by quite a lot. At this moment, Jiang Qin and Big Yellow were still watching the battle outside of Luohong City. They had no idea that the brother they were looking for was preparing for a life-or-death battle inside the city. Outside of the Hong family, there was a formation set up by someone. It was an inescapable net that prevented any qi from leaking out. Coupled with the fact that many heavenly and earthly source experts were flying around in the sky above Luohong City, the entire city seemed to be in a state of chaos. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were not interested in the battle either. They just watched casually, paying no attention to what was going on inside the Hong family. The metal staff in Long Xian's hand flickered with light. On the other side, a group of experts from the Luo family was attacking. Aside from the patriarch, there were 2 peak 5th heavenly layer heavenly origin experts, 5 or 6 4th heavenly layer heavenly origin experts, and 20 to 33rd heavenly layer heavenly origin experts. As for the 1st and 2nd heavenly layer heavenly origin experts, they had already begun fighting with the other members of the Hong family. This place, the headquarters of the Hong family, would become the most crucial point in today's battle. Hongzhan, today is the doomsday of your Hong clan. From today onwards, Luohong City will belong to the Luo clan. The name of the city will be changed to Luo City. The patriarch of the Luo family, Luo Lai, said arrogantly. Humph. It's not that easy to destroy my Hong clan. Do you think that you can defeat us just because you invited the experts of the Luofu sect? Hongzhan coldly snorted. As the leader of a clan, even if he knew that he was no match for the other party, he could not shrink back at this moment, nor could he lose his imposing manner. What? Hong Lei, in this triangular region, do you dare to look down on our Luofu gate? A 5th heavenly layer heavenly origin expert beside Luo Lai spoke up. He had round eyes and was extremely arrogant. The Luofu gate was the absolute ruler of the triangular region. With such a status, no one dared to say no to them no matter where they went. Our Hong clan naturally respects the Luofu gate, but I never thought that the great Luofu gate would come to bully a tiny clan like ours. However, I, Hongzhan, am not someone who can be bullied. Even if you're from the Luofu gate, my Hong clan can only resist to the end if you come to destroy my Hong clan. Hongzhan angrily blew his beard and glared at the 2 old men from the Luofu sect. If it weren't for these 2 old men, the Hong clan wouldn't have been afraid of the Luo clan, and the Luo clan wouldn't have had the courage to fight with them. However, Hongzhan was a staunch person. Even if he died in battle, he would protect the dignity of the Hong clan. You're pretty stubborn, but I wonder how strong you are? The other old man sneered. You'll have to experience how strong we are in a bit. The sword in Hongzhan's hand flickered with light. He was already prepared to fight 1 against 3. Long Xian, I want to fight you and take revenge for my brother. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out. A bulky man who seemed like a metal tower walked out. His body was brimming with vital energy, and his cultivation had already reached the peak of the 3rd heavenly layer, only a step away from the 4th heavenly layer. He was Luo Ming, a genius disciple of the Luofu gate, the first young master of the Luo family, and the eldest son of Luo Lai. It was because he had entered the Luofu gate that the Luo family had managed to form a relationship with the Luofu gate. Ming, come back. Long Xian must die today. There's no need to take such a risk. Luo Lai hurriedly reprimanded Luo Ming when he saw him step out. Luo Ming had just returned from the Luofu gate, so he did not know much about Long Xian. However, he knew just how terrifying Long Xian was. Long Xian's reputation had recently risen in Luohong City, and the Luo family had suffered quite a few losses at Long Xian's hands in the war between the 2 clans. Father, I want to kill Long Xian with my own hands. I'd like to see just how powerful a mere 2nd heavenly layer heavenly origin monkey is. Luo Ming's aura shook, completely ignoring his father's advice. As a famous genius of the Luofu sect, he had his own pride. The moment he heard Xian's name, he wanted to have a battle with him to determine the victor. Not to mention Xian killed his own brother. If he didn't take revenge for this, how would he, Luo Ming, be able to show his face in the Luofu sect in the future? As a result, he had to personally kill Xian in front of everyone today to avenge his brother. Only then would he be able to dispel the hatred in his heart. Then be careful. Xian isn't easy to deal with. Luo Lai said. Father, why are you raising the morale of others and lowering the morale of your own son? Just watch, I'll take the life of a mere Xian in less than 3 moves. Luo Ming's arrogance soared. He took a step forward and pointed at Xian. Damn monkey, come out and fight me. I'll kill you with my own hands. Luo Ming hooted. Are you sure? A smile appeared on Xian's lips as he arrived before Luo Ming in 2 steps. I'll give you time to prepare. I'll personally defeat you and then kill you. Luo Ming was extremely arrogant. Why do you want to die? Xian sneered. The Luo family had the upper hand in today's situation. Just as Luo Lai had said, there was no need for Luo Ming to stand out and risk his life. However, Xian had seen many geniuses like this. Since the other party wanted to die, Xian would not be polite. After killing the 3rd young master of the Luo family, the enmity between him and the Luo family had already reached an irreconcilable point. Killing one was killing. Killing 2 was also killing. I wonder who's going to die. Have a taste of my explosive killing fist. Luo Ming took the initiative to attack. His entire body practically exploded with power. He was a true strength-type expert. His punch caused the surrounding space to tremble. His speed was extremely fast, and his fist arrived before Xian in the blink of an eye. Even an ordinary 3rd heavenly layer heavenly source cultivator would be crippled if not killed, let alone a 2nd heavenly layer heavenly source cultivator. 13. Be careful. Luo Ming is a genius of the Luofu Gate. He can't be underestimated, Hongzhan warned. However, Xian had a smile on his face. He did not care about the punch at all. Chapter 42-31. Battle Saint Technique. Xian used the Dou symbol art with a single hand and charged towards Luo Ming. Luo Ming's expression changed the moment he used the Dou symbol art. All of his previous arrogance collapsed in an instant, disappearing without a trace. As the saying goes, an expert can tell with a single move. Luo Ming knew that he had underestimated Xian. He felt an incomparable pressure as soon as he attacked. That pressure told Luo Ming that he wasn't his opponent. Not only that, they were on completely different levels, even if Xian's cultivation was a level lower than his. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk space trembled. Under the Dou symbol art, the explosive killing fist and the 3rd heavenly layer of the heavenly source stage were all bullshit. It was as if he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Luo Ming let out a miserable shriek as one of his arms was torn apart by the powerful battle chi. Xian didn't show any mercy. He followed up with his metal club, arriving in front of Luo Ming in the blink of an eye and smashed it towards Luo Ming's head. Father, save me. Bastard, stop. Don't hurt my son. Luo Ming and Luo Lai cried out at the same time. One begged for help while the other acted decisively. Unfortunately, it was too late. Xian's movements were too quick. At such a close distance, it was too easy for Xian to kill a crippled Luo Ming. Not to mention Luo Lai, even if the sect master of the Luofu sect was here, he wouldn't be able to save Luo Ming from Xian's hands. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, arg. The sound of the iron cudgel hitting Luo Ming's head was accompanied by a blood-curdling scream. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Dragon Xian smashed Luo Ming's head with his iron cudgel, killing him in front of countless people. My son. Luo Lai's heart ached. Someone had killed his son in front of him. He was so close, yet he could only watch. He couldn't save his son. For Luo Lai, aside from losing face, this was undoubtedly a stab to his chest. In fact, it wasn't just Luo Lai. No one present, including the members of the Hong family, had expected Xian's strength to be this strong. Luo Ming was a famous genius of the Luofu sect after all, far surpassing ordinary 3rd heavenly layer heavenly origin experts. To put it bluntly, the peak 3rd heavenly layer Luo Ming was basically on par with ordinary 4th heavenly layer heavenly origin experts. No matter how strong Xian was, he was only at the peak of the 2nd heavenly layer. How could he be Luo Ming's opponent? Taking 10,000 steps back, even if Xian was really that powerful, Luo Ming wouldn't be a match for him. However, with Luo Ming's cultivation being 2 levels higher than Xian, Even if he couldn't defeat Xian, he would still be able to survive. However, they had never thought that Xian would be so terrifying. Before him, Luo Ming could not even withstand a single blow. The two of them were on completely different levels. Xian killed Luo Ming in a single strike, not giving Luo Ming any chance at all. At such a close distance, even Luo Lai could not save him. The members of the Hong family sighed. Such a person was just too terrifying. Why would he appear in a small place like the Triangular region? Let alone the tiny Luo Hong city, even the entire Luofu sect would not be able to find a monstrous existence like Xian. Xian, I'll kill you. Luo Lai roared and charged at Xian. Luo Lai, your opponent is me. Hong Zhan had already made his preparations for battle. The moment Luo Lai attacked, he charged out and blocked Xian's path as quickly as possible, engaging in an intense battle with Luo Lai. Everyone listen up. Kill them all. Kill everyone from the Hong family. Leave no one alive today. Luo Lai was enraged. He had almost gone crazy. Both of his sons had died to Xian, especially his eldest son. He was Luo Lai's pride and joy. He was a famous genius of the Luofu sect. His talent could be ranked amongst the top in the entire Triangular region. Although the Triangular region was small, it was still a region. Now that his eldest son had been killed by Xian right in front of him, Luo Lai's heart ached. He needed to vent his anger and pain on Xian and the Hong family. He needed to use the blood of the people before him to vent his anger. Kill. The experts of the Luo family moved out. An intense battle began in the sky above the Luo family. Of course, this battle was only for Luo Hongqing. Xian, you killed my disciple, so I'll take your life, said a white-haired old man from the Luofu sect. The presence of a peak 5th heavenly layer heavenly source expert was clearly displayed. You old fart, you want to kill me? Do you think I'm that easy to kill? Xian showed no fear. He raised the metal staff in his hand high into the air, showing no signs of retreating even in the face of a 5th heavenly layer heavenly source expert. To Xian, he had experienced even the most difficult of battles. This was nothing. At this moment, both sides had entered into battle. If the two old fellows from the Luofu sect wanted to kill him, no one would help them. The only 5th heavenly layer heavenly source expert of the Hong family was currently occupied by Luo Lai. The two of them were evenly matched, so it was basically impossible for them to help him. As a result, he would have to rely on himself for the next battle. Roar. Xian bellowed and turned into a violent ape. His battle prowess skyrocketed once again. He swung the metal staff in his hand in a domineering manner. You old fart, let's see who's stronger. Xian unleashed his tyrannical aura. In his berserk state, he was definitely terrifying. What a beast. Watch me cut you down. The old man swung his heavy sword. It was like an eternal rainbow, colliding heavily with Xian's metal staff. Rumble. The surrounding space shook. Even the formations set up in the sky could not stop the powerful battle chi. At this moment, Jiang Qin and the others who were watching from outside Luo Hong City suddenly noticed the aura that had erupted from the center of the city. That seems to be the center of the battle, but it's been concealed by a formation. Jiang Qin said. Interesting. It seems like one side has the upper hand and is setting up an inescapable net, not giving the other side a chance. We often do this. Let Lord Dog take a look. Lord Dog wants to see the most exciting battle through the formation. That's right. De Huang Dog chuckled. He had originally been bored and was about to leave, but when he sensed the battle in the center of the city and the appearance of the formation, he immediately gained some interest. De Huang Dog's soul drifted out. With his abilities, it was impossible for a mere formation to stop him. De Huang Dog's soul very quickly permeated the formation and saw the battle clearly. He just happened to see Xian being pincered by two 5th heavenly layer heavenly source experts, being beaten to the point of vomiting blood. F***ck, what the F***ck? Chapter 4232. Damn dog, where are you going? Jiang Qin pulled back the De Huang Dog who was about to rush out. He said that he wouldn't meddle in other people's business, but this dog couldn't bear it anymore. To Jiang Qin, Luo Hong City was just a passerby. At most he wanted to go in and drink some wine and rest his feet. If he couldn't rest his feet, he would continue on his way to Kirin province. He wasn't interested in the battle in Luohong City at all. It's Monkey. Hurry up and help. If you don't, Monkey will be beaten to death. The Huang dog said anxiously. What? Jiang Chen cried out in surprise. A soul force instantly rushed out and penetrated into the inescapable Great Formation. He could clearly see the battle inside. Monkey. Jiang Chen's aura fluctuated. In a flash, he had already arrived at the center of Luohong City, above the Hong family, the center of the battle. Originally, he just wanted to be a spectator. But now it seemed that it was impossible for him not to be involved. Jiang Chen started to feel lucky that he came to Luohong City today and stayed to observe. If he had left just now, he would have missed Long Shan perfectly. It didn't matter if he missed it, but right now Long Shan was in danger. If anything happened to him, Jiang Chen would probably blame himself to death. Big brother, wait for me. Xiaolong followed closely behind. He didn't know who the monkey that Jiang Chen and a Huang dog were talking about was. But seeing how nervous they were, it must be someone very important to them. Jiang Chen and a Huang dog's friends were also Xiaolong's friends. Moreover, as his cultivation continued to rise, Xiaolong's bloodline gradually developed as well. His desire for battle grew stronger and stronger. He might not be big, but he was truly a battle maniac. He was the same as the Huang dog, unable to move once he encountered a battle. Under the cover of the inescapable net, although Long Shan was powerful and had entered a berserk state, it was still extremely difficult for him to face two peak 5th heavenly layer heavenly origin experts alone. He was not their opponent at all. Long Shan was injured, but due to the life seal, his injuries were not fatal to Long Shan. However, Long Shan could not see any hope in the current situation. Long Shan's fiery eyes of gold were activated as his anger soared. He could have left freely with his abilities, but if he insisted on leaving, let alone 2 5th heavenly layer heavenly origin experts, even 10 more would not be able to stop Long Shan. However, Long Shan could not leave. He could not watch the Hong family fall into danger or even be destroyed. He was a person who valued relationships. Long Shan would never forget someone who had helped him, not to mention that Hong Zhan had saved his life. If Long Shan left at a time like this, would he still be human? Even if he managed to survive today, he would not be able to get over the mental barrier. Long Shan, you are indeed talented, but it's a pity that you're not a member of our Luofu sect. Only death awaits you if you choose to become enemies with us. Die, the white-haired old man sneered. He was already certain that he had Long Shan in the palm of his hand. That was indeed the case. Long Shan basically had no chance in the current situation. He was basically doomed, and it was not just him. The entire Hong family would suffer the same fate. They would not be able to escape. Although the Hong family could still hold out against the Luo family, the situation would change very soon. As long as the two experts of the Luofu sect dealt with Long Shan, they would interfere in the battle between the two families. At that time, Hong Zhan would definitely not be their opponent when the 3 peak 5th heavenly layer heavenly origin experts worked together. Once Hong Zhan died, the remaining descendants of the Hong family would be like a plate of loose sand, not even worth mentioning. Come. Even if I die, Long Shan will not take even half a step back. Long Shan's domineering manner soared into the sky. He had fought his entire life, so he did not know what retreat was. He had done many things where he would fight to the death. What's the point of saying so much? Kill him first, the other old man said impatiently. The sword in his hand flickered with a cold light as he prepared to continue his attack. Rumble. At this moment, a terrifying energy that shook the heavens and the earth suddenly descended from the sky. Under the impact of this energy, the formation that was floating in the sky suddenly shattered and was completely destroyed. Who is it? The white-haired old man was startled and couldn't help but shout. This formation was personally laid out by him. Formations had always been something he was proud of. He naturally knew that ordinary people wouldn't be able to break this formation. But now it was so easily destroyed by someone. In other words, the person who came was definitely not simple. With the destruction of the formation, the intense battle immediately fell silent. Everyone raised their heads and saw 3 figures suddenly appear. One was a white-clothed young man wielding a sword, the other was a bull-like De Huang dog, and the last was a 12-year-old boy. Little Chenzi, De Huang. The light from the fiery eyes of gold immediately dimmed. Long Shan, who had already decided to fight to the death, immediately became filled with excitement when he saw the newcomers. "Monkey, I never thought you'd come here to suffer." "Ah." The Huang dog laughed aloud, mocking Long Shisan's miserable appearance without holding back. "Cut the crap. Let's get rid of these two old fellows first." Long Shisan's fighting spirit was reignited. His presence immediately doubled. In this world, there was nothing more satisfying than fighting alongside brothers. Although Jiang Chen was only at the first heavenly layer, Jiang Chen's appearance was enough. This came from their trust and understanding of each other. Long Shisan knew just how monstrous Jiang Chen was. As long as Jiang Chen appeared, he would not be afraid. There was nothing in the world that the two of them could not solve together. Jiang Chen arrived before Long Shisan with a single movement. He patted Long Shisan's shoulder and said, "You've worked hard. With me here, no one can harm my brother. If they do, I'll make them pay a heavy price." Long Shisan said nothing, but the look in his eyes was enough to prove everything. They had only reunited after parting in the eternal world. There was no need to say anything else. All the words they wanted to say were contained in the word, brother. "Who's that? He looks like he's only at the first heavenly layer of heavenly origin, but he managed to break through the formation. Can't you tell? He's Long Shisan's friend. He looks very strong, but his cultivation is a little weak. It's a pity that he won't be able to truly help our Hong family." Sigh. Does the heavens want our Hong family to die? Chapter 4233. Meddlesome. The white-haired old man looked at Jiang Chen as the sneer in his eyes did not lessen. "That's right, meddlesome." Jiang Chen shrugged and pointed his sword at the old man. The glow from the sword surged like a dragon, as if it wanted to cleave the entire city in half. "Reckless fool. A mere first heavenly layer dares to meddle in other people's business? I really don't know what's wrong with his brain." The other old man sneered. He could not help but want to laugh when he saw Jiang Chen's domineering appearance. In his eyes, this was an extremely hilarious matter. Boom, Jiang Chen did not say anything else. He unleashed his draconic transformation and his battle prowess immediately skyrocketed. Jiang Chen's current weakness from using the Dragon Bone Spear had completely vanished. Not only had he returned to his peak condition, but his strength had also increased. Jiang Chen was confident that he could finish off a fifth heavenly layer heavenly origin expert without using the Dragon Bone Spear. This was no exaggeration. Transformation technique. Forcefully increasing your strength? It's not enough. It's not even worth mentioning. Trash will always be trash. Today I will show you that the difference in cultivation cannot be easily made up for. The white-haired old man continued to sneer. Although he was surprised by Jiang Chen's transformation technique, he did not take Jiang Chen seriously. After all, a mere first heavenly layer heavenly origin was not enough to catch their attention. "Little Chenzi, can you handle it?" Long Shisan looked at Jiang Chen. "Don't worry. Leave these two old guys to me. You deal with the others." Jiang Chen smiled confidently. He knew that Long Shisan was currently injured, so it would be very difficult for him to gain any advantage against a fifth heavenly layer heavenly origin expert unless Long Shisan reached the third heavenly layer. However, to the others, Long Shisan's participation was the end of the world. Even if all the fourth heavenly layer heavenly source experts of the Luo family worked together, they would not be enough to kill Long Shisan alone. Jiang Chen did not know why Long Shisan would participate in the battle between the Luo family and the Hong family, but since Long Shisan had risked his life to stay here, he must have his own reasons. Now was not the time to ask for the reason. Everything could wait until the enemy retreated. As long as Long Shisan wanted to do something, Jiang Chen would definitely support him unconditionally. "Aw!" Miserable cries rang out from the other side. Xiao Long and De Huang Dog had entered the fray. Even third heavenly layer heavenly origin experts were not their opponents at all. The experts of the Luo family were like vegetables to them, unable to withstand a single blow. "Patriarch, where did this monster come from? How could he be so powerful?" Someone couldn't take it anymore and shouted. "You two hurry up and finish them off." Luo Lai was also panicking. This uninvited guest that had suddenly appeared was so powerful. If he allowed them to continue, most of the experts of the Luo family would be killed. In Luo Hong City, the overall strength of the Luo family and the Hong family was about the same. If no outsiders participated, it would be very difficult to determine a victor even if they fought for 3 days and 3 nights. Now that Xiao Long and De Huang Dog had joined the fray, the overall strength of the Hong family would increase slightly. The Luo family was currently relying on the two experts of the Luo Fu Gate. As long as the two of them displayed their strength, the Hong family would definitely be destroyed. A mere heavenly source brat. Even if he has a transformation technique, it's not worth mentioning. Let me kill him. The old man from the Luo Fu Gate raised his hand proudly. He grabbed at Jiang Qin, summoning the wind and summoning the rain. Underestimating him. The old man had underestimated him far too much. A sneer curled up from the corner of Jiang Chen's lips. The old man would definitely not be able to bear the consequences of underestimating him. 26 sword. Jiang Chen did not hold back at all, immediately using the 26 sword. The terrifying sword turned into a dragon, and in the blink of an eye he had fused with the sword and sword. The powerful sword technique was invincible and its speed had reached the limit. Terrifying sword chi filled the sky, and in just an instant, a miserable shriek rang out. Arg! The old man was screaming miserably. Half of his body was chopped off by Jiang Chen. He was in an extremely miserable state. What? The white-haired old man's expression rapidly changed as he cried out on the spot. His gaze towards Jiang Chen was filled with endless shock. He was not the only one. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Whether it was the people of the Luo family or the Hong family, they were all dumbfounded. Countless pairs of eyes looked towards Jiang Chen as if they had seen a ghost. Too terrifying. They had never seen such a terrifying person. Instantly killing a 5th heavenly layer heavenly source expert. Was this really something a 1st heavenly layer heavenly source expert could do? Wasn't this child's play? In reality, the old man was not that weak. After all, he was a 5th heavenly layer heavenly source expert. The reason why he had been instantly killed by Jiang Chen was because he had underestimated Jiang Chen too much. In this world, no one who underestimated Jiang Chen would have a good ending. He might not even be Jiang Chen's opponent even if he used his full strength, let alone when facing Jiang Chen's 26 sword while underestimating his opponent. What was this other than seeking death? The reason why he had fought the 5th heavenly layer heavenly source elder was because he had witnessed Jiang Chen's strength and did not dare to underestimate him at all. Moreover, Jiang Chen's strength was not as stable as it was now, which was why he had used the dragon bone spear to obtain victory. There was a huge difference between the two of them. Heavens, this person is even more powerful than Long Shisan. Looks like the friend of a monster is also a monster. Yeah, Long Shisan is already the most monstrous genius I've ever seen. I never thought that there would be someone even more monstrous than him. Even a 5th heavenly layer heavenly source expert was instantly killed. Our Hong family is saved now. That's right. There's always a way out. Our Hong family is not fated to die yet. The people of the Hong family all began to grow excited. Although the addition of De Huang Dog and Xiaolong had already roused their spirits, the two 5th heavenly layer heavenly source experts of the Luofu sect were still like two huge shadows hovering above their heads, making them feel extremely pressured. They still could not see any hope in this battle. However, it was different now. A peerless figure who could instantly kill a 5th heavenly layer heavenly source expert had appeared. As long as the two Luofu sect experts were no longer a threat, the Hong family would not be destroyed. Ha, little Chinzi, you're as ferocious as ever. Long Shisan laughed at the sky. He knew his brother the best. At crucial times his brother was still the most reliable. Come, trash of the Luo family, receive the wrath of your grandpa monkey. Long Shisan charged forward, swinging his dark gold club at a 4th heavenly layer heavenly source expert. Arg! A miserable shriek rang out. The person was unable to endure Long Shisan's attack, dying in a single strike. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. It was an extremely miserable sight. Chapter 42-34. He was too powerful. They were on completely different levels. Long Shisan was like an ancient beast filled with explosive power. He was invincible as he swung his staff. In his current state, there was basically no one who could match him apart from 5th heavenly layer heavenly origin experts. To put it bluntly, without a 5th heavenly layer heavenly origin expert to control Long Shisan, it was basically the end of the world for the 4th heavenly layer heavenly origin cultivators of the Luo family. No one could withstand a single strike from Long Shisan. He was truly invincible. Screw you, monkey, it's been a while. You're still as ferocious as ever. De Huang Dog bared his teeth. Probably only a simple-minded fellow like De Huang Dog could find the time to joke in such an intense battle. Same to you. Let's just do it. Xian was extremely happy. He had reunited with his brothers and fought side by side. It had been a long time since he had experienced such a carefree feeling. Let's go. De Huangdog's body shook. Like a huge elephant, he rampaged and slaughtered the members of the Luo family. God damn it, why is it like this? Luo Lai almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He never thought that the situation would turn out like this in the blink of an eye. The Hong family was turned around just like that. 3 monstrous geniuses appeared, and one of them was even scarier than Dragon Xian. After the 5th heavenly layer heavenly origin expert of the Luo Fu sect was instantly killed by Jiang Qin, the Luo family's morale began to weaken. Let alone the members of the Luo family, even the patriarch Luo Lai began to feel heavy-hearted. He was beginning to lose the upper hand against Hong Zhan. Luo Lai, do you think you can destroy my Hong family just because you've called the experts of the Luo Fu sect? You're too naive. Hong Zhan laughed aloud. The feeling of a glimmer of hope at the darkest hour was extremely satisfying. Hong Zhan, don't celebrate too early. The elder of the Luo Fu sect only underestimated him. No matter how powerful that kid is, it's impossible for him to kill a 5th heavenly layer heavenly origin expert. Also, you've killed someone of the Luo Fu sect. Even if you manage to escape today, you'll have to face the Luo Fu sect's wrath. Luo Lai snorted coldly. That's not for you to worry about. You should take care of yourself first. Hong Zhan's aura was like a rainbow. Offending the Luo Fu sect in the triangular region was indeed a thorny matter. However, today the Hong clan was facing a life and death situation. If they did not resist, they would die. They had no choice. On the other side, the white-haired old man's gaze locked onto Jiang Qin. He did not dare to underestimate him at all. This was probably the first time in his life that he had to face someone who was 4 levels lower than him so seriously. Normally, a 1st heavenly layer heavenly source brat would not even be worthy of his attention. He could easily crush a handful of people with that level of cultivation. However, he didn't dare to underestimate the young man in front of him. Because just now this person had personally killed his companion and it was an instant kill. Brat, eat my great mercy palm. The old man was the first to move. Golden light blossomed from his body as he swung his hand at Jiang Qin. A giant palm that seemed to have been smelted from heaven appeared. It was as dazzling as the sun, illuminating the entire space. He wanted to kill Jiang Qin with a single slap. A Buddhist palm seal. Jiang Qin was startled. He never thought that this old man could actually use a skill of Buddha sect. One should know that the skills of Buddha sect depended on fate and it was rarely taught to outsiders. This old man must have obtained it by chance. Jiang Qin was stunned. However, when the old man used the Great Mercy Palm, it was nothing like a Buddhist technique. There was no essence to it at all, and there were far too many other energies mixed within, giving it the name of the Great Mercy Palm. Using the Great Mercy Palm from your hands is basically an insult. I'll show you what a true Buddhist battle skill is, the Immovable Bright King Seal. Jiang Qin's hands danced as he used the Immovable Bright King Seal. With one move, the shadow of the Immovable Bright King appeared. A giant Buddha descended from the sky as tall as a mountain. The entire Luohong city was shrouded in endless Buddha light, falling into a state of peace. However, underneath this peace, there was also an endless amount of killing intent. What? Impossible, this is a true Buddhist secret technique, how could you know it? Facing the appearance of the Immovable Bright King Seal, the old man's expression changed drastically, and his mind was in a complete mess. He had studied the Great Mercy Palm for half of his life, but it was not as good as the opponent's casual move. The Immovable Bright King Seal really shocked him, making him feel a supreme reverence for the illusory Immovable Bright King. Only, in this tense moment of battle, the slightest mistake could not be tolerated. Although the old man did not have a love rival like his previous companions, he was still intimidated by the unmovable Bright King Seal. His current state was not much better than the old man from before. Rumble. The immovable Buddha pressed down all the way to the top of his head. Only then did the white-haired old man react. In his panic he tried to resist, but it was too late. In the end, the immovable Bright King Seal forced the old man to retreat, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Immovable Lion King Seal, Immovable Dharma King Seal. Jiang Qin had always been merciless when he had the upper hand, let alone such a strong opponent. Once he had the upper hand, how could he give his opponent the chance to react? The immovable Lion King seal and the immovable Dharma King seal all came crashing down. This was the first time Jiang Qin used a Buddhist secret technique in the eternal world, and its power was still as tyrannical and fierce as before. Wawa, the white-haired old man was beaten until he spat out blood, and his whole aura was completely dispirited. Although he was not killed by Jiang Qin's Buddhist secret technique, he had almost become an arrow at the end of its flight, and did not have much power to fight again. At least his power to fight again was not enough to fight against Jiang Qin. Is that all you've got? Jiang Qin slashed out with the heavenly dragon sword. Sword chi crisscrossed, interweaving into a net that trapped the old man. As long as Jiang Qin wanted to, he could tear the old man to pieces at any time given his current state. Stop! The white-haired old man cried out. His eyes were filled with fear, the fear of death. He did not want to die. Any last words? Jiang Qin paused for a moment. You can't kill me? The white-haired old man's face paled. He would not be able to raise his head in the future after losing to a kid at the first heavenly layer of heavenly source. It was too shameful, but even so he had no choice but to beg for mercy. Because you're from the Luofu sect? That's useless against me. Jiang Qin shook his head. He knew what the old man was going to say next. That's right. If you kill me, the Luofu sect will not let you go. In the triangular region, no one dares to kill a member of the Luofu sect. Chapter 42-35. Trying to scare me with the Luofu sect? Jiang Qin sneered. He was not moved at all. The sword chi on his sword was still as cold as before. It seemed like it could cut the old man in half at any time. At most, I will withdraw from the Battle of Luohong City. Let me go and pretend that I have never been here. I will not look into what happened today. It will be better for everyone. If you insist on killing me, you will become the enemy of the Luofu sect. Little brother, I can see that you are a smart man. You should know the consequences of being the enemy of the Luofu sect. Seeing that Jiang Qin remained unmoved, the white-haired old man continued. I have already killed one. Why would I care about killing another one? Besides, I don't care about the Luofu sect at all. No matter how strong they are, how can they compare to Kirin province? Jiang Qin said that once he attacked, he would not give the old man any chance. This old man had injured Long Shan, so he was doomed to die. What? Qilin Manor? Could it be that you're someone from the Qilin Manor? Impossible. How could one of the 4 prefectures of the Great Lin Empire come to this remote triangular region? The white-haired old man's complexion completely changed. Endless despair appeared on his face. The weight of the 3 words Qilin Mansion was too great. If Yi Shiwen was really a disciple of the Qilin Mansion, then even if Yi Shiwen killed him, his death would be in vain. Although the Luofu Gate was the overlord of the triangular domain, it was just an ant-like power compared to the Qilin Mansion. A sesame seed-sized power was simply not worth mentioning. The Qilin Mansion could casually blow the Luofu Gate into ashes. However, Kirin province was one of the 4 prefectures and 1 military camp. They were high up in the hierarchy. How could a disciple of Kirin province appear in this remote triangular region? How could he participate in the battle of a small clan in Luohong City? However, looking at Jiang Qin, the old man had no choice but to believe it. More importantly, the strength of the dragon man in front of him was too strong. He was simply a monstrous genius among monstrous geniuses. Such a genius couldn't be found in the entire Red Mid region. Perhaps only a place like the Qilin Mansion could cultivate such a genius. Who I am is not important. What's important is that you have hurt my brother, so I will kill you. After saying that, Jiang Qin swung the sword in his hand mercilessly. Followed by a shrill scream, the old man was cut in half. He died under Jiang Qin's sword. Who is Jiang Qin? He was absolutely a peerless madman. If he wanted to kill the white-haired elder, he didn't need the identity of the Qilin Mansion to back him up. He didn't put a mere Luofu Gate in his eyes. The reason why Jiang Qin mentioned the name of Kirin province was because he wanted to see whether the name of Kirin province was useful or not. He wanted to see how influential Kirin province was in the Red Middle region. Judging from the reaction of the old man, the name of Kirin province was indeed useful. This was enough to prove the status of the 4 prefectures and 1 military camp in the Red Middle region. At the same time, it had strengthened Jiang Qin's determination to go to Kirin province. Jiang Qin's methods were brutal and ruthless. He had killed 2 experts of the Luofu sect in a row, which had instantly changed the situation. The Luo family's morale was already low. The moment the white-haired elder was killed, the Luo family fell into endless despair. It's over. The experts of the Luo Fu sect have been killed. Our Luo family is finished. Patriarch, we can't fight anymore. Let's retreat. A peerless monster has appeared. God wants our Luo family to die. The members of the Luo family wailed in pain as they were killed. Even the patriarch Luo Lai was at a complete disadvantage and was being suppressed by Hong Zhan. If the battle continued, there was no doubt that Luo Lai would be defeated. Retreat. Luo Lai's eyes were bloodshot and his face was filled with unwillingness. But no matter how unwilling he was, he knew very well that the Luo clan had already lost. They had completely lost this battle. If the battle continued, all the members of the Luo clan would be killed today. Not even a chicken or a dog would be spared. Luo Lai, it's too late to retreat now. Hong Zhan's aura was unstoppable. How could he give Luo Lai a chance to escape? The two families of Luo Hong City had been fighting for so many years. They both wanted to kill each other and dominate the city. Now that there was a great opportunity, how could Hong Zhan let it go? Moreover, the Luo family had invited two experts of the Luo Fu sect. Their goal was very simple: to kill the Hong family. To put it bluntly, Luo Lai had no intention of letting the Hong family live. Since that was the case, there was no need for Hong Zhan to be polite. Hong Zhan was not a benevolent person. His methods were unyielding when facing his enemies. Blood escape. Luo Lai gritted his teeth. He knew that if he did not leave now, he would not be able to leave. At this critical moment of life and death, Luo Lai had no choice but to use a forbidden technique. Blood escape was a secret technique that allowed one to burn their own essence blood to escape. It was a true forbidden technique. Burning one's essence blood was the same as burning one's life. The damage to one's body was unimaginable, irreversible, and irrecoverable. Not only would no one use this escape technique in a moment of life and death, Luo Lai's cultivation would drop to the fourth heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm every time he used the blood escape. But now Luo Lai had no other choice. What he was truly worried about wasn't Hong Zhan, but the terrifying guy who had consecutively killed two experts of the Luofu sect. He had to take advantage of the fact that the other party hadn't made a move on him and escape at all costs. In Luo Lai's eyes, as long as he escaped with his life today, he would have a chance to make a comeback in the future. Jiang Qin had killed the people of the Luofu sect, so the Luofu sect would definitely not let the matter rest. Once the Luofu sect took action, the Hong family would still be destroyed. Hong Zhan left behind an afterimage of Luo Lai. Luo Lai turned into a streak of blood-red light and disappeared into the distance. At a time like this, the patriarch only cared about his own life. He no longer cared about the lives of his clansmen. Hong Zhan, Long Shisan, Luo Lai will never let the matter rest. You've killed people of the Luofu sect, so just wait for the Luofu sect's bloody revenge. Luo Lai's voice rang out as he disappeared. Jiang Qin did not give chase. Even if he could not catch up, he did not care about a mere Luo Lai. After all, Luo Lai was a fifth heavenly layer Luo Lai. It was not a problem for him to escape with his life if he used blood escape. Luo Lai was a smart person. When he saw that the situation was not right, he did not linger and chose to leave. This was how he managed to escape. This was the truth. If Luo Lai continued to fight, his injuries would only worsen. Once Jiang Qin was free to deal with him, he would not be able to escape even if he used blood escape. Chapter 4236. Luo Hong City was in chaos, but the chaos was quick and peace was also quick. Normally, the battle would only last about 2 hours and the Hong family would win. It should be said that they had turned defeat into victory. Although there were some casualties at the beginning, these casualties were completely different from what they had expected. With such a result, the Hong family was going to celebrate. Countless members of the Hong family were cheering. The higher-ups of the Hong family were more excited than the other. They had never thought that such a result would happen. Until now, they still felt like they were in a dream, unable to believe that it was true. Jiang Qin retracted his dragon form, and Long Shisan also retracted his violent ape form, walking together with De Huang Dog and his 2 brothers. Little Qinzi, we finally meet again. Long Shisan was extremely excited. Back then, the 3 brothers left their original world together to explore the eternal world. But unexpectedly, they were separated as soon as they arrived here. All these days, Long Shisan had been looking forward to reuniting with his brothers. However, the eternal world was too big and it was easier said than done to reunite with them. Today the Hong family was suffering and Long Shan had to live and die with them. Long Shan thought that the chance of reuniting with his brothers in this life was even slimmer. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, his brothers descended from the sky, fought side by side and killed the strong enemy. Yes, I trust you have been well since we last met. Jiang Qin patted Long Shan's shoulder. This time the most important purpose of coming to the Red Middle region was to find Long Shan. He didn't expect that he would find him as soon as he arrived in the Red Middle region, which was a pleasant surprise. Jiang Qin also wanted to thank the Luo family for today's attack on the Hong family, causing such a big commotion in Luo Hong City. Otherwise Jiang Qin and a Huang dog would definitely come in to rest and leave. Luo Hong City was so big, Jiang Qin definitely wouldn't think that Long Shan would be here. At this time Hong Zhan came to greet Jiang Qin with a group of higher-ups of the Hong family. Little brother, our Hong family will never forget your kindness of saving us today. Hong Zhan said solemnly. His gratitude was beyond words. Chief Hong, let me introduce you. This is my brother Jiang Qin. This is De Huang. And this is... After Long Shan introduced Jiang Qin and De Huang dog, he looked at Xiaolong as a complete stranger. He didn't know who Xiaolong was. Presumably, Jiang Qin had only gotten to know Xiaolong after coming to the Eternal World. However, Long Shan clearly saw Xiaolong's ferocious performance in the battle earlier. This little fellow was no weaker than De Huang dog. I'm called Xiaolong. Xiaolong introduced himself. This little guy is the little brother I saved in the Scarlet Mid-region. His talent is extraordinary and his bloodline is tyrannical. Xiaolong quickly greet Brother Shan. Jiang Qin stroked the little dragon's head. Brother Shan. Xiaolong shouted excitedly. Xiaolong admired Long Shan very much. Jiang Qin's good brother was his big brother. Moreover, the strong appreciated the strong the most. Long Shan's performance made Xiaolong admire him very much. This little guy is really extraordinary. Long Shan said with a smile. Brother Jiang Qin, let's go to the mansion for a chat. Hong Zhan invited. This place had just experienced a battle. The air was filled with the smell of blood and the ground was covered with corpses. It was not a good place to chat. All right. Jiang Qin nodded. He had no interest in the Hong family, just like how he had no interest in Luo Hong City. However, seeing that Long Shan had fought for the Hong family without caring about his life, Long Shan must have some relationship with the Hong family. Since Long Shan had risked his life to protect the Hong family, Jiang Qin naturally would not turn back. Under Hong Zhan's lead, the group walked towards the Hong clan. All the members of the Hong clan looked at them with excitement and gratitude. If it wasn't for them, the Hong clan might not have been able to escape today and would have faced the fate of being destroyed. Monkey, why did you come to Luo Hong City? Weren't you taken away by that mysterious altar? Asked Jiang Qin. And what is that spiritual pearl? Lord Dog is very curious about it. Asked a Huang dog. He didn't forget that mysterious spiritual pearl and altar appeared in Broken Feilu. That time the altar teleported me to a mountain outside of Luo Hong City. In the process of teleportation something happened to the altar. Probably because it had existed for too long, the altar collapsed. I was injured by the space turbulence and was on the verge of death. Coincidentally, I encountered a wild beast. If it weren't for clan leader Hong who happened to pass by and save me, I'm afraid I would have become the beast's dung. Long Shan said with a smile. Jiang Qin and a Huang dog finally understood. No wonder Long Shan was willing to fight for the Hong family. This was in line with Long Shan's character. Hong Zhan had saved Long Shan's life. If Long Shan turned around and left at the critical moment of the Hong family's survival, it was not like Long Shan's style. Clan leader Hong, thank you very much. Jiang Qin clasped his fists at Hong Zhan. Not to mention anything else, Hong Zhan had saved Long Shan's life. Hong Zhan was qualified to receive Jiang Qin's gratitude. Jiang Qin would take care of the Hong family's business. Moreover, he would only leave after everything was settled. Jiang Qin wanted to make sure that no one in the Triangle region would dare to offend the Hong family again. It could be considered as a congratulatory gift to the Hong family to show that Hong Zhan had saved Long Shan's life. Brother Jiang Qin, what are you talking about? It's just a small effort. Besides, 13 has done a lot for our Hong family. Today you've even helped our Hong family repel our enemies, saving our Hong family from an abyss of suffering. If we want to thank you, it's the entire Hong family who should be thanking you. Hongzhan waved his hand. He couldn't afford to thank Jiang Chen. Monkey, you haven't mentioned the spiritual pearl. De Huang Dog asked. I've studied the spiritual pearl. It's a legacy left behind by an eternal ape. I can't truly open it right now, so I can only absorb some energy from it. It'll definitely be of great use in the future. Long Xian said. His eyes could not help but shine when he mentioned the spiritual pearl. It was obvious that the spiritual pearl was something extraordinary. No wonder your cultivation has improved so quickly. You're even better than me. De Huang Dog was envious. Long Xian had already reached the peak of the second heavenly layer, only a step away from the third heavenly layer. He was an entire level higher than De Huang Dog. On the other hand, De Huang Dog had consumed a lot of energy to increase his cultivation. Who knew how much his cultivation had increased in the heavenly hurricane region alone? Even so, he was still unable to catch up to Long Xian. This was enough to show just how much the spiritual pearl had benefited Long Xian. Of course, the more powerful Long Xian became, the happier De Huang Dog was. After all, they were all brothers, people who would reach the apex of the eternal world together. Oh right, little Chinzi, although we've achieved a complete victory today and almost killed Luo Lai, we've also killed an elder of the Luofu Gate. The Luofu Gate probably won't let this go so easily. Chapter 4237. Long Xian's words were exactly what Hongzhan was worried about. In the triangular region, the Luofu Gate was the strongest. They were the true overlord, and basically no one dared to offend them. Although Luohong City was not small, it was nothing compared to the Luofu Gate. Is the Luofu Gate very powerful? I've only just arrived in the Scarlet Mid-region, so I don't know much about this place. Jiang Chen said with a relaxed expression, as if he did not care at all. Brother Jiang Chen might not know this, but this is the triangular region. Although it's a rather remote region, the Luofu Gate is still the overlord of the triangular region and cannot be underestimated. The sect master of the Luofu Gate is already at the 9th heavenly layer of heavenly origin. He's not someone we can deal with. Luo Ming is one of the rare geniuses of the Luofu Gate. It's said that the sect master plans on nurturing him, hoping to send him to the 4 battalions in the future. Does the Luofu Gate hope to rely on Luo Ming to climb up the 4 battalions? Not only have we killed Luo Ming, we've also killed 2 elders of the Luofu Gate. How can the Luofu Gate just let this go? Hongzhan smiled bitterly. Although he had won the battle today, he knew very well that it was only temporary. He would not be afraid of the Luo family, but the Hong family was like an ant against the Luofu Gate. They were not even worth mentioning. Don't worry about it. In my eyes, the Luofu Gate isn't even worth mentioning, Jiang Chen said. It sounded like he was boasting shamelessly. The upper echelon of the Hong family were stunned at first, before they could not help but smile bitterly. Jiang Chen's strength was naturally extraordinary. After all, he had killed 2 5th heavenly layer heavenly origin experts. In terms of strength, there was no one in the Hong family that could match him. However, with Jiang Chen's current strength, it would be boasting if he said that he did not take the Luofu Gate seriously. After all, killing 5th heavenly layer heavenly origin experts and 9th heavenly layer heavenly origin experts were 2 completely different concepts. Little Chinzi, do you have some powerful trump card? Asked Dragon Xian. Others might not know Jiang Chen, but he knew Jiang Chen very well. Jiang Chen rarely boasted, especially in such a manner. Since Jiang Chen had said so, he must have a way to deal with it. There was no doubt about it. No matter how powerful the Luofu Gate is, how can it compare to Kirin Province? No matter how powerful it is, how? Of course not. The Qilin Mansion is one of the 4 mansions and 1 battalion of the Lin Kingdom. Let alone the 9th layer of the heavenly origin stage, they even have countless star masters. The difference between the Luofu Gate and them is like heaven and earth. Hongzhan said. As a resident of the Qizhong region, everyone had an indescribable reverence for the Qilin Mansion. I'm a disciple of Kirin Province now. I'm not boasting when I say that the Luofu Gate is nothing in my eyes. Jiang Chen took out his Kirin Province token and waved it in front of Long Xian and the others. What? It really is the token of Kirin Province. It can't be faked. I never thought that Brother Jiang Chen would be a disciple of Kirin Province. My apologies. The Luofu Gate is powerful, but they don't have the courage to touch someone from Kirin Province. To put it bluntly, even the sect master of the Luofu Gate would not dare to touch Brother Jiang Chen, Hongzhan said excitedly. Hong Zhan said excitedly. All the people of the Hong family looked at the jade token in Jiang Chen's hand with envy. It was Kirin Province, a high and mighty place. If someone from the Hong clan cultivated in Kirin Province, who would dare to offend the Hong clan in the triangular region? Little Chenzi, you've just arrived in the Qizhong region. How did you get the token of Kirin Province? Long Shisan asked curiously. But seeing that Jiang Chen had joined Kirin Province, he could not help but feel happy. I received this token after saving the life of the second mistress of Kirin Province. I was planning to go to Kirin Province directly, but I didn't expect to encounter such a battle when I passed by Luohong City. I also found you, so I took action. Jiang Chen said and told Long Shisan everything that had happened in the triangular region. I see. However, the Luofu sect doesn't dare to touch the people of Kirin Province, but it doesn't mean that they don't dare to touch the Hong clan. We can't stay here forever. The Luofu sect will hold a grudge against the Hong clan after today's battle. They will vent their anger on the Hong clan. For the Hong clan, sooner or later it will be a hidden danger. Long Shisan frowned. Not to mention Jiang Chen, even he, Long Shisan, was just a guest to the Hong clan. Long Shisan had already planned to leave the triangular region after everything was done. Hong Zhan and the others looked at Jiang Chen with worried faces. Long Shisan had spoken the truth. The Luofu sect might not be able to do anything to the people of Kirin Province, but they were different. Don't worry, I have other methods. I will definitely leave after dealing with the Hong clan. If the Luofu sect knows what's good for them, they can continue to be the overlord of the triangular region. If they don't, I'll make the Luofu sect disappear from the triangular region. Jiang Chen said calmly. He could sense that the Black King had immediately broken through to the 7th heavenly layer of heavenly source after obtaining a sliver of Longfoot's Law of Ways. The Law of Ways' influence on the Black King was just too great. Coupled with the fact that the Black King was a Star Emperor expert, his recovery speed was just too fast. According to Jiang Chen's estimates, the Black King would reach the 8th heavenly layer of heavenly source in 3 days at most if nothing unexpected happened. The Black King's bloodline was so powerful that it could not be compared to ordinary demonic beasts. It was just too easy for the 8th heavenly layer Black King to kill a 9th heavenly layer heavenly source cultivator. To put it bluntly, a single Black King was enough to flatten the tiny Luofu sect. De Huang and Xiaolong were about to reach the 2nd heavenly layer of heavenly source very soon, while Long Shisan was close to reaching the 3rd heavenly layer. There were still tens of thousands of heavenly source demonic beasts in the Dragon Palace and the experts of the Hong clan. Once they unleashed their power, the Luofu sect would be scared to death. That's great. Long Shisan's presence shook. His last bit of worry disappeared when he saw how confident Jiang Chen was. Others might think that Jiang Chen was boasting, but Long Shisan understood Jiang Chen. Since Jiang Chen had said so, there would definitely not be any problems. Patriarch, you don't have to worry since little Chenzi has said so. The Hong clan will definitely not be in any danger. Go do what you need to do. We brothers haven't seen each other in a long time, so we need to catch up. Long Shisan said to Hong Zhan. Alright, you guys chat. Hong Zhan said happily. Hong Zhan did not know what methods Jiang Chen had to deal with the Luofu sect, but it was a reassurance that Long Shisan trusted Jiang Chen so much. Chapter 4238. The Triangular Region, the Luofu Gate. The vast mountain range was the headquarters of the Luofu Gate. The Triangular Region was only a rather remote part of the Lin Kingdom of the Scarlet Mid-Region. Although it was not large, it was not small either. The Luofu Gate was the greatest faction in the Triangular Region, possessing an absolute position of power, just like how the Lin Kingdom was to the humans of the Scarlet Mid-Region. At this moment, Luo Lai dragged his heavily injured body to the entrance of the Luofu Gate. He walked with a limp and blood constantly spurted from his mouth. Even with his cultivation of the 5th heavenly layer, he could no longer fly. From this, one could see just how much damage the blood escape technique had done to him. Such a forbidden technique could indeed save his life at a crucial moment, but the damage to his body was just too great. It was basically irreversible. To put it bluntly, Luo Lai would need at least a month to recover, and he would not even be at his peak condition. The disciples of the Luofu Gate hurriedly went up to greet Luo Lai when they saw him. Patriarch Luo, what's wrong? A disciple asked, hurriedly supporting Luo Lai. Due to his relationship with Luo Ming, Luo Lai was a frequent visitor of the Luofu Gate. Basically everyone knew him, so the ordinary disciples were naturally respectful when they saw him. Quick, bring me to see the sect master. Luo Lai gasped for breath. All right. The disciple did not dare to tarry. He knew that something big must have happened when he saw how heavily injured Luo Lai was. The sect master Fuxing was currently conversing with several elders in the central hall of the Luofu Gate when Luo Lai hurriedly walked in. Without saying anything, he knelt on the ground with a plop. Sect master, you have to take revenge for our Luo family. Luo Lai wept bitterly. His nose and tears were running down his face. It was truly too sad. What's going on? Fuxing frowned. He had known Luo Lai for so many years, but he had never seen him in such a miserable state. Sect master Ming'er has been killed. The 2 elders of the Luofu Gate have also been killed. Luo Lai narrated everything that had happened in Luohong City. He clearly described how Long Shisan had killed Luo Ming and how Jiang Qin had killed the 2 elders of the Luofu Gate. What? Fuxing smashed the armrest of the rattan chair he was sitting on and abruptly stood up. Several elders in the hall were also furious. To think that such a thing actually happened. Someone actually dares to kill the people of our Luofu sect in the Trihorn region? They must be tired of living. Fuxing was enraged. There was no way he wouldn't be angry. As the absolute overlord of the triangular domain, he had never received such treatment before. The disciples of the Luofu Gate were respected wherever they went, let alone the elders of the Luofu Gate. There was no need to mention Luo Ming. He was a genius that the Luofu Gate had spent countless resources to nurture. He had the highest chance of entering the 4 prefectures and 1 barracks to cultivate. Kibbe said that he was the hope of the Luofu Gate. Now that Luo Ming had been killed, it was tantamount to cutting off the Luofu Gate's hope. Good fellow, you've really eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. Sect leader, let me go to Luohong City and exterminate the Hong clan. Kill our Luofu sect's elder and dismember his corpse into 10,000 pieces. An elder at the 8th heavenly layer of the heavenly origin stage was fuming. It was obvious with a single glance that he had a bad temper. Come back, roared Fuxing. In the Trihorn region, no one dares to attack my Luofu Gate. The Hong clan has already angered me. Elder Li Kuan, immediately send someone to Luohong City with a message. Hongzhan has 3 days to bring everyone from the Hong clan, including Long Shisan and that kid who can transform, to the Luofu Gate to apologize. If he doesn't come, I'll flatten the Hong clan in 3 days, said Fuxing. Fuxing spoke. He wanted to establish his position as the overlord of the Luofu sect and display his might. For this matter, the Hong clan had to voluntarily come forward to apologize, or rather voluntarily come forward to accept their deaths. He didn't have to take the initiative to find them. He would give the Hong clan 3 days, and he wanted everyone in the Hong clan to live in endless fear, living under the pressure of the Luofu sect. All right. Li Kuan, who had just turned around, immediately turned around and left to carry out the orders. Thank you, Patriarch. Luo Lai clenched his teeth. When he thought about what had happened today, he could not hold back his hatred. Originally, the Luo clan was in an advantageous position. However, because of a dragon man who appeared out of nowhere, the Luo clan had completely changed the situation, causing the Luo clan to be consigned to eternal damnation. Even he, the patriarch, would not have been able to escape if he had not used the blood escape technique. You should stay in the Luofu Gate and rest first. Fuxing said to Luo Lai. His tone was obviously not as polite as before. This was the reality. In the past, when Luo Ming was still alive, Fuxing was still respectful to Luo Lai. Now that Luo Ming was dead and the Luo clan was destroyed, Luo Lai was useless to him. If it was not for their past friendship, Fuxing would not even give Luo Lai the chance to stay in the Luofu Gate. As for killing the Hong clan, it was because Jiang Qin and Long Shisan had killed the elders and disciples of the Luofu Gate. He had to vent his anger. Otherwise, how could the Luofu Gate continue to stand in the Trihorn region? How could it continue to be the overlord? In other words, Fuxing did not attack the Hong clan for the sake of the Luo clan. It was for the sake of the Luofu Gate's reputation. Luohong City Hong clan. The Hong clan had just finished cleaning up the battlefield. They did not even have time to heave a sigh of relief when the news from the Luofu Gate arrived. Fuxing, the patriarch of the Luofu Gate, had personally sent a message. He wanted all the members of the Hong clan to go to the Luofu Gate to apologize. The time limit was 3 days. If they did not go within 3 days, the Hong clan would have to face the wrath of the Luofu Gate. It's over. It's really over this time. Although we have just won, we have also offended the Luofu Gate. It's really heaven's will to destroy our Hong clan. If the Luofu Gate wants to attack us, we won't even have the slightest chance. Sigh. This is all fate. Offending the Luofu Gate in the Trihorn region is no different from courting death. I wonder how the Patriarch will deal with this. If he takes us to apologize, will the Luofu Gate give us a chance to live? You're thinking too much. The Luofu Gate is so overbearing. How could they give us a chance after killing their people? This time, I'm afraid our Hong clan will not be able to escape this calamity. What are you afraid of? The Patriarch hasn't said anything yet. We can't panic. Let's wait for the Patriarch's decision. There's no point in talking too much. The disciples of the Hong clan were in chaos. No one was able to maintain their composure. After all, this was an order from the Luofu sect. They didn't doubt the Luofu sect's overbearing attitude. If the Hong clan didn't go to the Luofu sect to apologize within 3 days, then the only thing waiting for them would be death. Chapter 4239. In Long Shisan's courtyard, Hong Zhan and the others rushed over in panic. Now that the situation had developed to this stage, even he as the clan leader was at a loss. The Hong family was experiencing an unprecedented crisis. At this time, other than looking for Jiangchen, Hong Zhan couldn't think of any other way. After all, Jiangchen had personally said that he would solve the Hong family's crisis. Clan leader, don't panic. We've already heard about it. Long Shisan said. He naturally knew why Hong Zhan was here. 13 Brother Jiangchen, you must save our Hong family. Nie Fuxing has personally spoken. What should we do now? Hong Zhan said, his eyes shining as he looked at Jiangchen and Long Shisan. Long Shisan also looked at Jiangchen. The Hong family had offended an unprecedentedly strong enemy. Perhaps only Jiangchen could solve it. 3 days. That's enough. Jiangchen smiled, not showing the slightest sign of panic. What's enough? Hong Zhan's face was full of confusion. He didn't know what Jiangchen was talking about. The other elders were even more anxious. In their eyes, Jiangchen was an outsider. He could be calm, but the Hong family couldn't. Clan leader, you just stay in the Hong family and do what you need to do. Pretend that nothing happened. In 3 days I will personally go to the Luofu Gate to solve it. Jiangchen said. His words were filled with endless confidence. This. Hong Zhan sighed. Jiangchen's words could make people feel safe and at ease, but it also made people feel uncertain. The elders below also looked at each other, not knowing where Jiangchen got his confidence from. Clan leader, since little Chinzi said so, then you can relax. Long Shisan said. He trusted Jiangchen more than himself. All right, Brother Jiangchen, I trust you. The lives of the hundreds of people in the Hong family are in your hands, Brother Jiangchen. Hong Zhan cupped his fists towards Jiangchen, bowed deeply, and then left with a few elders. Outside the courtyard gate. Patriarch, can this Jiangchen be trusted? That's right, Chief. Although he is a disciple of Kirin province, the Luofu sect won't do anything to him. However, we are different. Although Jiangchen is powerful compared to the Luofu sect, there is still a huge gap. If we don't handle it well and he leaves, our Hong clan will have to bear the calamity alone. All right, that's enough. What's the point of saying so much? Other than believing in Jiangchen, what else can we do? The few elders sighed. It was obvious that it was difficult for them to truly feel at ease leaving their fates in the hands of others. Of course, this was also human nature. Anyone in their position would have the same concerns. Just wait. I believe in 13, and just like what the third elder has said, there's nothing else we can do besides believing in Jiangchen. Pray. Hong Zhan said. In truth, everyone understood that they had no other choice. Other than believing in Jiangchen, there was nothing else they could do. It was impossible for them to go to the Luofu sect and beg for forgiveness. With the way the Luofu sect handled things, that was no different from sending themselves to their deaths. In the courtyard, Long Shisan could not help but ask, Little Chinzi, stop keeping us in suspense. Just what do you have up your sleeves? Don't worry, monkey. You'll know once I bring you to a place. Jiangchen raised an eyebrow. He grabbed Long Shisan's shoulder and entered the dragon palace with a single movement. On the first floor of the Dragon Palace, over 10,000 great beasts were seated cross-legged, recovering their cultivation. So far, all of them had recovered to the Heavenly Source stage, and there was no lack of 5th or 6th layer Heavenly Source experts among them. Master. When they saw Xianxia enter, the beasts stood up at the same time and respectfully greeted him. Holy shit. Xian jumped in fright. His gaze swept across the beasts. Only the word, holy shit, could describe Xian's current feelings. This little Xianxia, you're way too awesome. You've actually made the beasts bow down to you. Although Xian knew that Xianxia had a trump card, he never imagined that it would be so powerful. Even the Luofu sect would not be able to withstand the combined might of 10,000 beasts. This is the Buddha Prison Palace, originally known as the Ninth Heaven Buddha Palace. It was left behind by the peerless figure of the eternal world, Long Futu. Xianxia explained the origins of the Buddha Prison Palace to Xian. The Dragon Palace was his greatest trump card. Ordinary people would not tell him about it, but Xian was Xianxia's sworn brother, so there was naturally no need to hide it. Damn. Xian gave Xianxia a thumbs up. Although he was surprised, he was not completely shocked. After all, this was Xianxia. No matter how heaven-defying Xianxia's abilities were, Xian would still be used to it. But although the beasts are impressive, they don't have any true battle prowess. They probably won't be able to stop Niafuxing. Xian frowned. I naturally have a trump card. Xianxia brought Xian to the second floor of the Dragon Palace. On the second floor, the Black King was still working hard to absorb the essence of the laws of Tao. The Black King had already reached the peak of the 7th heavenly layer, only a step away from the 8th heavenly layer. Master. The Black King hurriedly stood up when he saw Xianxia. Monkey, this is the tyrannical Sky Tiger King. If he reaches the 8th heavenly layer, killing Niafuxing will be no different from crushing an ant. Xianxia said. Impressive. The Luofu sect only has Niafuxing, a 9th heavenly layer expert. If we have the strength to fight him, there's nothing to be afraid of. Xian's eyes shone brightly as his fiery eyes of gold shone brightly. Black King, I'll give you 3 days to reach the 8th heavenly layer. Will that be a problem? Xianxia asked. Master, it would have been impossible for me to reach the 8th heavenly layer in 3 days in the past, but with the laws of Tao, I only need 2 days to reach the 8th heavenly layer. The Black King said confidently. It was clear just how great of an influence the laws of Tao had on him. A strand of the laws of Tao had allowed his cultivation to skyrocket. Very good. Continue cultivating then. Call me when you reach the 8th heavenly layer. Xianxia said. Yes, Master. The Black King was extremely respectful. He was deeply grateful to Xianxia and did not dare to defy Xianxia's orders at all. Monkey, you don't have to worry now. Xianxia looked at Xian. Yes, I can rest easy now that the Hong clan's crisis has been completely resolved. I've repaid the Patriarch for saving my life. Xian nodded. Hongzhan had saved him before. With Xian's personality, he would not stand by and watch the Hong clan fall into trouble. The small triangular region isn't a place for us brothers to stay. After we settle the conflict in the triangular region, follow me to the Qilin mansion. We brothers will fight side by side, and in a short period of time, the entire Scarlet Mid-region will be under our feet. Chapter 4240. Xian laughed heartily as a domineering aura emanated from his body. Today was the happiest day for Xian ever since he came to the Eternal World. He had experienced countless years, and only when his brothers gathered together and fought side by side did he not come to the Eternal World in vain. Little Xianxia, is there any news from Feng? Xian asked. Looking for Jiang Feng was their original intention in coming to the Eternal World. That stubborn young man refused to admit defeat and had always been worried about everyone. Xianxia shook his head. The Eternal World is too big. In the heaven-opening starfield alone, there are 108 astral realms like the Crimson Afterglow astral boundary, 18 major starfields, countless astral realms, and the Eternal region at the top. Looking for Feng in such a big world is like looking for a needle in a haystack. At the mention of Jiang Feng, Xianxia couldn't help but look a little depressed. He naturally felt sorry for his son. Moreover, Jiang Feng couldn't cultivate, so it wasn't easy for him to survive in the Eternal World alone. I believe that Feng is a good man. We will find him sooner or later. Long Shan patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. He knew very well that finding Jiang Feng wouldn't happen overnight. Well, the most important thing for us now is to improve our strength. After all, compared to the entire eternal world, our strength is still too weak. We are at the bottom of this world. The stronger we are, the more foundation we will have to find Feng. Otherwise, we can't even take care of ourselves. Even if we find Feng, it will be useless. Jiang Chen nodded. He understood this very well. Nothing was more important than improving their strength. They were now in the Crimson Afterglow astral boundary, which was still far from the top of the eternal world. Not to mention the top of the world, even in the Crimson Afterglow astral boundary, they were still at the bottom of the Crimson Afterglow astral boundary. That's for sure. By the way, is there any news from Pangu and Hongjun? Long Shan suddenly thought of these two big shots and couldn't help but ask. No. Jiang Chen shook his head. Big brother and second brother disappeared when they entered the eternal world, but I'm not worried about the two of them. They know the eternal world like the back of their hands, and I guess that they must have some kind of relationship with the eternal world. Maybe they are from the eternal world, and I believe that they will meet again sooner or later. Jiang Chen wasn't worried about Pangu and Hongjun at all. They were much more familiar with the everlasting world than they were. Forget it, there's still a long way to go in the eternal world. Let's just focus on where we're going first. I'll go into seclusion and study the eternal ape's legacy. Reaching the third heavenly layer in 3 days shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, I have a feeling that as I study the eternal ape's legacy more and more, my cultivation will continue to soar. Long Shan said. He was very confident in the inheritance of the eternal ape in his hands. The eternal ape was the divine ape of the universe and the cosmic ape. To be able to bear these two words meant that they were the top existences in this world. One could imagine how powerful they were when they were able to unify. Go. Jiang Chen said. He had never doubted Long Shan's strength. Even without the eternal ape's legacy, Long Shan would sooner or later reach the top of the eternal world like him. With the eternal ape's legacy, Long Shan was like a tiger that had grown wings, and the road ahead would be even easier. In Jiang Chen's heart, whether it was Long Shan or De Huang Dog, the stronger they were, the better. They had followed him to the eternal world with the same goal. They wanted to be like the previous worlds, to become true rulers. As Long Shan went into seclusion, Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog and Xiaolong also went into seclusion. The Luofu Gate had given them 3 days, but they did not take it seriously at all. They continued to cultivate. If Nie Fuxing knew about this, his nose would probably be crooked from anger. He was the overlord of the triangular domain, the sect master of the Luofu Gate. Just how high was his status? His words were a fatal threat, yet others actually did not take it seriously at all. Where was his face? It just so happened that they should be cultivating right now. There was no need to mention De Huang Dog and Xiaolong. Their cultivations had reached the peak of the first heavenly layer long ago, so reaching the second heavenly layer in 3 days would not be a problem at all. Long Shan would also have no problems reaching the third heavenly layer. The Black King had already confidently said that reaching the 8th heavenly layer in 2 days would not be a problem at all. Jiang Chen had also obtained quite a lot of benefits in the Hurricane Heavenly region, so he needed to consolidate his strength. Reaching the second heavenly layer in 3 days was rather difficult, almost impossible, but reaching the peak of the first heavenly layer was not a problem at all. In the room, Dragon Shan sat cross-legged with the spiritual bead in his hand. The spiritual bead was filled with mist and a figure could be vaguely seen, like a pillar supporting the heavens, standing on the same level as the heavens. Long Shan extended his soul. Strands of it directly entered the spirit orb. Because the spirit orb had already acknowledged Long Shan, it did not reject Long Shan's soul at all. Long Shan's soul seemed to enter a boundless world. He knew that this was the inner world of the spirit orb. In this world of light, a giant ape clad in golden scales stared at the sky, looking down on the world. Long Shan's bloodline was noble enough, but it seemed to be inferior before the eternal ape. Long Shan's soul charged towards the statue-like ape. Strands of golden energy flowed out of the ape's body, exiting the spirit orb and entering Long Shan's body. The powerful energy stimulated Long Shan's body, causing him to tremble. He felt an indescribable sense of comfort. Crack. In the next moment, Long Shan's bottleneck was broken. The energy in his body surged like the tide, directly reaching the third heavenly layer. Although the eternal ape had only given off a sliver of its energy, it was still terrifying enough. Long Shersan's cultivation did not stop after reaching the third heavenly layer. Instead, it continued to advance, charging towards the peak of the third heavenly layer. In the end, when Long Shersan had refined all the energy, his cultivation stopped at the peak of the third heavenly layer. Only 2 days had passed since he had entered secluded cultivation. Chapter 42-41. In 2 days, nothing happened in Long Shersan's courtyard. The people of the Hong family were like ants on a hotbed. Even the patriarch Hong Zhan was unable to eat or sleep. He was filled with worry. The pressure was immense. A great clan could face destruction at any time. Hong Zhan had always wanted to ask Long Shersan, but he restrained himself. He had no idea what Jiang Qin was planning. Seeing Jiang Qin remain silent for 2 days, Hong Zhan's heart was tormented. But just like before, the Hong family had no other choice but to believe in Jiang Qin with their current situation. Meanwhile, tremendous changes were happening in Long Shersan's courtyard. In 2 days, aside from Long Shersan, De Huang Dog and Xiao Long had also successfully broken through to the second heavenly layer. Jiang Chen's cultivation had reached the peak of the first heavenly layer, only a step away from the second heavenly layer. More importantly, the Black King was the person who would decide the future of the triangular region. The Black King had not been boasting. He had fulfilled his promise to Jiang Qin. Relying on the laws left behind by Long Futu, the Black King had indeed reached the 8th heavenly layer in 2 days. Just as Jiang Qin had said, a tyrannical Sky Tiger King against a 9th heavenly layer Nie Fuxing would be an instant kill in a battle of life and death. Nie Fuxing did not have the slightest advantage against the Black King. He was not his opponent at all. When the Black King was in the Hurricane Heavenly region, he was able to kill a hurricane beast that was a level higher than him, and that was in the hurricane formation, let alone Nie Fuxing. The two of them were not on the same level at all. The Dragon Palace shook. Under Jiang Chen's summon, the Black King turned into a wisp of black smoke and appeared. The rapidly advancing Black King bowed towards Jiang Chen. Master. Very good, Black King. You really haven't disappointed me. Jiang Chen patted the Black King's shoulder. This powerful helper had helped him quite a lot. It's all thanks to Master's bestowment. With Lord Futa's laws, this subordinate's cultivation was able to rise so quickly. The Black King was filled with gratitude towards Jiang Chen. Get ready. Follow me to the Luofu Gate, Jiang Chen said. Yes. The Black King obeyed obediently, not daring to slack off in the slightest when it came to Jiang Chen's words. He didn't even ask why they were going to the Luofu Gate, nor did he ask where it was. He only had one purpose, and that was to do whatever Jiang Chen asked him to do. As long as he completed Jiang Chen's orders, he wouldn't ask about anything else. Not to mention a small Luofu Gate. Even if Jiang Chen ordered him to climb a mountain of swords, the Black King wouldn't even bat an eyelid. In Long Shersan's courtyard, the brothers appeared at almost the same time. Seeing each other's progress, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. This was a monstrous team. There wasn't a single ordinary person among them, and every one of them was extremely abnormal. To put it bluntly, no one in the entire Crimson Afterglow Astral could compare to them in terms of talent and cultivation experience. Of course, in terms of cultivation experience, Xiaolong might be a little lacking. However, his bloodline was powerful enough to make up for everything. The Luofu Gate gave us 3 days, right? Jiang Chen asked. That's right. Long Shersan nodded. And then don't let them wait for too long. Let's take the initiative to send them over. Let's see how this Nie Fuxing is going to make us apologize. Jiang Chen smiled, his face showing that he didn't care at all. Let's go. Lord Dog is going to subdue them with his heaven-shattering handsome face. De Huang Dog was arrogant, looking at the sky with his head held high. He was a narcissistic dog. De Huang, put away your narcissism. We can still be brothers. Long Shersan glared at De Huang Dog. Monkey, you've changed. You're starting to be jealous of me. De Huang Dog's narcissism was starting to show. Do you believe that I won't bring my dog fart to the Luofu Gate to apologize? Draconic Shersan spat. You won't. You won't do such a thing. That's worse than a beast. De Huang Dog stood up, his 2 front paws behind his back, and swaggered like a human. Great dog, Immortal. Long Shersan smiled. Let's go. Is this the first day you met him? Jiang Chen was indifferent to De Huang Dog's narcissism. He was already used to it. De Huang Dog, you're really pretending to walk like a dog. Xiaolong ran to De Huang's side and said in a serious tone. Get lost, don't you know how to talk? De Huang dog pushed Xiaolong aside with his paw, his face full of enjoyment as he walked. Walking out of Long Shisan's courtyard, they soon met Hong Zhan and the others. They were all high-ranking members of the Hong family. Brother Jiangqin. Seeing Jiangqin and Long Shisan finally come out, Hong Zhan looked as if he had seen a lover he hadn't seen for a long time. He almost pounced on them and gave them a bear hug. Chief, we're preparing to go to Luofu Gate to settle the matter with the Hong family. Long Shisan said. Really? Hong Zhan was overjoyed. His gaze quickly fell on the Black King. Feeling the strong pressure from the Black King, Hong Zhan couldn't help but shiver. Who is this senior? Hong Zhan asked in a probing manner. Seeing the Black King, Hong Zhan finally saw a glimmer of hope, because he had seen Ye Fuxing before. The man in front of him, who was as strong as a black tower, exuded an aura that was even stronger than Ye Fuxing's. In other words, this person's strength might even be above Ye Fuxing's. No matter how weak he was, he wouldn't be weaker than Ye Fuxing. If the Hong family had such a person to help them, then this grudge might really be resolved. Not only Hong Zhan, but the elders of the Hong family also had a look of joy on their faces for the first time. It had been 2 days and they were about to die of suffocation. Black King, why haven't you paid your respects to Chief Hong? Jiangqin said. Hearing this, the Black King nodded at Hong Zhan. Although it was just a nod in Hong Zhan's eyes, this was already giving him a lot of face. If it was any other time, such a person would never pay any attention to him. Hong Zhan and the other elders of the Hong family were shocked. They couldn't help it. Such a powerful person actually listened to Jiangqin, and it seemed like he listened to everything. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. The disciples of Kirin province were indeed powerful. Even when they went out, they had such a powerful person protecting them. Hong Zhan and the others guessed that Jiangqin probably had a certain status and position in Kirin province. Otherwise, how could he have such a powerful person protecting him? Brother Jiangqin, I'll go with you. After all, this is our Hong family's matter. Hong Zhan said. If Chief Hong wants to go together, then let's go together. Jiangqin said. To him it didn't matter if Hong Zhan and the others followed or not. After all, he didn't need them to do anything. Chapter 42-42. At this moment in the Luofu Gate, Luo Lai's injuries had mostly recovered, but the backlash from blood escape could never be healed. For example, his cultivation had dropped from the peak 5th heavenly layer to the early 5th heavenly layer. Moreover, Luo Lai's cultivation would never advance again. It would forever remain at this level. This would forever be a source of pain for Luo Lai, something that could never be erased. The Hong family must be avenged. Luo Lai gnashed his teeth. The hatred and rage in his heart could not be suppressed at all. No one else would have been able to suppress such a matter. In the hall of the Luofu Gate, Ye Fuxing's face was also dark and filled with rage. It had already been 2 days since he had given the order, but the Hong family had not done anything at all, let alone come to the Luofu Gate to apologize. A puny Hong family dares to ignore my words? Do they think I'm joking with them? Ye Fuxing was enraged. He felt that his face had been deeply damaged. This was the triangular region. Who dared to ignore him here? In Ye Fuxing's view, the Hong family should have come to apologize as soon as he had given the order. They might even have a chance to live if they asked for leniency. But now Ye Fuxing was enraged. He had already decided that he would not give the Hong clan the slightest chance. He would definitely kill every single member of the Hong clan, not sparing even a single chicken or dog. He wanted the Hong clan to know the consequences of not taking him, Ye Fuxing, seriously. Elder Li Kun, make the arrangements. We'll head to Luohong City tomorrow and destroy the Hong family. Ye Fuxing said. Yes, sect master. Li Kun's killing intent soared. He had clearly wanted to destroy the Hong family a long time ago. In his opinion, Ye Fuxing giving the Hong family 3 more days to live was unnecessary. He should have killed his way there 3 days ago to defend the Luofu Gate. Report. At this moment, a disciple of the Luofu Gate hurriedly walked in. What are you panicking for? What's the matter? Ye Fuxing was already angry, but when he saw the disciple's cowardly appearance, he could not help but vent his anger. Sect master, people from the Hong family have come. They're outside the sect. The disciple reported. They're finally here? At least Hongzhan knows what's good for him. Let's go take a look. Nie Fuxing snorted coldly. His anger, which had been on the verge of exploding, was suddenly extinguished quite a bit at this moment. After all, the fact that the Hong family could send someone here meant that they were still afraid of him. At this moment, in front of the Luofu sect's mountain gate, Jiang Qin and the others stood solemnly. Looking at the huge Luofu sect, Jiang Qin was completely indifferent. He didn't even look at it. Jiang Qin had seen too many big sects. This Luofu gate was simply not on the same level. However, Hongzhan and the others were different. Compared to the Luofu sect, they were merely a small clan in the triangular domain. Normally, they wouldn't even dare to take half a step into the sect. Moreover, they had offended a colossus like the Luofu sect. They didn't know what would happen to them today. Even if there were experts by Jiang Chen's side, the Black King had not made a move yet. They did not understand the Black King's strength very well, but Nie Fuxing was truly powerful. Once the Black King could not suppress Nie Fuxing, with Nie Fuxing's temperament he would not give the Hong family a chance to live. Patriarch, don't worry. You can just stand here and watch the show. Long Shisan said, giving Hongzhan some peace of mind. Hongzhan and the others nodded, but they were still very nervous. However, they did not say anything. Now that things had come to this, even if it was a guillotine they would still have to go. Not long after, Nie Fuxing appeared with a large group of Luofu sect experts, followed by a large group of Luofu sect disciples and elders. They had all come out to watch the show. Beside Nie Fuxing was Luo Lai. At this moment Luo Lai was gnashing his teeth waiting to watch the show. Only by seeing Jiang Qin, Long Shisan and Hong Dai in battle would he be able to dispel the hatred in his heart. Hongzhan, you still remember to come see me? Nie Fuxing looked at Hongzhan and said sternly. Patriarch Luo is so imposing. We came to visit, so we are guests. It seems that the Luofu sect's way of treating guests is not very good. Jiang Qin said in an indifferent tone. Nie Fuxing's gaze then fell on Jiang Qin. Kid, who are you? What right do you have to speak here? Nie Fuxing's face was full of disdain. Patriarch, it's him. He killed 2 elders of the Luofu sect. Luo Lai said. It's you. Nie Fuxing's eyes narrowed. He wanted to see through Jiang Qin. That's right, I killed your elders. I am Jiang Qin. I've come today to resolve the enmity between the Hong family and the Luofu sect. I hope that Patriarch Nie will give me some face. Jiang Qin cupped his fists at Nie Fuxing in a show of respect. Give you face, huh? Nie Fuxing laughed. Many of the Luofu Gate elders laughed as well, as if they had just heard the funniest joke in the world. A first heavenly layer heavenly source shrimp had killed an elder of the Luofu Gate, and now he was running over to ask for face. Was he really that shameless? Patriarch, this kid is too arrogant. Looks like he doesn't take our Luofu sect seriously at all. A mere first heavenly layer heavenly source actually managed to kill our elders. I'd like to see just what kind of ability he has. A 6th heavenly layer heavenly source elder stepped forward. Without another word, he swung his hand towards Jiang Qin, preparing to subdue him in a single move. Nie Fuxing didn't stop them. Once they reached the Luofu Gate, it was his world. From Nie Fuxing's point of view, from the moment they stepped into the Luofu Gate, these people in front of him were already dead. Jiang Qin stood with one hand behind his back as he faced the attack of a 6th heavenly layer heavenly source expert. He smiled, showing no signs of nervousness at all. Black King. Jiang Qin said nonchalantly. With a flash, a black figure shot out and punched towards the elder. Arg! In the next moment, a miserable shriek rang out. The Black King had smashed half of the elder's body to pieces. The remaining half of his body fell to the ground, twitching a few times before losing all signs of life. He had died on the spot. What? Cries of surprise rose in that moment as the entire Luofu sect shook. Even Nie Fuxing could not help but narrow his eyes. This was the first time he had looked towards the Black King. This guy only seemed to be at the 8th heavenly layer, but the domineering aura he gave off made even Nie Fuxing feel pressured. Brat, just who are you? Nie Fuxing asked. If a first heavenly layer heavenly source kid had such an expert by his side, his identity would definitely be extraordinary. Nie Fuxing's insight was exceptional. He did not fear the Black King. After all, his cultivation was a level higher than the Black King's. However, before he acted, he needed to understand Jiang Chen's identity. Chapter 42-43. Jiang Qin smiled faintly and slowly took out his Kirin province identity jade plate. He flashed it in front of Nie Fuxing and said, "I wonder if Patriarch Nie recognizes this jade plate." Jiang Qin did not need to show off his Kirin province identity. He could have just asked the Black King to kill Nie Fuxing. However, Jiang Qin and Nie Fuxing did not have any enmity. He wanted to give Nie Fuxing a chance and see if he knew how to cherish it. If the powerful Black King and the Qilin Manor's jade tablet couldn't deter Nie Fuxing, then Nie Fuxing's life could be considered to have come to an end. Now it was up to Nie Fuxing to be tactful. If there was anything to talk about, Jiang Qin would state his conditions and fight for the Hong clan's benefits so that the Hong clan could completely stabilize their position in the triangular region. If Nie Fuxing did not know what was good for him, then from today onwards the triangular region would change. Kirin province. Nie Fuxing's expression instantly changed. Not only him but everyone in the Luofu sect's expression also changed. Kirin province's reputation was too great. The Luofu sect could dominate the small triangular region, but compared to Kirin province, it was like the difference between an ant and an elephant. There was no comparison at all. Impossible, impossible. How could this kid be from Kirin province? If that's the case, how can our Luo clan take revenge? Luo Lai almost went crazy. He shouted and screamed in front of Nie Fuxing. He could not accept this result. He originally thought that Nie Fuxing was here to apologize. With Nie Fuxing's way of doing things, he would definitely not let them go. However, he did not expect that this young man in white who suddenly appeared was actually from Kirin province. A genius from Kirin province with an expert protecting him. Such a person, even in Kirin province, would have an extraordinary position. But in reality, even if Jiang Qin was only a small disciple of Kirin province, the Luofu gate would not dare to provoke him. Killing a disciple of Kirin province, Nie Fuxing did not have the guts to do so. Sect leader, this kid is from Kirin province. We can't touch him. That's right, sect leader. Kirin province isn't a place we can afford to offend. If we kill a disciple of Kirin province, we won't be able to bear the wrath of Kirin province. Damn it, how did we get Kirin province involved? The elders of the Luofu sect became nervous. They knew very well what Kirin province represented. Who would dare to provoke the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion of the Great Lin Empire? Do you think I don't know? Nie Fuxing clenched his teeth. He was already prepared to not let Jiang Qin live. He did not expect that Jiang Qin would take out the identity card of Kirin province. The identity card of Kirin province couldn't be forged. No one dared to forge it. Since Jiang Qin took it out, it meant that it was real. How about it? Sect leader Nie, can we have a good chat? Jiang Qin put away the jade card and said indifferently. He secretly thought that the name of Kirin province was really useful. Jiang Qin, since you are from Kirin province, I will accept that you killed 2 elders of our Luofu sect. After all, our Luofu sect cannot afford to offend Kirin province. However, in this 3 corners region, the Luofu sect is still an overlord. If we don't do anything about it, how can we maintain our foothold in the 3 corners region? You can leave, I will not harm you. However, the others must die. Nie Fuxing said in a clear voice. This was his bottom line. After all, he did not intend to let Jiang Qin go. Hearing this, Jiang Qin could not help but laugh. It seemed that showing the name of Kirin province was completely unnecessary. However, Nie Fuxing's decision was within Jiang Qin's expectations. As the overlord of the 3 corners region, the way he did things was naturally more domineering than the average person. Since sect leader Nie has said so, then there is no room for discussion. What if I insist on interfering and report to the Hong clan? Jiang Qin said. Jiang Qin, don't push your luck. I've already spared your life for the sake of Kirin province. You can leave. Of course, it's fine if you insist on interfering. This is the territory of the Luofu sect. If I want to kill the people of the Hong clan, you won't be able to stop me, Nie Fuxing sneered. Nie Fuxing sneered. He had already made up his mind to kill the people of the Hong family. As for Jiang Qin, he wouldn't kill him. He couldn't afford to kill him. As long as he didn't kill Jiang Qin, it wouldn't matter. The Qilin Mansion wouldn't blame him for not killing the disciples of the Qilin Mansion. Looks like you really won't listen to my advice. Nie Fuxing, I've already given you a chance. Since you didn't cherish it, I definitely won't give you a second chance. Jiang Qin's eyes also turned cold. Since there was no room for discussion, there was no point in talking. Zhang Chen, you're overestimating yourself if you want to stop my Luofu sect with a mere 8th layer heavenly origin. Nie Fuxing's gaze landed on the Black King. In his eyes, the Black King was Zhang Chen's only hope, but a mere 8th layer heavenly origin was far from enough to make a sect leader like him feel fear. Black King, kill him. Zhang Chen could not be bothered to waste words with Nie Fuxing. He directly gave the Black King an order. Yes, master. The Black King obeyed Zhang Chen. With a single movement of his body, his demon chi soared into the sky. A howl filled the sky above the Luofu mountain, causing the entire mountain range to tremble. In the blink of an eye, the Black King had arrived before Nie Fuxing. He threw a punch that seemed to shatter the mountains. What? Nie Fuxing's expression changed drastically. He had never thought that his opponent would attack so suddenly, and that he would be forced to face him directly. More importantly, the Black King's tiger demon was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Just the power of the punch made Nie Fuxing feel an unprecedented pressure. Helpless, Nie Fuxing tried to resist, also throwing a punch in a majestic manner. Nie Fuxing was a 9th layer heavenly origin expert after all. He did possess the strength to become the overlord of the triangular region. Rumble. The fists of the two experts collided, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Crack. The crisp sound of bones breaking rang out. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Nie Fuxing's arm that had collided with the Black King directly shattered, and he was sent flying. Even though he was a 9th layer heavenly origin expert, his fate was only slightly better than the elder from before. Roar! The Black King madly roared. With a single step he caught up to Nie Fuxing once again. He had received an order from Zhang Chen to kill Nie Fuxing, so he obviously would not give him any chances. In terms of battle experience, Nie Fuxing was worlds apart from the Black King. The Black King closed in, throwing another punch at Nie Fuxing's head. If he was hit, Nie Fuxing's head would immediately explode. He would be finished. No. Nie Fuxing's heart-tearing lung was a punch that he absolutely could not block. At this moment, Nie Fuxing was already starting to regret his decision. But it was too late. The Black King clearly would not give him any chance to live. Chapter 42-44. Under countless shocked gazes, the Black King's fist landed on Nie Fuxing's head. Blood splattered everywhere. The mighty sect master of the Luofu Gate, the overlord of the triangular region, had died by the Black King's hand just like that. He did not even have the time to cry out in pain. The sect master of a generation had fallen to such an end. How miserable could it be? Of course, Nie Fuxing could only blame himself. Life and death were his own choices. Zhang Chen had already given him a way to live, but he had chosen the path of death. What kind of person was Zhang Chen? He was the master of the world. He never went back on his word. He had given Nie Fuxing a chance, but Nie Fuxing did not cherish it. Only death awaited him. The Black King was like an unrivaled god of war. After killing Nie Fuxing with 2 punches, he calmly walked behind Zhang Chen and crossed his arms as if nothing had happened. Hong Zhan and the others stood beside the Black King, feeling an unprecedented pressure. Every gaze that looked at the Black King was filled with respect and admiration, but most of it was gratitude. They had been extremely worried before coming to the Luofu Gate. After all, the Luofu Gate was just too big for them. It was an existence that the Hong clan could not afford to offend. Even with Zhang Chen's guarantee, they were unable to truly feel at ease. Especially after seeing Nie Fuxing's unyielding attitude, Hong Zhan and the others felt despair in their hearts. However, they had never thought that a pleasant surprise would come so quickly. Zhang Chen had not been boasting at all. The Black King's strength had also exceeded their imaginations. He had killed the overlord of the triangular region with 2 punches. Without any exaggeration, the 2 punches from the Black King had given the Hong clan hope, shattering all their previous worries. Compared to the excitement of the Hong clan, the Luofu Gate was in chaos. The sect master has been killed. The sect master has been killed. How is this possible? How can he be so strong? It's over. Even the sect master isn't his opponent. The Luofu sect only has a single 9th heavenly layer heavenly origin expert. With the sect master dead, we've lost our backbone. If I had known this earlier, I would have kept the peace. The disciples of Kirin province are not so easy to deal with. Sigh. I don't know what will happen next. This Zhang Chen won't kill us as well, will he? No, the disciples of Kirin province wouldn't go to the extent of killing innocent people. Moreover, Jiang Chen wanted to make peace with the sect leader at the beginning, but the sect leader didn't give him the chance, so he killed him. Everyone in the Luo Fu sect, whether it was the elders or the disciples, was in a complete mess. Everyone's complexion became incomparably unsightly. Such an outcome wasn't something they could bear. Who would have thought that the overlord of the triangular domain would collapse at this moment? Moreover, it had collapsed so quickly. All of the past glory had vanished at this moment. The people of Kirin province were indeed existences that they could not afford to offend. If they offended them, they would have to pay a low price. To the Luofu sect, this price was undoubtedly extremely heavy. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. How did this happen? Luo Lai vomited a mouthful of blood. His eyes had already turned copper red. Nie Fuxing's death was clearly a greater blow to him than anyone else. This matter had arisen because of his Luo family. The Luo family had almost been destroyed in the battle at Luohong City. As the patriarch, he had only managed to escape by luck. He had originally wanted to rely on the Luo Fu sect to complete his revenge, but he had never imagined that the enemy would be so powerful that it would far surpass his imagination. Now that the 9th heavenly layer heavenly origin sect master Nie Fuxing was dead, there was no need to mention the others. The entire Luo Fu sect had lost its backbone. There was no hope for the Luo Fu sect to take revenge for him. In fact, the Luo family would never be able to take revenge for the rest of their lives. Nie Fuxing is already dead. Is there anyone else in the Luo Fu sect who is still unconvinced? You can step forward. Jiang Chen took a step forward and spoke in a clear voice. With this, the noisy Luo Fu sect immediately fell silent. Many people lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Although Jiang Chen was only a first heavenly layer heavenly origin cultivator, he was like a god of death in their eyes, someone who could decide their fate at any time. Nie Fuxing is dead. Is there anyone else who can manage it? Jiang Chen continued. He was extremely satisfied with the Luo Fu sect's response. This was within his expectations. An elder walked forward as soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking. It was Li Kuan. Young Master Jiang Chen, this old man is Li Kuan, the first elder of the Luofu sect. Our Luofu sect does not dare to challenge Kirin province, nor do we have any intentions of interfering in the conflict between the clans of Luohong City. Now that the sect master has been killed by young Master Jiang Chen, I hope that young master can be magnanimous and let the Luofu sect go. The Luofu sect is willing to become friends with the Hong family in the future. All the disciples of the Hong family can come to the Luofu sect to cultivate, Li Kuan loudly declared, expressing his attitude extremely clearly. The elder who had previously been boasting about killing people in Luohong City had become the most sensible person at this moment. The Luofu sect had no other choice. The disciples of the Luofu sect would definitely not say anything to Li Kuan. After all, the sect master was dead and the Luofu sect was like a group of dragons without a leader. Li Kuan wanted to reconcile and save the Luofu sect. As for the grudges between the Luofu sect and the Hong family, it had nothing to do with them. As long as the Luofu sect continued to exist, it would still be the overlord of the triangular domain in the future. If the Luofu sect could form a good relationship with the Hong family, it would be a good thing. After all, the Hong family had the support of a genius disciple of Kirin province. A person like Jiang Chen would certainly have a certain status and identity in Kirin province. To put it bluntly, the era of Nie Fuxing had come to an end. If the Luofu sect wanted to continue to exist, it would have to be tactful. Yes, elderly seems to be a sensible person. It would be great if Sect Master Nie was as sensible as you. What a pity, what a pity. However, Sect Master Nie's death is also a good thing. From now on, the Luofu sect will be managed by elderly. However, elderly should express something. Jiang Chen said indifferently. His purpose for coming here today was to solve the Hong family's crisis, not to destroy the Luofu sect. The current result was undoubtedly the best. Understood. Li Kuan was not stupid. He immediately understood what Jiang Chen meant. He grabbed Luo Lai's shoulder and pulled him towards Jiang Chen. No, elderly, you can't hand me over to them. Luo Lai's expression rapidly changed. He struggled, but it was impossible for him to break free from Li Kuan, who was at the peak of the 8th heavenly layer. Luo Lai understood that it was all over. The Luofu sect would definitely throw him out in order to protect themselves. He was just a sacrificial pawn. Chapter 42-45. Shut up. Li Kuan shouted at Luo Lai. If it wasn't for you, how could our Luofu sect defend the genius of Kirin province? This is all because of you, Luo Lai. You deserve it. Li Kun turned hostile. At this moment Luo Lai had no value to the Luofu sect at all. If there was any value, it would be that they could use him to buy Jiang Chen's happiness. At this moment, Li Kun was very happy. He could already see that Jiang Chen did not intend to destroy the Luofu sect. It was only because Nie Fuxing was not tactful that he was killed. Now that Nie Fuxing was dead, the Luofu sect would fall into his hands. Once he gained power, he would step into the clouds. Li Kun had been waiting for this day for a long time. A mere Luo Lai was nothing to him. Hong clan leader, I will leave Luo Lai to you. Jiang Chen looked at Hong Zhan and said with a smile. Everything he did today was to repay Long Shursan's favor. After today, Long Shursan would not owe the Hong clan anything and could follow him to Kirin province. Thank you, brother Jiang Chen. Hong Zhan bowed deeply to Jiang Chen, expressing his sincere gratitude. Jiang Chen's favor to the Hong clan could be said to be higher than the mountain and deeper than the sea. Jiang Chen's appearance had saved hundreds of people in the Hong clan and helped the Hong clan eliminate a strong enemy. Moreover, he had allowed the Hong clan to establish a foothold in the triangular region. Hong Zhan knew that everything Jiang Chen had done was for Long Shursan. He had saved Long Shursan's life, but his favor to Long Shursan was not worth mentioning compared to the favor Jiang Chen had done for the Hong clan. What's more, Shursan had made great contributions to the Hong family in the past and had already repaid the debt. The Hong family owed Jiang Chen and Long Shursan. Patriarch, kill Luo Lai. If we don't get rid of him, he will be a disaster in the future. Long Shursan said coldly. Hong Zhan nodded his head. A battle sword appeared in his hand as he walked towards Luo Lai. How could he not understand Long Shursan's words? Being kind to your enemy is being cruel to yourself. Luo Lai's family had already been destroyed, and he was now a stray dog. Such a person would definitely disregard everything when doing things. Furthermore, his hatred towards the Hong clan could not be resolved. If he were to let Luo Lai go today, Luo Lai would definitely think of all ways to deal with the Hong clan. If a fifth heavenly layer heavenly origin expert hid in the shadows, he would be like a ghost, able to deal fatal damage to the disciples of the Hong family at any time. Therefore Hong Zhan would not and could not afford to be merciful. Hong Zhan, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Luo Lai gritted his teeth and his eyes turned red. You probably won't even have the chance to become a ghost. Hong Zhan's eyes were cold. He stabbed out with his sword, piercing Luo Lai's chest. Sword qi wreaked havoc in his body, instantly shattering his organs and ending his life. The elders of the Hong clan were all filled with joy. Now that Luo Lai was dead, Luo Hong City would belong to their Hong clan in the future. They were naturally excited. They had come to the Luo Fu sect with bad intentions. They had never thought that the great danger would be resolved so easily. Alright, Luo Lai is dead. Patriarch Hong, your Hong clan and our Luo Fu sect will be one family in the future. The triangular region will be our world. In the future, the disciples of your Hong clan can come to the Luo Fu sect to cultivate as they please. Patriarch Hong will also become an esteemed guest of the Luo Fu sect. The gates of the Luo Fu sect will be open to Patriarch Hong at any time. Patriarch Hong can go anywhere in the Luo Fu sect. In short, you can treat this place as your own home, said Li Kun. Li Kun's words were as if he was patting his chest. Li Kun was a very smart person. He could already see that the relationship between Jiang Chen and the Hong clan was not ordinary. Otherwise he would not have stood up for Jiang Chen. Now that he had befriended the Hong clan, he was indirectly befriending Jiang Chen, indirectly climbing up the mountain of Kirin province. Otherwise, how could Li Kun care about a mere Hong Zhan? Thank you, Elder Li. Hong Zhan clasped his fists towards Li Kun. He felt very flattered. It was natural that he was flattered. After all, the Luo Fu sect was the overlord of the triangular region. The Hong clan had always wanted to build a relationship with the Luo Fu sect, but they had failed. Now that the Luo Fu sect had taken the initiative to build a relationship with them, Hong Zhan could not find any reason to be unhappy. Now I should call you Patriarch Li, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Hong Zhan immediately laughed and said, yes, yes, yes. Look at my mouth. Patriarch Li, it should be Patriarch Li. Li Kun laughed. Obviously he was very happy to be called Patriarch Li. From Li Kun's face, one could not see the sadness of the patriarch's death at all. It was like a new emperor ascending to the throne. He did not hide his happiness at all. Patriarchally, since the matter has been resolved, I will not disturb you anymore. I hope that patriarchally will remember your promise. Otherwise Jiangchen will come back any time. Jiangchen patted Li Kuan's shoulder and said with a smile. His tone was friendly but also threatening. Young master, don't worry. As long as I am alive, I will not let anyone bully the Hong clan. Li Kuan promised. Very good. Jiangchen was very satisfied. Then he turned around and left with Xian and the others. Looking at the backs of Jiangchen and the others leaving, Li Kuan sighed and couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. The people of Kirin province were indeed not to be trifled with. Thinking about how he had to volunteer to go to Luohong City to exterminate the Hong clan, he couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Fortunately he didn't go. Otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. The Black King's fist could easily smash him into pieces. Patriarch. Some of the higher-ups of the Luofu sect took the lead and bowed to Li Kuan. They were more sensible. They were very clear that Nie Fuxing was dead, and now it was Li Kuan's world. Bury Patriarch Nie. Li Kuan didn't say anything else. He buried Nie Fuxing. 100 miles away from the Luofu sect, Jiangchen stopped and said, "The Hong clan's matter has been resolved. Monkey, follow me to Kirin province." Xian didn't hesitate and nodded his head in agreement. There were no troublemakers in Triangular region. It was not as exciting as following Jiangchen to conquer the world. 13. Are you really leaving? Hong Zhan looked at Xian. After being together for so long, he had long treated Xian as one of his own. Now that Xian was leaving, he was really not used to it. That's right. The Hong clan's crisis has been resolved. I will leave with little Chinzi. Patriarch, take care. Chapter 42-46. Jiangchen and Xian didn't return to Luohong City. Instead they left for Kirin province. Jiangchen was just a passerby. If it wasn't for Xian, he wouldn't have cared about the disputes in the Triangular region. To Xian there was no longer any meaning or value in staying in Luohong City. Following Jiangchen to conquer the world was what he was truly happy about. Looking at Jiangchen's gradually disappearing figures, Hong Zhan and the elders of the Hong family bowed deeply to the sky. Their kindness was greater than the heavens and they couldn't repay it. On the way to Kirin province, Jiangchen told Xian about Empress Lin. After hearing it, Xian was also surprised. The winged people are really treacherous. They actually infiltrated the human race. It seems that they are trying to destroy the human race from the root. It seems that the imperial palace of the Lin kingdom, and even the 4 constabularies and 1 camp, have been infiltrated by this fake Empress Lin. Xian sighed. Therefore, don't be fooled by the fact that the Lin kingdom looks strong on the surface. In fact, it is in extreme danger. Empress Lin alone is enough to shake the Lin kingdom. If the feather race and the city race join forces, I'm afraid that the crisis of the human race is imminent. You should know that the city race is better at disguising themselves than the feather race. If the 2 races join forces with the strength of Empress Lin, it will be too easy for the city race to sneak into the Lin kingdom. De Huang Dog said. These old foxes were too accurate in their observation. They could always see the deep details from the surface. However, the truth was that De Huang Dog wasn't exaggerating at all. The truth was even more dangerous than what De Huang Dog had said. Alright, the more chaotic it is, the better. Let's have some fun in the Crimson Afterglow Astral. My fiery golden eyes are finally going to be useful. It doesn't matter if it's the feather race or the city race, they won't be able to hide from my fiery golden eyes. Xian laughed. That's right. When we reach Kirin province, we'll first find the outsiders hiding inside and slowly dismantle Empress Lin's power. However, this is also an extremely dangerous thing for us because Empress Lin can easily notice us and eliminate us. Jiangchen said. If you have any tricks up your sleeves, just bring it on. We brothers have never been afraid of anything when we are together. Besides, the higher-ups of the Qilin mansion and the Lin country are not fools. Once there are too many outsiders inside, they will naturally realize the danger. We are not fighting alone. Xian said. The 3 brothers brought along a little boy, little dragon, and flew towards Kirin province at their fastest speed. The few of them were all excited and they were ready to go all out. Because of the arrival of the 3 brothers, the curtain of the Red Middle region would be completely opened. The undercurrent that had been subdued under the calm surface was destined to surge out. In other words, the moment Jiang Qin and the others stepped into the Red Middle region, it indicated that the situation in the Red Middle region could no longer be peaceful. The imperial capital was the most central place of the human clan in the Red Middle region, and also the foundation of the Great Lin Empire. The imperial capital was divided into several cities: Azure Dragon City, White Tiger City, Vermilion Bird City, Black Tortoise City, Vermilion Bird City, and the Imperial Palace. This showed that the imperial capital was very large. The imperial capital had a circumference of 30,000 kilometers. Such a large city could be regarded as shocking. In fact, it was also a good thing that the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion were divided into the imperial capital. For the Lin country, it was convenient to manage and they could concentrate their high-end forces. Jiang Qin and the others landed in midair 100 kilometers away and walked to the gate of the imperial capital. The magnificent imperial capital had the word Lin hanging high above the gate, which was extremely eye-catching and ostentatious. Guards in golden armor stood on both sides of the city gate, each of them domineering. Most importantly, the guards' cultivation bases were all at the Earth Source realm. From this, it could be seen that almost everyone in the capital was an expert. There was not a single ordinary person among them. Of course, this was normal. After all, this was the highest level of the Red Middle region. Ordinary people could only live in the lowest level. Outside the gate there were many people coming and going. Everyone who entered and left the city had to undergo a check. There was a huge mirror above the gate and everyone who entered the imperial capital had to stand in front of it. The Red Middle region was the backbone of the human clan, and it was the most basic requirement to prevent people from the other 2 clans from sneaking in. If people from the Feather clan or the Elven clan came and walked under the mirror, they would be reflected. You don't say. The scale of the imperial capital looks quite decent. De Huang Dog wagged his tail and boasted shamelessly. As soon as he said this, several people immediately rolled their eyes. Where did this idiot come from? That's right. The imperial capital of the Lin Kingdom is so domineering. It's the number 1 in the Red Middle region. How dare he say that it looks decent? That's disrespectful. Forget it. He's just a dog. What can he know? A group of people rolled their eyes at De Huang Dog. Damn it. De Huang Dog was so angry that his nose was crooked. How could these people compare to him? It was already an honor for the imperial capital to hear the words, decent, from De Huang Dog's mouth. Ah, De Huang, don't talk so much. Long Shisan laughed. Let's go into the city. Jiang Qin shrugged his shoulders and walked out of the city gate. Little Qinzi, there are people from the Elven clan among these guards. Long Shisan's fiery golden eyes flashed as he said. What? Jiang Qin frowned. He hadn't thought of this. It's the captain of the guards. He's at the peak of the 9th heaven of the Earth Source realm. Long Shisan said. His fiery gaze landed on the captain of the guards. Under his fiery golden eyes, the elf in human clothes was completely exposed. Hearing this, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog also looked over. With their eyesight, they discovered that the captain of the guards had a different aura. Although he had disguised himself well, it was extremely difficult to disguise himself in front of people like Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. However, Jiang Qin didn't expect Empress Lin's influence to be so great and so deep. Therefore, he didn't pay much attention to it at the beginning. Instead, Long Shisan's fiery golden eyes were more useful. Little Qinzi, it seems like our enemies are not to be trifled with. It's hard to imagine how deep the Daoist Empire has been infiltrated. Even a guard of the imperial capital has been infiltrated by a member of the Elven clan, and a captain of the guards at that. My guess was right. The Feather clan and the Elven clan have joined forces. De Huang Dog said. Little Qinzi, what do we do now? Do we touch him? Long Shisan clenched his fist. Touch him. The Lin nation has been peaceful for too long. It's time for many things to surface. To make the human clan aware of the danger, we have to start with the captain of the guards. Chapter 42-47. They strode forward and soon arrived outside the city gate. Several guards immediately came to greet them. Stop. A guard shouted, blocking Jiang Chen's way. Stand in front of the mirror of heaven. The guard's face was full of beard and his tone was very arrogant. Jiang Chen smiled and ignored him. He pulled Xiaolong to the mirror of heaven. The person in the mirror was exactly the same as Jiang Chen and Xiaolong. Long Shisan walked over. He didn't conceal his aura. He just wanted to see if the mirror of heaven could really reflect his real body. As expected, as soon as Zhou Xian stood under the mirror, the originally calm mirror started to tremble. A golden light flickered and a golden ape appeared in the mirror. It was an indomitable golden ape with an imposing aura. Whoosh! More than 10 guards immediately came forward, including the captain of the guards who was a fairy. So it's a big monster. Tell me, why did you come to the imperial capital? A guard asked, and he also surrounded the Huang dog. Under the mirror of heaven nothing could hide. Of course, that was because Long Zhou Xian didn't take any precautions. If he wanted to, it would be impossible for the mirror of heaven to reflect his real body. Seeing the guards surrounding Long Zhou Xian and the Huang dog, Xianxia couldn't help but secretly nod. It seemed that the human race in the Red Mid-region was still very xenophobic. Apart from the feather race and the fairy race, even monsters who wanted to enter the imperial capital had to go through a round of questioning. Of course, if it was the feather race or the fairy race, they probably wouldn't even bother with questioning, but would directly attack. What? The fairy race can be here but I can't? Long Zhou Xian said indifferently, and his eyes intentionally or unintentionally looked at the captain of the guards. Being swept by Long Zhou Xian's sharp gaze, the guard captain's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and his expression instantly became extremely unnatural. Xianxia pulled Xiaolong to the side to watch the show. If Xianxia revealed his identity as a Kirin province, the guards would not dare to say a word and would immediately let them pass. However, Xianxia did not do that. If he used the identity of a passerby to find out the identity of a guard captain that was an elf, the effect would be better. Kid, what do you mean? This is the Great Forest Imperial Capital. If the elf race people are here, they are just seeking death. The guard captain immediately stood up and said in an incomparably domineering manner. However, his eyes were a little unfocused. Clearly, he was also affected by Long Zhou Xian's words. At this moment, the leader of the guards was wondering if this guy before him had seen through him. What a joke. If the people of the elf clan were here, they definitely wouldn't be able to pass through the mirror of heaven's illumination. One of the guards said. He's one of the elves. Long Zhou Xian pointed at the guard captain. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk, this was no small matter. All the guards could not help but be stunned. The people who had come to have fun also could not help but stop in their tracks and look at the guard captain. After all, the elf race and the feather race were mortal enemies of the human race. This was the Great Forest Imperial Capital of the human race. If a member of the elf race appeared here, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Kid, what nonsense are you talking about? The guard captain's aura fluctuated, but his expression had already changed. After all, he was only at the earthly source realm. Under the pressure of Long Zhou Xian's aura, he felt like he had nowhere to hide. Bastard, you dare to behave atrociously in the imperial capital? How dare you? The other guards immediately surrounded Long Zhou Xian. In this place they still listened to their captain. Moreover, many of them had been with their captain for a long time, so they knew that their captain was a human and not some elf. Humph. Long Zhou Xian snorted coldly, completely ignoring the guards. In his eyes, these earthly source guards were nothing but ants. With a sway of his body, Long Zhou Xian had already arrived before the guard captain. A ray of golden light suddenly rippled from his eyes. Under the eyes of fire and gold, there was nowhere to hide. The golden light turned into a large net, firmly trapping the guard captain. Although the guard captain was an expert at the 9th layer of the earthly source realm, the difference between him and Long Zhou Xian was like the difference between heaven and earth. Bastard, what are you doing? The guard captain panicked. If his identity was exposed, he would definitely die. The captain struggled violently, but how could he break free under the pressure of Dragon Zhou Xian? He was completely trapped in the cage. Not to mention breaking free, it was a luxury for him to even move an inch. You still haven't revealed yourself. Long Zhou Xian roared. The light from his eyes of fire and gold shone even brighter. Under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, the guard captain let out a miserable cry before his body began to change. His eyes turned azure, his hair turned blue, his nose became sharp, his ears grew long, and a tail grew out of his back. It's the elf race. It's the elf race. My god, it's really the elf race. A member of the elf race has actually snuck into the imperial capital. How is this possible? Not just snuck in, even a member of the elf race can become a captain. This is the royal army under the jurisdiction of the Vermilion Bird Camp. How can this be? Really is the elf race. The elf race has snuck into the imperial capital. This is too terrifying. Our captain is actually an elf. I've lived with him for so long but I didn't notice at all. Damn, we've all been tricked. The elf race is best at disguising themselves, but isn't this guy a little too daring? He actually snuck into the imperial capital. Everyone cried out in surprise. There were many people coming and going, and very quickly, it became a sea of people. The entire city gate was surrounded so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. The captain of the guards became the center of attention. Even the guards were shocked. Clearly they had not expected their captain to really be an elf. The appearance of the elf race would definitely cause a commotion. Furthermore, the elf race had snuck into the imperial capital's army. It must be known that this was the royal army, the army of the human race, and the army under the jurisdiction of the Vermilion Bird Camp. Was this a place where just anyone could sneak into? How could a mere earthly source realm have the guts to sneak into the human army alone? Unless he wasn't alone. The crowd was not stupid. A mere guard captain could be extremely frightening if they thought about it carefully. How could a mere earthly source realm be able to sneak into the army? Looks like there's definitely more than one elf who's snuck into our imperial capital. Who knows, there might be some powerful figure supporting him. This is too scary. Many people could not help but sigh. They felt that this was an extremely frightening matter. Chapter 42-48. Bastard, let me go. The captive struggled violently as if he had gone mad. He knew that he would be done for once his identity was exposed. It was impossible for the higher-ups to step forward to protect an elf like him. Little Chinzi, what do we do with him? Xian ignored the captive's howls and turned to look at Zhou Xian. Kill him. Zhou Xian said casually. He did not expect to obtain any important information from a mere captive. After all, he was just a small fry. More importantly, Zhou Xian didn't want to cause too much of a ruckus since he had just stepped into the imperial capital. He didn't want things to get out of hand. Their cultivation bases were still very weak, and compared to the entire Red Mid-region, they were the weakest existences. Zhou Xian needed to give himself some time to grow. All right. Xian nodded and sent a palm strike towards the captain. Stop. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out. A domineering figure rapidly flew over from the distance. However, Xian did not even look at the newcomer. His palm strike landed on the captain's body, blasting him to pieces and killing him on the spot. Swish. With a flash of light, a young man in golden armor appeared outside the city gates. He seemed to be only 15 or 16 years of age, but his presence was imposing and his face was filled with arrogance. His gaze landed on Xian as soon as he appeared, making no attempt to conceal the fury in his eyes. Lord Zhu. The guards hurriedly bowed when they saw the newcomer, not daring to show the slightest bit of disrespect. From his attire, he should be a disciple of the Vermilion Bird Camp. Basically, all the upper echelon members of the royal army come from the Vermilion Bird Camp. How impressive. This young man doesn't look very old, but his cultivation is terrifying. He looks to be at the 5th heavenly layer at the very least. The young man Zhu Xian waved his hand at the guards and looked at Xian aggressively. Who are you? What right do you have to kill someone from the army? Looks like a brute. De Huang Dog sneered. Zhou Xian didn't say anything. He wanted to see if this young man had also been influenced by the winged race and the elven race or even bribed. Zhu Zheng's aura was that of a human, but he stood out at this time. If he wasn't ignorant and rash, then he must be related to the hidden winged race and the elven race in the Great Forest Empire. After all, the appearance of the Sidhi tribe in the imperial city meant that everyone had the right to punish them. No matter who it was, even if they were the geniuses of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion, it was unwise to stand out and berate the Sidhi tribe at this time. Who I am is not important. I only killed an elf. Xian glanced at Zhu Xian and said indifferently. Even if it is the elves, since they have mixed into the army, they need to be judged by Vermilion Bird Camp. Who do you think you are? Your actions have disdained the army, disdained Vermilion Bird Camp. I, Zhu Xian, will represent Vermilion Bird Camp to execute you on the spot and defend the honor of Vermilion Bird Camp. Zhu Zheng's killing intent surged. The people of Vermilion Bird Camp are too domineering. They clearly killed an elf. That's right. It is Vermilion Bird Camp's dereliction of duty that an elf has mixed into the army. They don't reflect on themselves, but now they want to kill one of their own. What the hell are they doing? This is too much. The crowd was restless. Clearly, Zhu Zheng's actions had aroused public anger. The fact that an elf had mixed into the army had already caused people to dislike Vermilion Bird Camp. Now, a disciple of Vermilion Bird Camp wanted to kill someone. What? You want to fight? Long Xian's aura also shook. Anger shot out and a monstrous battle intent rose. Long Xian was not someone to be trifled with. Even if an elder of Vermilion Bird Camp came, he would not give any face, much less a mere disciple of Vermilion Bird Camp. Little Qinzi, it looks like this is not going to end well. De Huang Dog said. Don't worry, go ahead. Jiang Qin shrugged, completely treating it as a show to watch. Jiang Qin had originally planned on taking out the Jade Medallion of the Qilin Manor to resolve this matter. After all, no matter how strong Zhu Zheng was, he was only a Heavenly Origin Realm disciple. There were just too many Heavenly Origin Realm disciples in the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion. Even a 9th Heavenly Layer Heavenly Origin disciple was nothing. As one of the higher echelons of the imperial capital, there were even Star Lords everywhere. However, Long Xian had killed an elf and made Zhu Zheng so angry. Jiang Qin could vaguely feel that Vermilion Bird Camp had long been corrupted by Empress Lin's forces. He wanted to see what would happen after the matter was blown up. Perhaps some of the big shots would surface. He had Kirin Province as his backer anyway. Once he flashed the name of Kirin Province would not sit idly by. Moreover, Long Xian was in high spirits. Zhu Zheng had already ignited his battle intent, and Long Xian had just reached the peak of the 3rd heavenly layer, so he wanted to find a suitable opponent to fight. Zhu Zheng was without a doubt the best opponent. Under the pressure of Zhu Zheng, Long Xian might directly reach the 4th heavenly layer. Zhu Zheng was stunned. Long Xian's "you want to fight" had stunned him. In Zhu Zheng's view, his identity as a member of Vermilion Bird Camp and his cultivation at the 5th heavenly layer should have scared his opponent to death. He should have knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. However, the young man before him was even more arrogant than him. He did not seem to have any intention of begging for mercy at all. It seemed that he wanted to fight. Brat, you're courting death. Zhu Zheng gritted his teeth. I'm afraid you don't have the strength to kill me. Let's have a battle to the death. Life and death are determined by fate. How about it? Long Xian said. He was indeed rather excited to fight a genius disciple of Vermilion Bird Camp. Haha, you want to have a battle to the death with me? Zhu Zheng doubted his ears. A 3rd heavenly layer Zhu Zheng wanted to have a battle to the death with him. Wasn't that just seeking death? Do you dare? Long Xian's voice was filled with mockery. He had suggested a battle to the death because he did not want to attract too much trouble. There were so many people watching. If Zhu Zheng agreed to a battle to the death, Zhu Zheng could only blame himself for being too weak. The Vermilion Bird Camp would not be able to say anything. Haha, do you think I'm afraid of you? Tell me your name. I, Zhu Zheng, do not kill nameless people. Zhu Zheng laughed aloud and flew into the sky with a single movement. A sneer appeared on Long Xian's lips. Qi surged from his body and he rose into the sky like a giant, standing before Zhu Zheng. Remember, grandfather's name is Long Xian. Long Xian made a grabbing motion with a single hand. The battle saint technique rippled as he sent a palm strike towards Zhu Zheng. Battle intent surged within his body, already impatient to test his battle prowess. A mere 3rd heavenly layer. I'd like to see just what makes you think you can fight me. Chapter 42-49. Waves of qi rolled in the sky and the sound of thunder filled the air. Zhu Zheng was definitely not an ordinary person to be able to enter Vermilion Bird Camp. If he did not have some skill, how could he have been chosen by Vermilion Bird Camp? Vermilion Bird Camp had an important position in the Great Lin Empire. If one had to rank the 4 prefectures in one camp, Vermilion Bird Camp would definitely be first. If the Lin Empire needed, Vermilion Bird Camp could go to the other 4 prefectures to select talents. This was their special privilege. This caused the people of Vermilion Bird Camp to innately have a sense of superiority that surpassed normal people. Zhu Zheng was a genius disciple of Vermilion Bird Camp. Right now he was being provoked by a nameless soldier outside the capital, and the soldier was threatening to have a battle to the death with him. How could Zhu Zheng endure this? At this moment, Zhu Zheng was brimming with killing intent. He would only be satisfied if he killed Long Xian. Only then would he be able to defend his dignity and the dignity of Vermilion Bird Camp. Moreover, Zhou Xian did not place Long Shan in his eyes at all. He believed that his talent was extraordinary and would not be weaker in any way. His own cultivation was 2 levels higher than the other. In such a situation, killing Long Shan would be as easy as crushing an ant. Rumble. Under the burning gazes of the crowd, Zhu Zheng's thunderous palm collided with Long Shan's battle saint technique. The powerful shockwaves from the battle scattered the surrounding Genesis Qi. Large patches of fire filled the air and even the air was about to burn. Thud thud thud. Long Shan retreated a dozen steps before stabilizing his body. He felt his arm go slightly numb. He thought to himself that the genius disciples of Vermilion Bird Camp were indeed powerful and not so easy to deal with. However, Long Shan's eyes were burning with passion. The stronger the opponent, the more excited he was. The injury that Zhu Zheng's palm had given him was completely negligible. His physical body was too strong and he had secretly used the life symbol formula of the battle saint technique during the battle. His self-recovery ability was enviable. What? Zhu Zheng's eyes widened and the way he looked at Long Shan began to change. Although he had the upper hand in this attack, the result was different from what he had expected. In Zhu Zheng's opinion, even if Long Shan didn't die, he would still be heavily injured. How could he have imagined that Long Shan would only be pushed back as if nothing had happened? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Zhu Zheng wouldn't have believed it. He knew just how powerful his palm strike was. Let alone a mere peak 3rd heavenly layer heavenly origin, even an ordinary 5th heavenly layer heavenly origin would be killed by it. Voila! Below the Imperial City there was also a commotion. Incredible! Who is this guy? I wonder where this genius popped out from. His cultivation base seems to be 2 levels lower than Zhu Zheng's. And yet, under such circumstances, he's completely fine after exchanging a palm strike with Zhu Zheng. This is a little ridiculous. The yellow-robed young man is probably no ordinary person. His talent seems to be much greater than Zhu Zheng's. If someone like that doesn't have a backer, how would he dare to engage in a life-or-death battle with the geniuses of the Vermilion Bird Camp? Interesting. I never thought that I'd encounter such a good show as soon as I arrived in the capital. Watching a battle between geniuses like them will be very beneficial to our cultivation. There's no doubt about this. Many people were shocked. They had clearly not expected Long Shan to be so powerful, able to fight against Zhu Zheng. Those who did not think highly of Long Shan at the beginning now began to admire Long Shan. Even the guards were the same. After all, in their eyes, Long Shan had not done anything wrong. Killing an elf was a good deed, especially for those who often lived with the captain of the guards. They were filled with gratitude towards Long Shan. After all, living together with a hidden elf could be dangerous at any time. Zhu Zheng's actions were somewhat baffling to them. Admittedly, Zhu Zheng wanted to defend the dignity of the Vermilion Bird Camp. It was understandable for him to accept a life-or-death battle after Long Shan's provocation. What made them feel baffled was that Zhu Zheng should not have appeared at this time. Jiangqin and a Huang dog stood there with a faint smile on their faces. They were not worried about the battle in the sky at all. They were not worried because they were confident. No one knew better than them how strong Long Shan was. Speaking of the bloodline of Long Shan, there was probably no ape in the world that was of a higher level than him. Even the bloodline of the eternal ape was not necessarily higher than that of Long Shan. Long Shan had obtained the inheritance of the eternal ape only because the eternal ape in the inheritance had a higher cultivation. In terms of bloodline, the eternal ape could at best be considered to be on par with Long Shan. In the sky, Long Shan moved again. Long Shan attacked once again. This time he took the initiative and used the battle saint technique. He had pushed the fighting symbol formula to the limit. Once he entered a battle, Long Shan would become an absolute battle maniac. Brat, I'd like to see just how powerful a guy at the 3rd heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm can be. Thunderclap transformation. Zhu Zheng was infuriated. He used a powerful battle skill. As soon as he used the thunderclap transformation, the sky was immediately filled with rainbow-colored lightning. Countless bolts of lightning spread out, quickly converging into a huge lightning dragon. Asterisk roar. Asterisk the lightning dragon let out a wild roar and pounced towards Long Shan. The lightning dragon opened its bloody mouth, as if it wanted to swallow Long Shan in one gulp. Ha come. Long Xian fearlessly faced the lightning dragon head-on. In the sky, a huge illusory golden ape floated. The might of the battle saint technique was even more dazzling. Rumble. The super-strong collision set off once again. As the huge waves rolled, thunder filled the air. There was lightning everywhere, and the golden war ape's shadow was torn to pieces by the thunder dragon. Long Xian was defeated once again. This time he seemed even more miserable, retreating hundreds of meters. His clothes were disheveled and his qi and blood surged within him. He could not help but vomit a mouthful of blood. He seemed to be in an extremely sorry state. Long Xian, you're done for. However, you should be proud of yourself for being able to fight me like this with your cultivation at the third heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm. If you could enter the Vermilion Bird Camp with your talent, you'd definitely be a promising talent. It's a pity that you've disobeyed me and offended the Vermilion Bird Camp. There's only one way to go. Since this is a battle of life and death, I won't be polite to you. Chapter 4250. Zhu Xian became agitated. Anyone could see his anger at this moment, and Long Xian was clearly heavily injured and did not have much power to fight. If Zhu Xian made a killing move at this time, then Long Xian would undoubtedly die. It's over. That Long Xian will most likely die here today. Such a pity, such a genius. Yes, this Long Xian is really too much. When encountering a genius of Vermilion Bird Camp, he should just give in. There are so many people watching, Zhu Xian can't just ignore and kill Long Xian. Now he even provoked and wants to have a life and death battle. He can only admit defeat. Exactly. The geniuses of Vermilion Bird Camp are not so easy to deal with. This Long Xian is too arrogant. He kicked a metal plate. Now that Zhu Xian is furious, even an immortal can't save him. There were many people surrounding the city gate. Many people started to sigh and felt pity for Long Xian. But in the present situation, it was probably wishful thinking for Long Xian to live. If it was said that the calmest people were Jiang Qin and a Huang Dog. No one knew Long Xian's abilities better than them, and no one knew better than them how difficult it was to kill Long Xian. Big brother, quickly save brother Xian, little Long said urgently. Xiaolong said anxiously. Although Xiaolong was talented, his knowledge and vision were limited. He could only see Xian's defeat and didn't see the deeper meaning behind it. No need. Jiang Qin shook his head. It's not just no need. If we help now, this damned monkey will probably beat his own people. Big Yellow shook his head. He knew Dragon Xian too well. This guy was a prideful man. From the moment he took the initiative to have a life and death battle with Zhu Xian had already become Dragon Xian's opponent. Now this monkey was in high spirits. Just like what Big Yellow had said, if Dragon Xian attacked him now, this monkey would turn hostile and beat anyone he saw. Boom. Just as everyone thought that Long Xian was finished, there was a sudden clap of thunder in the sky. Long Xian, who had been weak, suddenly shot out an extremely strong wave of air. This wave of air was like a hurricane that swept out and pushed Zhu Xian, who had just charged in front of him, back dozens of zhang. What? Zhu Xian cried out. He felt the blood in his body churn, making him feel indescribably uncomfortable. His fiery gaze landed on Long Xian once again. This is impossible. How can he break through at a time like this? Zhu Xian acted like he had seen a ghost. Long Xian breaking through at such a crucial moment had already surpassed Zhu Xian's understanding. However, it was only too normal for something like this to happen to Jiang Qin and Long Xian. In terms of cultivation experience, they were both ancestors. Not to mention that Long Xian had obtained the Eternal Ape's legacy. His strength had already reached the peak of the third heavenly layer, bordering on the fourth heavenly layer. Long Xian had originally planned on using the pressure from Zhu Xian to break through. Once Long Xian broke through to the fourth heavenly layer, it meant that Zhu Xian was finished. With a difference of a single level, no one could be Long Xian's opponent. Moreover, there was no need for him to enter a berserk state. Look, Long Xian's broken through. That's just too miraculous. To be able to break through under such circumstances, he's no ordinary person. He's not just any ordinary person. He's completely overturned my understanding and knowledge of cultivation. Everyone was astounded. Shock flooded their faces. It must be said that breaking through during a battle was extremely difficult. After all, breaking through required a calm heart, a certain amount of time and comprehension. It was impossible to calm down during a battle, not to mention that Long Xian was at a disadvantage. It was impossible for him to break through under such circumstances. However, he had broken through. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog remained calm. Everything was within their expectations. Brother Xian, you can do it. Xiao Long waved his little fists in support. His face was filled with excitement. Up in the sky, Dragon Xian was much more powerful than before. Nobody saw how he moved, but he was already in front of Zhu Xian. An iron staff had appeared in his hand out of nowhere. It was glittering in golden light and looked extraordinary. The geniuses of the Vermilion Bird Camp are only SOSO. Long Xian shook his head. He raised the metal club high into the air and swung it at Zhu Xian. Zhu Xian did not show any weakness. A sword appeared in his hand and he swung it with 1,000 flashes of light. Sword chi crisscrossed the area. The sword was filled with boundless killing intent as it collided with Long Xian's club. Boom! The heaven and earth shook and the void was on the verge of being annihilated. A shocking scene happened. The situation was reversed. The sword in Zhu Xian's hand was shattered by Dragon Xian's cudgel, turning into scraps. Countless people exclaimed in shock. This was too terrifying. It had to be known that Zhu Xian's weapon was not an ordinary weapon. It would not be so easily destroyed. However, Long Xian's metal club was the essence of the world. When it was used by Long Xian, it was invincible. Zhu Xian's sword seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow. Ah! Zhu Xian gave a terrible scream. His body flew back hundreds of zhang and he spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood along the way. The heavily wounded Zhu Xian didn't have time to stabilize his body before Dragon Xian followed him like a shadow and once again came close to Zhu Xian. The metal staff floated above his head, brimming with murderousness. The metal staff could smash down at any time, smash his head, and cause this genius disciple of Vermilion Bird Camp to die without a burial. Long Xian, you can't kill me. Zhu Xian was afraid. As a genius of Vermilion Bird Camp, as an elite of the younger generation, for the first time in his life he felt fear and terror. Long Xian was like an unparalleled god of death, causing him to truly experience the taste of death. Just because you are a disciple of Vermilion Bird Camp? Long Xian smirked coldly. Yes, Vermilion Bird Camp is not something a nameless soldier like you can provoke. If you kill me, you will face the anger of Vermilion Bird Camp. Even if you and I have a promise of life and death, if you kill me, you will offend the dignity of Vermilion Bird Camp. In Lin Country, no nameless soldier dares to kill a member of Vermilion Bird Camp. If you kill me, Vermilion Bird Camp will not let you go, Zhu Xian said. When Vermilion Bird Camp was mentioned, pride rose uncontrollably on his face again. In his view, even if he had lost, the others still did not have the courage to kill him. After all, the reputation of Vermilion Bird Camp was there. Apologies, your threat is useless against me. In my eyes, Vermilion Bird Camp is not very great. I am a practical person. Since I said it was a life and death battle, then it has to be a life and death battle. If you cannot kill me, then I will kill you. Chapter 4251. A blood-curdling screech resounded in the void. Xian's iron cudgel was ruthless and ruthless. Under countless horrified gazes, Zhu Xian's head was smashed by Xian's iron cudgel. Blood mist filled the air as he died instantly. The waves of air were still rolling. The ripples of the battle spread above everyone's heads. Countless people gaped, their eyes filled with shock. They didn't dare to believe this was real. What was this place? The capital. Someone had killed a genius disciple of Vermilion Bird Camp in front of the gates of the capital. What kind of courage would be needed to do such a lawless thing? If they hadn't seen such a shocking scene with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. By God, what did I see? Long Xian really killed Zhu Xian. This is too vicious. Yes, daring to kill people of Vermilion Bird Camp in front of the gates of the capital, this shouldn't be any different from seeking death. A genius disciple of Vermilion Bird Camp was killed. With the pride of Vermilion Bird Camp, they definitely won't let the matter rest. This Long Xian probably won't have a good ending. But Long Xian's courage is really admirable. Those are people of Vermilion Bird Camp. He killed them without giving them any face. Just wait and see. The experts of Vermilion Bird Camp will soon appear. Long Xian dares to kill people of Vermilion Bird Camp. He will undoubtedly die. No one was not shocked. They were shocked at the strength of Long Xian, and even more shocked at Long Xian's courage. Whether he had the ability to kill a disciple of Vermilion Bird Camp was one thing, but whether he had the courage was another. Many people felt sorry for Long Xian. Today's conflict could be blamed on Long Xian. Long Xian had uncovered the elf race's spy, which should have been a good thing. It was Zhu Xian's arrogance that led to this life-and-death battle. However, even if it was a battle of life and death, it was a fact that Long Xian had killed Zhu Xian. Even more, at the last moment Zhu Xian had flashed the name of Vermilion Bird Camp. It was Long Xian who completely disregarded the name of Vermilion Bird Camp. Just the disrespect towards Vermilion Bird Camp was enough to take Long Xian's life. The damned monkey's temper is still so bad, but I like it. De Huang Dog chuckled. Such a Long Xian was the real Long Xian. Big brother, Brother Xian killed people of Vermilion Bird Camp. Vermilion Bird Camp probably won't let it go. Xiaolong said. It's fine. I want to see the status of Qiren province among the 4 provinces and 1 camp. Jiangchen said. He had already obtained the identity token of Qiren province. Now that he had come to the capital, he found that the capital was far more responsible than he had imagined. The 4 provinces and 1 camp would not be peaceful either, and there would definitely be conflicts between them. Jiangchen could use Long Xian's killing of Zhu Xian to see how deterrent Qiren province was. If Qiren province feared Vermilion Bird Camp, Jiangchen would have to reconsider whether he should go to Qiren province. Bastard. As soon as Jiangchen's voice faded away, a furious shout resounded from the imperial city. 2 silhouettes quickly appeared in the sky like ghosts. They were 3 old men, each of them at the 9th heavenly layer of heavenly source. From their attire they were also clad in armor. They were clearly elders of Vermilion Bird Camp. Look, the elders of Vermilion Bird Camp have arrived. Long Xian's done for. They've come so quickly. The Vermilion Bird Camp is famous for being protective of their own. Now that Long Xian has killed a disciple of the Vermilion Bird Camp, the elders of the Vermilion Bird Camp will definitely not let Long Xian off. Sigh, what a pity. Long Xian is also a monstrous genius. Although he's a demon, his future would be limitless if he joined the 4 provinces and 1 camp. After all, there are many demonic beasts in the 4 provinces and 1 camp. Everyone could not help but feel pity for Long Xian. Swish. Without any hesitation, Jiangchen flew into the sky with a single movement, standing next to Long Xian. The 3 old men before him were all experts at the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of heavenly source. Long Xian was definitely not their opponent, so Jiangchen did not dare to be careless. He was afraid that Long Xian would suffer if he was just a little too slow. When the 3 elders of the Vermilion Bird Camp appeared, they saw Zhu Xian's headless corpse fall from the sky, causing them to become enraged. The 3 of them looked at Dragon Xian at the same time. Where did this beast come from? How dare he kill a genius disciple of the Vermilion Bird Camp? Roared an elder, not concealing his killing intent at all. It's a battle of life and death. Everyone here can bear witness. What? Is the Vermilion Bird Camp a sore loser? Jiangchen said indifferently. At a time like this, who else would he stand up for if not Long Xian? Who are you? The Vermilion Bird Camp elder looked at Jiangchen and could not help but frown. Although Jiangchen's cultivation was nothing special, he gave off an unfathomable feeling. I am Jiangchen of Qiren province and this is my brother Long Xian. What happened today was because the captain of the guards was an elf, so he was killed by my brother. Afterwards, the disciple of the Vermilion Bird Camp, Zhu Xian, wanted to stand up for the elves and set up a battle of life and death with my brother. He was defeated and died. May I ask why the 3 elders have appeared at this time? Are you here to stand up for Zhu Xian who died in the battle of life and death? Or are you here to stand up for the elven captain you've chosen? Jiangchen said in a loud and clear voice. Every word was sonorous and forceful. His voice spread far and wide. Everyone below could hear it clearly. With just a few words, he had made the appearance of the Vermilion Bird Camp's elder extremely awkward. What? He's actually a disciple of Qiren province? I was wondering why he was so strong. I knew it. If he did not have any backing, how could he have the guts to kill a disciple of the Vermilion Bird Camp? If he was from Qiren province, then it would make sense. They are both from the 4 prefectures and 1 camp, but Qiren province is not afraid of the Vermilion Bird Camp. This Jiangchen is very smart. First, he announced the name of Qiren province to make the other party feel a trace of fear. Then he used a battle of life and death with the elves to embarrass the 3 elders of the Vermilion Bird Camp. After all, the Vermilion Bird Camp is responsible for the elves sneaking in. Most of the troops of the Lin Kingdom are controlled by the Vermilion Bird Camp. The crowd grew restless. Some people showed great interest in watching the show because there would really be a good show to watch. Jiang Qin and Long Shan had Kirin Province behind them. They were not pushovers. As elders of the Vermilion Bird Camp, the 3 ninth-layer Heavenly Source experts were people who cared about their reputation. It would have been fine if they had not come out, but since they had come out, they could not be stopped by Jiang Chen's words about Kirin Province. If that happened, they would lose too much face and it would seem like the Vermilion Bird Camp was afraid of Kirin Province. Not to mention that Jiang Qin was only an unknown disciple of Kirin Province, while they were elders of the Vermilion Bird Camp. There was a huge gap between their statuses. If the 3 elders of the Vermilion Bird Camp were stopped by a disciple of Kirin Province, the Vermilion Bird Camp would lose face in the future. Chapter 4252. Even if he is a disciple of Kirin Province, I will still seek justice. We, the disciples of Vermilion Bird Camp, cannot be killed so easily. Plus, if I am not wrong, this Long Shan is not a disciple of Kirin Province. Jiang Qin, you can leave. We will only kill Long Shan. The elder of Vermilion Bird Camp snorted coldly. His gaze once again landed on Long Shan. It seemed that he would not let Jiang Qin off. Wishful thinking. Jiang Qin sneered. He had expected the elder to have such a reaction. He did not plan on ending today's matter easily. He only wanted to take the initiative. That was all. Jiang Qin, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Not to mention a puny disciple of the Qilin Mansion like you. Even if the elders of your Qilin Mansion were to come, they would still have to be courteous to me. The elder was obviously angry. A mere disciple of Kirin Province dared to not put him in his eyes. This made him feel humiliated. I, Jiang Qin, only care about propriety. I only know that if Long Shan does not kill Zhu Xian, he will be killed by Zhu Xian. Coincidentally, I also want to ask, how did someone from the elf race sneak into the army and become a captain? Jiang Qin changed the topic and focused everyone's attention on the elf guard captain. We will naturally investigate this matter. But this is an internal matter of Vermilion Bird Camp. There is no need for an outsider like you to meddle in. The elder of Vermilion Bird Camp was still unyielding. When it comes to the invasion of other races, it is the matter of every human. Today it is just a small captain. If the real masters of the elf race sneak in, will the Vermilion Bird Camp be responsible? Jiang Qin was not going to let it go. Let's put the matter of the elf race aside for now. I will pursue your crime of disobedience. You disrespected us, which is a crime against your superiors. I will kill you now. The elder of Vermilion Bird Camp's face turned red. His aura surged and he charged towards Jiang Qin. Shameless. Long Shan spat. It seemed that there were shameless people everywhere. If you tried to reason with them, they would say that you were being disrespectful. In any case, as long as they wanted to kill you, they would have a reason. Old man, you think you can kill me? A thread of coldness shot out of Jiang Chen's eyes. The hand of the Vermilion Bird Camp elder instantly reached Jiang Chen's face. This attack carried a thick killing intent. This made Jiang Chen extremely angry. This old man actually wanted to kill him without any explanation. However, this was normal. The world of cultivators was cruel to begin with. The strong preyed on the weak. If an elder of Vermilion Bird Camp killed a little disciple of Kirin Province, then he would have died in vain. Not to mention he was a foreign disciple who had not even reported to Kirin Province. Rumble. At this time, a black shadow suddenly appeared like a ghost. That black shadow suddenly punched out. The elder of Vermilion Bird Camp was heavily injured. His entire person flew back more than a dozen zhang. He felt his arm go numb and unspeakably uncomfortable. Looking at Jiang Chen's side, a brawny man like a metal tower had appeared at some unknown time. It was the Black King. Master. The Black King forced back the elder of Vermilion Bird Camp with a punch and then raised his hands in a salute to Jiang Chen. Kill him. Jiang Chen ordered, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Yes, master. The Black King's figure flickered and he appeared in front of the elder of Vermilion Bird Camp like a ghost. Without any extra movements, he punched straight at the other's head. What? The expression of the elder of Vermilion Bird Camp changed dramatically. He felt an unprecedented danger, the danger of death. Bam! The Black King did not give any explanation. He only listened to Zhou Xian. If Zhou Xian told him to kill, he would kill. The punch was like a mountain crushing down. The elder of Vermilion Bird Camp let out a miserable shriek. His head exploded and he died on the spot. Rumble. With this, the crowd below the city gates broke into an uproar. Some people even suspected that their eyes were playing tricks on them, jumping up and down. Holy shit, killing an elder of Vermilion Bird Camp. That's way too exciting. My god, that's a 9th heavenly layer heavenly source expert, but he was killed just like that. Just who is this Zhou Xian? Why does he have such a powerful expert by his side? Everyone was shocked. Although Long Shisan's killing of Zhu Xian was shocking, it was nowhere near as shocking as Zhou Qian's killing of the elder of Vermilion Bird Camp. Zhou Qian's decisiveness was without any hesitation. He had killed the elder without any explanation, as if he was not an elder of Vermilion Bird Camp, but an ordinary cultivator. You. The other sect elder had killed someone. One of them pointed his finger at Zhou Qian and mumbled for a while, but no words came out of his mouth. What do you mean, if you want to die then do it? Zhou Qian said arrogantly. Initially he didn't want to kill them, but since they wanted to kill him, Zhou Qian wouldn't show any mercy to those who wanted to kill him. Those who wanted to kill him would be killed by the people who wanted to kill him. Arrogant, too arrogant. Do you really think there's no one in our Vermilion Bird Camp? The other elder was utterly exasperated. A talisman appeared in his hand and he crushed it on the spot. In the next instant, a tyrannical and skinless figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the city gate. It was a young man who seemed to be in his 20s. He wore golden battle armor and had a red rune on his forehead. He had a pair of domineering eagle-like eyes that made people shiver with a single glance. What was even more frightening was that the young man's cultivation was not at the Heavenly Source realm, but at the Star-Lord realm. The young Star-Lord was like a giant spider as soon as he appeared, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws, attracting everyone's gazes. Even Zhou Qian and Long Shisan looked over. This was the youngest Star-Lord they had ever seen. It's Zhu Chongqing. I know him. He's a master-level genius of the Vermilion Bird Camp. I didn't think that even he would appear. Things are getting out of hand. Zhu Chongqing isn't someone to be trifled with. He's too domineering. Nonsense. Which master-level genius of the 4 prefectures in one camp is easy to provoke? Zhu Chongqing's appearance had pushed the situation to a peak. Master-level disciples were the treasures of the 4 prefectures and one camp. A powerful Star-Lord could only be described as powerful. Clearly, no one had expected a master-level genius to appear. They had originally thought that it would be good enough if a Star-Lord level elder appeared. Young Master Chongqing. The 2 elders of Vermilion Bird Camp came in front of Zhu Chongqing and bowed in greeting. They were elders of Vermilion Bird Camp, but no matter if it was status or identity, they were lacking compared to Zhu Chongqing. Not just them, even the status of Star-Lord level elders could not compare to a master-level genius like Zhu Chongqing. The 2 elders of the Vermilion Bird Camp recounted what had happened to Zhu Chongqing. Zhu Chongqing's eagle-like eyes shone with a sharp light as he stared at Zhou Qian and Long Shisan. Kneel. Zhu Chongqing coldly barked like a king descending to the world. Chapter 4253. Domineering. Zhu Chongqing had pushed the might of the Vermilion Bird Camp to the limit. In his eyes, everything was like an ant. He was like a king that judged the world. The scene was strangely silent. Everyone looked at Zhou Qian. If Zhu Chongqing wanted him to kneel, then he would most likely kneel. If he did not kneel, then he would die or even live a life worse than death. No one dared to go against the words of a Star-Lord, let alone a Star-Lord genius. Brat, young Master Chongqing told you to kneel, so why are you still standing? The elder of the Vermilion Bird Camp roared. If Zhu Chongqing had not come, the elder would have been scared silly. The Black King's domineering attitude made their scalps turn numb. I won't kneel. Zhou Qian straightened his back as he nonchalantly spat out 2 words. What a joke. There was no one in the world that could make him, Zhou Qian, kneel, not even the heavens. It would be the same even if the Eternal Lord came. In Zhou Qian's entire life he had only ever knelt before his father, Zhang Zhenhai. You're a little unyielding, but I'll make you kneel. A playful smile appeared on Zhu Chongqing's lips. A sliver of interest appeared in his eyes towards Zhou Qian. After all, There were not many people who dared to go against him with a cultivation of the first heavenly layer, or rather none at all. In Zhu Zhangqing's point of view, Jiang Qin was arrogant. The more arrogant a person was, the more Zhu Zhangqing wanted to shatter his arrogance. Making an arrogant person kneel down would give Zhu Zhangqing a sense of satisfaction. Boom, a powerful pressure bore down on Jiang Qin. The invisible pressure came from the Star Lord. It was like the might of the heavens, rumbling as it tried to crush Jiang Qin. However, something shocking happened. Jiang Qin stood there without moving, allowing the overwhelming pressure to overwhelm him. Jiang Qin did not even frown. This scene made the onlookers feel that Jiang Qin was basking in Zhu Chongqing's pressure. It was not a form of oppression but a form of enjoyment. Impossible. Zhu Chongqing's expression finally changed. When he looked at Jiang Qin again, it was as if he had seen a ghost. He clearly could not believe this was real. He knew just how powerful the pressure of a Star Lord was. Let alone a puny first heavenly layer heavenly source expert, even a peak heavenly source expert would not be able to withstand it. There was no reason not to kneel under such pressure. Unfortunately, he neglected a fact. The so-called pressure was merely a form of might. What Jiang Qin was least afraid of was might. His might surpassed Zhu Chongqing. Even heaven's might could do nothing to Jiang Qin, let alone a Star Lord's might. Therefore, if Zhu Chongqing wanted to use pressure to make Jiang Qin submit, then he was gravely mistaken. Young Master Chongqing, there's something strange about this kid. An elder of Vermilion Bird Camp walked up and couldn't help but speak. To be able to withstand Zhu Chongqing's presence, no one would believe that there was nothing strange about it. Zhu Chongqing's expression was ugly. He continued to increase the pressure, but it was to no avail. For the first time in his life he felt a sense of defeat. What made him feel even more defeated was that Xian and the Black King were completely unaffected by his pressure. Although most of his pressure was focused on Jiang Qin, the ripples of his pressure also affected the two people beside him. Zhu Chongqing could not understand why his pressure had no effect. This was bullshit. How could he know that Xian was an existence that had comprehended the ways of the world? His cultivation had already reached the same level as the heavens. As for the Black King at his peak could easily crush a Star Lord. He was a powerful Star Emperor, so why would he care about a puny Star Lord? Not to mention that Zhu Chongqing had only just become a Star Lord. I'd like to see just what gives you the right to not kneel. Kneel. Zhu Chongqing was enraged. Since his pressure had no effect, he withdrew his pressure and decided to attack. A master-level genius of Vermilion Bird Camp attacking a low-level disciple of Qilin Mansion was undoubtedly a very shameful matter. But if he didn't act today, he, as a master-level genius, would have even less face to speak of. Zhu Chongqing attacked. He reached out a terrifying hand and grabbed at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin frowned. This was different from pressure. Right now it was a battle of strength. If Zhu Chongqing attacked, none of them would be a match for him. The Black King could not either. Jiang Qin's present strength was worlds apart from Zhu Chongqing's. They were not on the same level at all. However, Jiang Qin was not in a hurry. Today's commotion was so big, and experts appeared one after another in Vermilion Bird Camp. He believed that the people of Kirin Province would not sit and watch. Stop. As expected, a loud shout rang out at this moment. Two figures quickly flew over from the eastern side of the capital. They were two women, both beautiful beyond compare. The one at the front wore a white dress. Her face was fair and her skin was delicate. Her eyebrows and eyes were like the stars. Her beauty was enough to cause the downfall of a city or country. What made people overlook her beauty was her cultivation. It was at the level of a Star Lord. Needless to say, she was another master-level genius. The other girl wore a violet dress. Compared to the first girl, her appearance was not inferior at all. The only thing that was inferior was her cultivation. Although the girl's cultivation was not strong, it was not weak either. She was already at the 5th heavenly layer of heavenly source. Jiang Qin recognized the girl in violet. She was Z, the second Miss of Kirin Province. It had not been long since they had left the Darkwind Sky region, yet Z had already reached the 5th heavenly layer of heavenly source. This was enough to show how terrifying her talent was. Jiang Qin breathed a sigh of relief when the people of Kirin Province arrived. If the people of Kirin Province did not appear today, Jiang Qin would have been extremely disappointed. Of course, he had his own methods to protect himself. How beautiful! Of course. That's the #1 beauty of the Lin Kingdom, The first miss of Kirin Province, Mu Yibai. The other one is Mu Yitzi, one of the 2 golden flowers of Kirin Province. Mu Yibai in particular is a master-level genius at such a young age. I've heard that several princes of the imperial family are chasing after her. This Zhou Xian really is extraordinary. He's actually managed to attract the 2 golden flowers of Kirin Province to help him deal with the trouble he's in. How impressive. Yeah. With Zhou Xian's cultivation, he's at most a low-level disciple of Kirin Province. There are far too many disciples like him. It's enough to show how extraordinary he is to catch the attention of a master-level genius. The appearance of the Mu sisters caused a great commotion, especially Mu Yibai's influence. Her influence was no longer limited to Kirin Province. She had people chasing after her in the 4 prefectures, 1 battalion, and even the imperial family. Many people could not help but feel envious that she had stood up for Zhou Xian. Chapter 4254. As soon as Mu Yitzi appeared, she waved her hand and shot out a white light. The white light was like a silk ribbon. It looked slow but was actually extremely fast. It crossed between Zhou Xian and Zhu Zhangqing and completely blocked Zhu Zhangqing's attack. Big brother Jiang. Zi quickly came to Zhou Qian's side and asked with great concern, "Big brother Jiang, are you all right?" Luckily Zi didn't come late. If Big brother Jiang was hurt, Zi would have to bear the blame. "I'm fine, Miss Zi. Long time no see," Zhou Qian said with a smile. Zhou Qian was very happy that Zi could appear at this time. At least it proved that Zi was a person who valued friendship. "Big brother Jiang, why did you get into trouble as soon as you came to the capital?" Zi said softly and winked at Zhou Qian. "I just found an elf who sneaked in. I did a good deed. However, the people of Vermilion Bird Camp didn't let me go. I couldn't do anything about it." Zhou Qian shrugged his shoulders with a helpless expression. "It's okay. With me here no one can kill you." Zi patted her firm chest and promised. Then her eyes fell on Long Shisan. This is my life and death brother Long Shisan. Monkey, this is Miss Zi that I told you about." Zhou Qian introduced. "Nice to meet you, Miss Zi." Long Shisan cupped his fists at Zi. "Nice to meet you, brother Shisan. You're Big brother Zhang's life and death brother, so you are also my brother." Zi was a straightforward person. Her feelings for Zhou Qian were still at the Dark Wind Sky region. Zhou Qian had saved her, so he was her savior. Zi didn't know how big of a mistake Zhou Qian had made today. She only knew that if it wasn't for Zhou Qian, she would have died in the Dark Wind Sky region. "I didn't expect that the dignified Miss Bai would actually stand up for an ordinary disciple of Kirin Province. This is really rare." Zhu Chongqing couldn't help but ask as he looked at Mu Yibai. As a man, as a master genius of Vermilion Bird Camp, he, like the other geniuses, had an inexplicable sense of reverence towards Mu Yibai. What Zhu Zhangqing didn't expect was that a cold and arrogant woman like Mu Yibai would come out for a nobody, and a lowly disciple of Kirin Province at that. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. "Zhou Qian saved my sister's life before. Zhu Chongqing, please give me some face for today's matter." Mu Yibai said. Mu Yibai had never stood up for a man before. Why did he appear here today? It was all because of his sister. Mu Yibai had always been cold and arrogant. He didn't even care about the princes of Lin country, let alone the geniuses of the 4 constabularies and 1 camp. All he pursued was cultivation. However, Mu Yibai loved his sister very much. Zi had told him about what happened in the Hurricane Sky region when she came back. Since he was his sister's savior, Mu Yibai had no reason to ignore it. "Miss Yibai, if it was any other matter I would definitely give you face. But this Zhou Qian killed 2 people of Vermilion Bird Camp in a row. There are so many people in the capital watching. If we just let it go like this, where would the face of Vermilion Bird Camp be?" Zhu Chongqing said. This concerned the face of Vermilion Bird Camp, so he was still forceful. "Nonsense." Zi took 2 steps forward and came to Zhu Chongqing. She said, "I've figured out the ins and outs of the matter. Your Vermilion Bird Camp sneaked into the elves, which is your negligence. 13 found out the elves, which is a good thing for Lin country. Instead of reflecting on yourself, you want to stand up for the elves. What's the reason?" Besides, Zhu Zheng and Brother 13 had a life and death battle, and they agreed that if he died he could only blame himself for not being strong enough. As for that elder, he wanted to kill Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang couldn't just let you kill him, so he naturally had to fight back. People of Kirin province are not so easy to bully. Z was obviously more forceful. It seemed that she would fight anyone who dared to touch her brother Jiang today. Second miss, we will deal with the internal affairs of Vermilion Bird Camp after we go back. Long Shan can let Vermilion Bird Camp deal with the elves. Besides, no matter what, he killed 2 people of Vermilion Bird Camp. This is the truth. We must save the face of Vermilion Bird Camp. Zhu Chongqing said. Mu Yibai frowned. Today's matter was indeed troublesome. If it continued, it might cause more powerful masters to appear. At that time, the conflict would intensify and be even more difficult to resolve. After all, Vermilion Bird Camp had a high status in Lin country. Kirin province didn't want to have too much of a conflict with them. Just as Zhu Chongqing had said, this matter concerned the face of Vermilion Bird Camp. They would not give up. Face was the brand of Vermilion Bird Camp. Jiang Chen was naturally on the side of reason, but the word reason did not work in front of absolute power. Did not work at all. Vermilion Bird Camp was famed for being strong. If they wanted face, why would they talk about reason? Sister. Z held Mu Yibai's hand. Zhu Chongqing, if I insist on protecting Jiang Chen today, Vermilion Bird Camp will want face. But the face of Kirin province is also a matter of face. Mu Yibai also became forceful. For her sister, she could do anything. If that's the case, I'm afraid today's matter can't be resolved peacefully. Zhu Chongqing didn't give in. The atmosphere instantly became heavy. In the distance, several figures appeared standing in the air to watch the show. They were all masters. People from Azure Dragon House, White Tiger House and Black Warrior House had all appeared watching the show. For them to see a conflict between Kirin province and Vermilion Bird Camp was something they were happy to see. After all, the relationship between the 4 mansions wasn't that good. There were too many conflicts between the 4 mansions, and the disciples fought openly and secretly. To put it bluntly, they were happy to see the other side suffer. The disciples of Kirin province are getting bolder. They even dare to kill an elder of Vermilion Bird Camp. Yes, Vermilion Bird Camp is an independent existence. They control the army and their status is above the 4 mansions. I have to admire them for daring to kill someone from Vermilion Bird Camp. Even Mu Yibai has appeared. It seems that Kirin province values this disciple a lot. But for the sake of face, Vermilion Bird Camp won't give in. If Zhu Chongqing gives in today, he will probably be punished by the higher-ups of Vermilion Bird Camp when he returns. That's not something Zhu Chongqing can bear. That's right. So Zhu Chongqing is in a difficult position. Even if he wants to give Mu Yibai face, he doesn't dare to. After all, when he returns, Vermilion Bird Camp may not give Zhu Chongqing face. The people from the other 3 mansions were watching the show. Now that Mu Yibai and Zhu Chongqing didn't give in, if they fought, the conflict would only get worse. Chapter 4255. What? You want to fight with me? Mu Yibai's aura shook. As the young mistress of Kirin province, he took the initiative to protect a disciple of Kirin province. If he couldn't protect him, he would lose face as the young mistress. They were all people who cared about their faces. If they really wanted to fight, they could only fight head-on. I've admired young Mistress Yibai for a long time. It's my honor to have the chance to spar with you today. Zhu Chongqing saluted Mu Yibai with his hands folded in front of him. It seemed that a fight was unavoidable. They're going to fight again. It's the first time I've seen a Star Master fight. It'll be exciting. The battle between the main-level geniuses of Vermilion Bird Camp and Qilin Mansion would definitely be exquisite. I just hadn't thought that the cause of the battle between the main-level geniuses would be a low-level disciple of Qilin Mansion. The crowd was restless again. A battle between Star Masters would affect people's hearts. To them, a Star Master was a superior existence, especially one so young. Big brother Jiang, don't worry. With big sister here, you'll be fine. Z was very confident in her sister and comforted Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled. Seeing that Zhu Chongqing and Mu Yibai were ready to fight, he couldn't help but take a step forward and said loudly, "Stop." Jiang Chen had achieved his goal today. If he continued to make trouble, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to clean up the mess. Jiang Chen had already seen the attitude of the Qilin Mansion. That was enough. As for the Vermilion Bird Camp, it was afraid that Empress Lin's influence had already invaded them. Once the army of Lin Kingdom was invaded, the consequences would be absolutely terrifying. Lin Kingdom was now on the brink of extreme crisis. Big brother Jiang. Zi wanted to stop Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen waved his hand to stop her. What are you doing? Mu Bai looked at Jiang Chen and frowned again. It was already an exception for him to stand up for a disciple who hadn't officially entered Kirin province yet. Why did this brat still want to cause trouble at such a crucial moment? Young mistress, let me settle today's matter myself. Jiang Chen cupped his fists at Mu Bai. You solved it? Mu Bai was taken aback. He carefully examined Jiang Chen's presence and found that he was indeed only at the first heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm. What could he possibly do with that level of cultivation? You want to solve it? Kneel down and talk. Zhu Zhangqing looked at Jiang Chen and said contemptuously. I can kneel, but the one who has to kneel is not me but you. Jiang Chen said. Voila. His words caused another uproar. Even Mu Bai, who was standing at the side, was stunned. Is this guy crazy? Zhu Zhangqing is already angry, but he is still so arrogant. He actually dares to ask Zhu Zhangqing to kneel. Isn't he courting death? Is there something wrong with your brain? You can't even speak properly. Could it be that he's an idiot? Jiang Chen's words made Zhu Zhangqing laugh. What did you say? Make me kneel. That's right. Let's fight in 3 months. If you can kill me, then I won't have any complaints. If you lose, you'll be the one kneeling. Jiang Chen said, Zhu Chongqing, with the difference in cultivation between us, it wouldn't be a glorious thing for a master-level genius like you to kill me personally. Since your Vermilion Bird Camp wants to save face, then let's have a duel 3 months from now. We'll settle today's matter with a duel. How about it? Zi and Mu Bai's eyes widened before Jiang Chen had even finished his words. What the hell? Mu Bai furrowed his brows. This was simply nonsense. Big brother Jiang, what are you doing? Zi tugged at Jiang Chen's sleeve. Wasn't he courting death? How could he have any hope of winning in 3 months? It must be said that the difference in cultivation between Jiang Chen and Zhu Zhangqing was too great. One was at the first heavenly source layer, the other was at the first heavenly layer of Star Lord. How could such a huge gap be closed in 3 months? Let alone 3 months, even if Jiang Chen's talent was heaven-defying, it would take at least 3 to 5 years. Moreover, Zhu Zhangqing wasn't easy to deal with either. He was a genius among geniuses. Which young master genius was easy to deal with? Crazy, he must be a lunatic. The way I see it, he just wants to give himself 3 months to live. Not necessarily. After all, the young mistress of Kirin province has appeared. Kirin province's strength should be enough to protect him. What he needs to do now is to be obedient and not say anything. I didn't expect him to jump out at this time and say he wants to fight Zhu Zhangqing in 3 months. He's basically giving up his chance to live. Everyone thought that Jiang Chen was crazy. The people from the other 3 prefectures couldn't help but burst into laughter, as if they were watching a joke. Nonsense. Mu Bai scolded. Jiang Chen's behavior had turned Kirin province into a laughing stock. Ah, Miss Bai, aren't your Qilin Mansion's disciples a bit too funny? Zhu Zhangqing burst into laughter. What? Do you dare to accept? Jiang Chen ignored the sneers and continued to look at Zhu Zhangqing. Kid, are you serious? Zhu Zhangqing's eyes were as sharp as knives. Of course. Jiang Chen was calm. Alright, I'll kill you in 3 months. I'd like to see how you'll fight me in 3 months, Zhu Zhangqing said. Zhu Chongqing said coldly. He was more than happy to settle things like this. After all, he did not really want to fight with Mu Bai. However, he had no choice but to fight. It was different now. He could kill Jiang Chen in 3 months and rightfully save the face of Vermilion Bird Camp. He would let everyone see what would happen to those who offended Vermilion Bird Camp. In 3 months, I'll make you kneel and talk. Jiang Chen's arrogant words caused the crowd to roar with laughter. I'll let you be happy for a while. However, I can spare your life today, but he must die. Zhu Zhangqing pointed at the Black King. He had spared Jiang Chen's life today and could let him live for another 3 months. However, he must kill the guy who killed the elder of Vermilion Bird Camp. He believed that if he wanted to kill the Black King, Mu Bai would not try to stop him like he did to protect Jiang Chen. You can't kill him. Jiang Chen smiled. What did you say? Zhu Zhangqing glared. Why don't you try? Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent. He wasn't worried about the Black King's safety at all. I'd like to see how he can stop me. Zhu Zhangqing shouted angrily. His body shook and he appeared in front of the Black King in the blink of an eye. He moved like lightning and punched through the Black King's body. Zhu Xian was about to laugh, but his smile froze. He was shocked to find that his punch had only pierced through an afterimage of the Black King. An afterimage? Zhu Xian was shocked. His eyes were filled with disbelief. At this moment the Black King had hidden in the Dragon Palace. Chapter 4256. Without a trace, it was as if the Black King had never appeared. He was clearly standing there a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye he had completely disappeared. This was too strange. Even Star Lords like Mu Yibai and Zhu Xian couldn't clearly see how the Black King disappeared at such a close distance. Impossible. Zhu Chongqing and Mu Yibai said at almost the same time. My cultivation has already reached Star Lord and I can sense spatial force. He who was clearly only at the 8th heavenly layer of heavenly source. So it's impossible for him to disappear from my sight without a trace unless he's a Star King. That's impossible. There are only 3 Star Kings in the entire Crimson Cloud Star realm. Zhu Chongqing was shocked. He turned to look at Jiangchen and asked, how did you hide him? What a joke. Zhu Chongqing, do you think I have the ability to hide a living person without a trace in front of 2 Star Lords? If you want to kill him, go ahead. If you can't kill him, that's your problem. It's not my fault, right? Jiangchen sneered. You? Zhu Chongqing stopped talking. He felt like he had been played, but he could not refute Jiang Chen's words at all. Jiang Chen's words were reasonable. He had never stopped Zhu Chongqing from killing the Black King, so how could he blame Jiang Chen for not having the ability to kill the Black King? Good, very good. Jiang Chen, just you wait. I'll let you know what fear and death are in 3 months. At that time it'll be useless even if you kneel and kowtow. Zhu Chongqing viciously left behind these words, before turning around and disappearing into the void. The 2 elders of the Vermilion Bird Camp looked at each other and also left helplessly. Even Zhu Chongqing had left, so there was no point for them to stay. Let alone Mu Yibai, they could not even deal with Jiang Chen. There was a powerful existence hidden by Jiang Chen's side. Jiang Chen, I'd thought that you'd be a calm person after being so highly praised by my sister. I didn't think that you'd be so impatient, arrogant, and full of yourself. I'm truly disappointed. You've disappointed me. Mu Yibai looked at Jiang Chen and said coldly. Sister, don't say that to Big Brother Jiang. Since Big Brother Jiang agreed to fight with Zhu Chongqing, he must be confident, Zi hurriedly said. Zi hastily said. Although she had no idea what was wrong with Jiang Chen, making him challenge Zhu Xian in 3 months was no different than courting death. No wonder Mu Yibai was angry. After all, in everyone's opinion, Jiang Chen was overestimating his own strength. Haha. This was also the reason why Mu Yibai was angry. In Mu Yibai's point of view, such an arrogant and conceited fellow would never achieve great things. If it wasn't for the fact that Jiang Chen had saved Mu Yizi, Mu Yibai was afraid that Jiang Chen wouldn't even be interested in joining the Qilin mansion. Jiang Chen smiled and did not say anything. He did not need everyone to understand what he wanted to do. The huge gap between the first heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm and the first heavenly layer of the Star-Lord realm was something that ordinary people would never be able to make up for in their entire lives. But for Jiang Chen, 3 months was enough. Jiang Chen, seeing that you've saved my sister's life, I'll give you whatever cultivation resources you want in these 3 months. If you die in Zhu Chongqing's hands after 3 months, then my sister's kindness will be repaid, said Jiang Chen. Mu Yibai said. She didn't want to look at Jiang Chen. Obviously she despised Jiang Chen's arrogance, but in order to repay her sister's kindness, she still decided to help Jiang Chen for 3 months. If that's the case, I'll have to thank the first miss. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at Mu Yibai. He would not get angry with a woman if she was angry. The most important thing for him right now was to increase his strength. Kirin province was rich in cultivation resources, so Jiang Chen naturally would not reject it. No matter what, Zhu Chongqing was not easy to deal with. Jiang Chen had to increase his cultivation to the peak of the 7th heavenly source realm or even the 8th heavenly source realm in 3 months. Only then would he have a chance of killing Zhu Chongqing. Thank you, sister. Zi said happily. Zi, I'll be going to the Lapis Glass Sea to train in 3 days. I'll leave it to you to help Jiang Chen with his cultivation, said Mu Yibai. With that, Mu Yibai disappeared from sight. Big Brother Jiang, Brother Shisan, let's go back to Kirin province. Zi looked at Jiang Chen and Long Shisan and said happily. We're here too. De Huang Dog and Xiaolong ran over. Ah, you're all here. That's great. Let's go to Kirin province. I'll protect you in the future. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll beat him up. Azi clenched her fists as if saying, I'll protect you. Jiang Qin nodded. The group followed Azi towards Qiren province. This was the first step into the imperial capital. Although it was a bumpy journey, it was safe. Moreover, Jiang Qin had a basic understanding of the situation in the imperial capital. He knew that the imperial capital was filled with dangers everywhere. It wouldn't be long before the crisis would surface in 8 to 10 years. There was probably someone plotting a big game of chess in the background. Azi, what kind of place is the Lapis Glass Sea? Asked Jiang Qin. Mu Yibai's intention to go to the Lapis Glass Sea piqued Jiang Qin's interest. It's a very dangerous alternate dimension filled with fire. It's a 1,000,000 miles wide sea of fire. It's much more dangerous than the Hurricane Sky region. It's said that there are fire demons and some troublesome fire spirits in there. However, because of the special environment, there are many treasures that are coveted by many talented disciples. Many people have entered the Lapis Glass Sea to train. Sister has a body of fire attribute and has been to the Lapis Glass Sea twice. This is the third time. Every time she goes to the Lapis Glass Sea she gains a lot. However, the Lapis Glass Sea is too dangerous. Last time she almost died there. When she came back she was half dead. Azi said as if she was afraid of the Lapis Glass Sea. That's a good place. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. He urgently needed to improve his strength. If he could go to the Lapis Glass Sea it would be a great help to his cultivation. Azi, when we arrive at Qiren province, take me to see the first Mississippi, Jiang Qin said. Little Qinzi, you can't be thinking of going to the Lapis Glass Sea, right? Long Shisan could see through Jiang Qin's intentions. That's right. Jiang Qin nodded. No, big brother Jiang, it's too dangerous. My sister is a Star Lord, and even entering the Lapis Glass Sea is extremely dangerous. With your cultivation, entering the Lapis Glass Sea is almost certain death. No, it's certain death. Azi's expression changed and she tried to stop him. With Jiang Qin's cultivation at the first heavenly layer, entering the Lapis Glass Sea was no different from seeking death. Chapter 4257. Miss Azi, you probably don't know your big brother Jiang's abilities. If the Lapis Glass Ocean is a sea of fire, then your big brother Jiang will be like a fish in water when he enters. De Huang Dog wagged his thick tail, not worried about Jiang Qin at all. He knew how powerful Jiang Qin's trump card was. With the Dragon Palace, it was equivalent to having a life-saving talisman. Moreover, the Black King's strength was constantly improving. Not long from now he wouldn't even need to fear a Star Lord. Jiang Qin's cultivation would definitely soar by leaps and bounds if he went to the Lapis Glass Ocean. It wouldn't have mattered if it was before, but now that he had a 3-month duel with Zhu Chongqing, Jiang Qin needed to increase his strength as soon as possible. 3 months was too short. Let alone cultivators, even ordinary mortals would pass by in the blink of an eye. Jiang Qin was powerful, but such a huge gap between him and Zhu Chongqing in 3 months was still worrying. Really? Azi's big eyes were filled with disbelief. Although De Huang Dog said so, Azi's heart was still pounding. After all, Jiang Qin's cultivation was too weak. She had never heard of a first heavenly source cultivator daring to enter the Lapis Glass Ocean. According to her sister, she had met a few cultivators who were above the 6th heavenly source and below the Star Lord realm. Those arrogant people entered the Lapis Glass Ocean and ended up in a miserable state. Almost all of them were devoured by the fire demons. In other words, the chances of those below the Star Lord realm coming out of the Lapis Glass Ocean was less than 1 in 100. Not to mention that Jiang Qin was only at the first heavenly source realm. Azi, I must go to the Lapis Glass Ocean. Please help me, second miss. You've also seen that I have a 3-month duel with Zhu Chongqing, and it's a battle of life and death, so I need to use 3 months to quickly increase my cultivation. You don't want to see me die by Zhu Chongqing's hands in 3 months. The Lapis Glass Ocean is a great opportunity for me. Jiang Qin said. Alright, since big brother Jiang is so confident, Xi won't say anything more. I'll take you to see my sister. Although the colored glass sea was dangerous, with her sister there, she believed that Jiang Qin's safety could be guaranteed. If Jiang Qin was not allowed to go to the colored glass sea, he would not be able to improve his cultivation by leaps and bounds. 3 months later he would die in the hands of Zhu Chongqing. It was a battle of life and death that had been agreed upon in advance. At that time, even if the prefecture chief of Qiren province appeared, he would not be able to protect Jiang Qin. Thank you. Jiang Qin smiled. He wasn't very interested in the cultivation resources of Kirin province. His cultivation experience was unparalleled, and what he needed was constant training. In terms of training, Kirin province couldn't compare to the Colored Glass Sea at all. Otherwise, Mu Ibai wouldn't have gone to the Colored Glass Sea to train. Kirin province was located to the east of the imperial capital. It was a city within a city. The city gate was smaller than that of the imperial capital, but it was still grand enough. Above the city gate was a statue of a Qilin, looking up at the sky and incomparably majestic. Looking at the statue of the Qilin, Jiang Chen couldn't help but think of the fire Qilin. And thinking of the fire Qilin, he couldn't help but think of that group of people. Now that he had come to the eternal world, he didn't know when he would be able to see them again. Jiang Chen looked at the Qilin and couldn't help but be lost in thought. He had a feeling that the scene brought back memories. Big Brother Jiang, Big Brother Jiang. Z called out 3 times before Jiang Chen reacted. He couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. Big Brother Jiang, what's wrong? Z didn't understand. Although the statue of the Qilin was majestic, it was an inanimate object. It didn't have a soul or pressure. It definitely wouldn't affect Jiang Chen's mind. I'm fine. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. Little Chenzi, you must be thinking of them. I miss them too. Long Shisan also said. I don't know if I'll have the chance to see them again. De Huang Dog sighed. Brother Jiang, Brother Shisan, what are you talking about? Who are they? Z asked curiously. Nothing. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Alright, this is Qilin City, the territory of Kirin province. Let's go in. Z happily led Jiang Chen and the others into Qilin City. Let me tell you some things about Kirin province. This is the outer city where some human cultivators live. The inner city is the real Kirin province. Kirin province is also divided into levels. Take the disciples for example. They are divided into low-level disciples, middle-level disciples and high-level disciples. The levels of disciples are divided according to their cultivation. Heavenly Source Realm, first heavenly layer to third heavenly layer are low-level disciples. Fourth heavenly layer to sixth heavenly layer are middle-level disciples. Seventh heavenly layer to ninth heavenly layer are high-level disciples, and above them are main disciples. Z said. As expected of the 4 prefectures and 1 camp. Heavenly Source Realm is the lowest level of disciples. De Huang Dog couldn't help but click his tongue. Azi, I have already obtained my identity jade token. Can Lady Azi please give 13 Big Yellow and the others the identity to enter the Qilin mansion? Jiang Chen said. Brother Jiang, you don't have to worry about this. I've seen Brother De Huang and Xiaolong's talent. They don't need to be tested to enter Kirin province. With such talent they are the best in Kirin province. As for Brother Shisan, he killed Zhu Xian of Vermilion Bird Camp. Just this point alone is enough to make him a target for Kirin province. Moreover, Brother Shisan is now at the 4th heavenly source realm. If he enters Kirin province, he will be a middle-level disciple. Z said. As the second young lady of Kirin province, although her cultivation was not high, her status was extraordinary. It was easy for her to recruit a few disciples. No one dared to say anything. Moreover, Brother Jiang and Brother Shisan are probably already famous in Kirin province. Not only in Kirin province, but the other 3 prefectures and the Vermilion Bird Camp are also famous. After all, it's hard not to know what you've done today. Z said. I never thought that we would become famous as soon as we arrived in the capital. I wonder if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Long Shisan smiled bitterly. But in reality, everyone knew that this kind of fame was not necessarily a good thing. As the saying goes, people are afraid of fame, pigs are afraid of being fat. Moreover, they were newcomers. If they were too high profile, it would cause some people to be unhappy and target them. This was not the first time they had experienced this. However, Jiang Chen and Long Shisan did not care. They had been through countless life and death situations. What kind of trouble had they not seen before? If someone offended them, they would only be tired of living. I'll show you around Kirin City first and then arrange a place for you to stay. Z said. At the same time, in the center of the capital, in the depths of the Imperial Palace, in the Silken Palace, a woman in a phoenix robe and coronet sat on a phoenix chair. She seemed to be around 30 years old. She had a stunning appearance and gave off a noble aura, making people not dare to look at her directly. Chapter 4258. In front of Empress Lin was an illusory figure. The figure gradually solidified and turned into an old man. The old man's hair and beard were all white and his aura was faintly discernible. The air around him trembled. He was an expert among experts. This old man was a powerful Star Lord and an advanced Star Lord at that. Empress. The old man bowed to Empress Lin respectfully. I heard that someone saw through the elf's disguise today and caught a guard captain at the city gate. Empress Lin's voice was calm and emotionless. That's true. The kid who saw through the elf's disguise has already entered Kirin province. The old man said. Think of a way to get rid of him, Empress Lin said. Empress Lin spoke with a tone that was still tranquil like an ancient well. It seemed as if as far as she was concerned, eliminating a person was as simple as crushing an ant. Empress, you're making a big deal out of nothing. That kid is only at the heavenly source realm. He's just an ant. There's no need for Empress to worry about him. The old man smiled. Our plan is about to succeed. I don't want any unstable factors to appear. The elf's disguise technique is unparalleled in the world. That person could see through it with one glance. It's inevitable that he'll see through more people. Empress Lin said. All right, I'll go back and make the arrangements. The old man said. Okay, let the disciples do it. As the deputy prefecture lord of Kirin province, try not to get involved in such small matters. Empress Lin said. Empress, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. The old man said. Then he turned into a cloud of black smoke and disappeared completely. Nothing was left at the place where he disappeared. It was as if he had never been there in the first place. Within the Qilin mansion, Azi had helped Jiang Qin and the others find a place to stay. She was preparing to bring Jiang Qin to Mu Yibai to discuss the matter of going to the Azure Sea. I want to go to the colored glass sea too. Long Xian said. He only followed Jiang Qin as if he was telling him not to get rid of him. 13. The colored glass sea isn't a joke. Azi rolled her eyes. Why were these guys so full of themselves? I'm not going there to play either. Long Xian said very seriously, I want to refine my eyes of fire and gold. The glass sea is a good place. Then let's go together. Jiang Qin laughed. The monkey's physical body was unparalleled in the world. Even if he didn't have the eyes of fire and gold, it would be impossible for the flames of the Azure Sea to burn Long Xian's physical body. Furthermore, the monkey's eyes of fire and gold would be of great help in the Azure Sea. Damn it, I want to go too. Me too, I'll go too. De Huang Dog and Xiaolong couldn't take it anymore. They had gone to such an exciting place like the colored glass sea, leaving the two of them behind in this boring Kirin province. How could these two anxious fellows bear it? Impossible, it's impossible for Big Sister to bring so many people. Azi refused sternly. De Huang Xiaolong, stop fooling around. It won't take long for us to go to the colored glass sea. You two stay in Kirin province and cultivate well. Jiang Qin rubbed his forehead. That Mu Yibai was too arrogant. It was uncertain if he would bring Jiang Qin and Long Xian along, let alone the four of them. Big Yellow was still fine as he had a lot of experience. But if Xiaolong went, he would have a slim chance of survival. The Azure Ocean was filled with dangers that were hundreds of times more dangerous than the Hurricane Heavenly Domain. Jiang Qin couldn't even protect himself, so he couldn't take care of Xiaolong. To Xiaolong, it was safer to stay in Kirin province. Moreover, the cultivation resources here were much more abundant than in the Crimson South region. This was the pinnacle of the Crimson Afterglow astral boundary. All right. Xiaolong pouted, his face full of displeasure, but he still obeyed Jiang Qin's words. The little fellow could only swear that he would cultivate well and not be a burden to his big brother. Monkey, why are you following them? De Huang Dog bared his teeth at Long Xian. Training and refining my golden fiery eyes. Long Xian grinned at De Huang Dog, his golden fiery eyes shining brightly. Bullsh *T. You've fallen for Mu Yibai. De Huang Dog looked at him with disdain. What? Azi opened her mouth and looked at Long Xian with her big eyes. Damn it, stupid dog. Don't talk nonsense. Long Xian blushed. Stop pretending. You were staring at Mu Yibai when we were outside the city gate. Lord Dog knows that you're a guy who values love over friendship. De Huang Dog snorted disdainfully as if he had seen through Sue Quebec. Huh, it's normal for you to fall for my sister. The number of geniuses in the entire capital who admire my sister can form a line from here to the gate of the capital. Brother 13 likes my sister, which proves that he has a good taste. However, it's not easy to win my sister's heart. You just have to work hard. Ozzy's personality was completely different from when she was in the Hurricane Sky region. She seemed to have exposed her true nature. Cough cough. Long Shirsen coughed and stared at De Huang Dog with his golden fiery eyes. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog burst into laughter. They knew each other too well. Seeing Long Shirsan's shy look, they knew De Huang Dog was right. Damn it, stop laughing. I'm embarrassed. Long Shirsan shouted. Kid, work hard. Jiang Qin patted Long Shirsan's shoulder. In the eyes of others, Long Shirsan might not be a good match for Mu Yibai. However, in Jiang Qin's eyes, Mu Yibai was not a good match for Long Shirsan. Mu Yibai was naturally the young master of the constellation. He was a high and mighty figure in the Qilin mansion and even the entire imperial city. However, Shirsan's potential wasn't something that Mu Yibai could match. It wouldn't take long for Shirsan to catch up to Mu Yibai. Moreover, in the future Mu Yibai could only look up to and look forward to Long Shirsan's achievements. Jiang Qin never doubted this. Let's go. I'll take you to see my sister. Aziz said. The major geniuses of Kirin province all had their own independent mountains and cultivation places. Mu Yibai, who was the young mistress of Kirin province, had a much higher status and identity than the other major geniuses. Even many star lords and elders couldn't compare to Mu Yibai. The mountain where Mu Yibai was at was called White Cloud Peak. It towered into the clouds and was covered in mist. The aura of the entire peak matched Mu Yibai's aura very well. At the peak of the mountain, there was a woman who looked like a banished immortal, yet also like a holy spirit. She stood there alone, her eyes closed in meditation. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, complementing this unique scenery. She was like a flower scroll. The clouds unfurled and the celestial maiden stood alone. Chapter 4259. The lady in white was naturally Mu Yibai, a celebrity in the capital city, the pride of Kirin province, and the target of countless young geniuses from the 4 prefectures and 1 camp. White Cloud Peak was not a place that anyone could ascend. Not to mention a lowly disciple, even a major genius would incur Mu Yibai's wrath if they dared to ascend without her permission. Aziz led Jiang Qin and Long Shirsen up White Cloud Peak and came to Mu Yibai's side. Sister. Aziz called. Mu Yibai opened her eyes and turned around. When she saw Jiang Qin and Long Shirsen, there was a hint of displeasure in her eyes. It was obvious that she still held a grudge against Jiang Qin for the duel with Zhu Chongqing. What's the matter? Mu Yibai asked coldly. She was asking Jiang Qin. He was too smart. Since Aziz brought Jiang Qin and Long Shirsen here, it must mean that something had happened to Jiang Qin. Sister, Brother Jiang and Brother Shirsen want to go to the colored glass sea with you. Aziz said. Nonsense. Mu Yibai didn't even think about it. Miss, my duel with Zhu Chongqing is only for 3 months. I'm afraid that the cultivation resources in Kirin province are not enough for me to catch up to Zhu Chongqing. The colored glass sea will greatly improve my cultivation. Jiang Qin said. I don't want to bring a burden. Mu Yibai looked like she could not be bothered to respond. Boom. As soon as Mu Yibai's words left his mouth, a violent and scorching energy rippled out from Jiang Qin's body. A fiery dragon hovered above White Cloud Peak, and a deep dragon roar could be heard. It was a mighty sight. When Mu Yibai saw the flames unleashed from Jiang Qin's body, her expression instantly changed. She stared at the fire dragon without blinking, unable to move her eyes away. Such a powerful flame. It's at least a combination of several types of supreme flames. Any one of them is much stronger than my Baishi freezing fire. I didn't expect this kid to have such a powerful flame. Mu Yibai could not help but be surprised. Although she had a cold temperament, she had a true fire attribute body. Her Baishi freezing fire was cold, which made her personality completely different from that of a fire attribute body. Those with a fire attribute physique were the most sensitive to fire. Mu Yibai could see the uniqueness of Jiang Qin's flames with just a glance. He even knew that his white frost fire was not on the same level as Jiang Qin's flames. The difference was like heaven and earth. Facing Qin's fire dragon, Baishi freezing fire in Mu Yibai's body began to tremble. It had the urge to submit. It was as if a commoner had seen a king. One had to know that White Seal's cold flame was already considered one of the best extraordinary flames. First Mistress, I believe in the environment of the Azure Sea. I won't be a burden to you. Jiang Qin kept the fire dragon and said calmly. And me the eyes of fire and gold. Long Shersan's aura fluctuated as he activated the eyes of fire and gold. His eyes were bottomless like two volcanoes, rumbling. Following that, two beams of fiery light shot out from his eyes and soared into the clouds, as if they were going to tear the clouds apart. First Mistress, the monkey's eyes of fire and gold can see through illusions and everything in the world. The monkey saw through the city outside the city gates with a single glance. Xianxia said. Seeing this, Mu Yibai was shocked once again. His heart was in turmoil. Where did these two monsters come from? Xianxia has too many secrets. I can't see through him at all. And this monkey, he has such a noble bloodline, almost comparable to the eternal apes. These two are talents that can be molded. I'm afraid their future achievements won't be weaker than mine. This is the fortune of Qiren Province. The Azure Sea is a sea of fire. Xianxia has such profound flames, he will definitely be able to handle it with ease. Long Shersan's eyes of fire and gold can see through illusions and can see through the many secrets of the Azure Sea. I might be able to benefit from bringing them along. Mu Yibai immediately changed his view of Xianxia and Long Shersan. They might not be a burden if he brought them along. Hee, have you been stunned by Brother Monkey's domineering aura? Just you wait. You will soon be subdued in my arms, little beauty. The monkey chuckled as he thought to himself. Naturally, he couldn't say these words out loud. If he were to profane this cold beauty before him, not to mention going to the Azure Sea, he might not even be able to stand on this white cloud peak. He might even be sent back with a slap. Xianxia, I heard that you single-handedly annihilated the entire Yu clan in the Crimson East region. You are indeed outstanding. Qiren Province cherishes talents and naturally doesn't wish for you to die in the hands of Zhu Chongqing. I'll bring both of you to the Azure Sea. However, I have to warn you first. The Azure Sea is filled with dangers. I might not be able to take care of you when the time comes. Whether you live or die will depend on your own luck. Even if you have your own advantages, the Azure Sea is still a dangerous place for you. Think carefully. Mu Yibai said, agreeing to Xianxia and Long Shersan's request. Of course. Xianxia nodded. He had to go to the Azure Sea. In fact, even if Mu Yibai wasn't willing to bring them along, Xianxia would still find a way to enter. Alright, we'll set off in 3 days. 3 days later, both of you come to White Cloud Peak. I have a passage to the Azure Sea. Mu Yibai said. In that case, thank you, First Mississippi. Xianxia cupped his fists at Mu Yibai and turned around, only to find Long Shersan staring straight at Mu Yibai with a silly smile on his face. Sco. Xianxia kicked Long Shersan. This bastard didn't know how to conceal himself. If he made Mu Yibai unhappy, their plan to go to the Azure Sea would be ruined. Little Chinzi, do you think Mu Yibai will be conquered by my domineering aura? On the way, Long Shersan was proud of himself. He was so narcissistic that it was like he was possessed by the Huang dog. I think she didn't even look at you properly. Xianxia rolled his eyes. Just you wait. She'll conquer me sooner or later. Long Shersan was brimming with confidence. Brother Jiang, Brother Shersan, I won't be accompanying you. I still have some matters to attend to. At the foot of White Cloud Peak, Z bade farewell to Xianxia and Long Shersan. Go. Xianxia smiled and swaggered towards their residence with Long Shersan. For the next 3 days, Xianxia prepared to break through to the second heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm. In his current state, it wouldn't be difficult for him to break through to the second heavenly layer in 3 days. As long as Long Shersan worked hard, he could break through to the 5th heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm. He had the inheritance of the eternal ape, just like how the Black King had obtained the Tao Law of Dragon Futu. It was a great advantage and his progress would be inhumane. Right now, nothing was more important than raising his cultivation. The hidden dangers of the human race were too severe, and the people they had to deal with were not ordinary. Moreover, the stronger they were, the better it was for them to enter the Azure Sea. Chapter 4260. A conflict was currently occurring in a quiet courtyard in the middle-class district of Qiren Province. This was the residence of the middle-class disciples. Z had specially prepared it for Long Shersan. Even in Qiren Province, only a small number of middle-class disciples had the right to live in such a luxurious courtyard. This small number referred to those who had reached the peak of the 6th heavenly layer and had made outstanding contributions to Qiren Province. Clearly, Long Shersan was not one of them. He did not have the right in terms of cultivation or contributions. Not to mention the fact that De Huang Dog and Xiao Long, two low-level disciples of the second heavenly layer, had entered the courtyard. At this moment, 7 or 8 people had entered the large courtyard. The leader was at the 5th heavenly layer while the rest were at the 4th heavenly layer. All of them exuded an air of arrogance and fierceness. De Huang Dog, kid, this courtyard isn't for you. Hurry up and scram, said a disciple. A disciple said. 7 to 8 disciples surrounded Big Yellow and Xiaolong. Brother De Huang, they've come to rob us. Xiaolong clenched his fists. He was not afraid at all. At worst he could fight them. Even if he could not win, he could still leave with his tail between his legs. Otherwise he would lose too much face. Moreover, he would lose face for Jiangchen. How rare. I've always been the one robbing others. This is the first time I've seen someone robbing me. De Huang Dog wagged his tail as if he did not care at all. He did not care about these ordinary disciples at all, even if their cultivations were higher than his. De Huang Dog's motto did not include being afraid of himself. At worst he would just run away. Let alone Kirin province, he was not interested in the entire Lin kingdom. De Huang Dog could not even be bothered with the fate of the Lin kingdom. This is the place that Sister Z arranged for us. Are you not going to give her face? Xiaolong said. Second Miss is a noble lady. She doesn't understand the rules of Kirin province very well. However, this is indeed not a place for lowly disciples like you to live. Hurry up and get lost. I'll give you 3 breaths to disappear from our sight. If not, we won't be polite anymore. The leader said in an incomparably arrogant manner. If you are polite to Lord Dog won't be used to it. De Huang Dog wasn't someone who could be easily intimidated. These fellows weren't qualified to chase De Huang Dog away. Why is a dog so arrogant? I'll skin him alive. A 4th heavenly layer heavenly source disciple could not take it anymore. His aura surged as he raised his head and threw a punch at De Huang Dog's head. Good timing. De Huang Dog bared his teeth as a golden light flickered above his head. He charged forward and clashed with the man's fist, causing a dull sound and a lot of sparks. Thud thud thud. The disciple cried out in alarm and was forced to retreat 3 steps before he could stabilize his body. What? The disciple cried out as he stared at De Huang Dog in shock. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He shook his numb arm, unable to believe it was real. That's all you've got? De Huang Dog sneered. The disciple's face flushed red. This was just too embarrassing. In reality, as a genius disciple of Kirin province, a 4th heavenly layer heavenly source cultivator was definitely not this weak. The reason why he had been defeated by De Huang Dog was because he had underestimated his opponent. After all, De Huang Dog only seemed to be at the 2nd heavenly layer on the surface. There was an insurmountable gap between them. Moreover, he had used his physical strength to touch De Huang Dog's head. It must be known that De Huang Dog's head was the toughest part of his body, comparable to a true weapon. You're looking to die. The disciple flew into a rage. Golden light flickered in his hand as he prepared to attack De Huang Dog again. Stop. At this moment a loud shout was heard. A few silhouettes rushed into the courtyard. One of them was leading the group with an imposing aura. Big Yellow wasn't unfamiliar with this person. He was Zhou Xian, whom they had saved in the Hurricane Sky region. Beside Zhou Xian was a disciple whom they had saved before. Tanqing, what are you doing? Zhou Xian appeared and yelled at the leading 5th heavenly layer heavenly source disciple. Zhou Xian's cultivation had already reached the 5th heavenly layer, and she was at the peak of the 5th heavenly layer, only a step away from the 6th heavenly layer. She had improved quite a lot after returning from the Hurricane heavenly region. Zhou Xian, I advise you to mind your own business. Tanqing said coldly. Mind your own business? You're the one who's looking for trouble. You clearly know that this place was arranged by the 2nd Miss. Who gave you the courage to come here and cause trouble? Will you be able to bear the consequences if the 2nd Miss blames you? Zhao Xian Lung retorted. Rules are rules. This is a middle-class district, so how can we allow low-class disciples to stay here? The 2nd Miss is high and mighty, so she doesn't understand the difficulties of us disciples. We've been in Kirin province for so long, yet we don't have the right to stay here. We can't accept this. Even if the 2nd Miss is here, we still have something to say. Isn't that right, brothers? Tanqing was extremely arrogant. He did not even take the 2nd Miss seriously. God damn it, looks like someone is behind this. We've been targeted as soon as we arrived, thought De Huang Dog. Big Yellow thought to himself. He wasn't an idiot. On the contrary, he was very smart. Given Tan Qing's identity and status, he wouldn't dare to go against the second miss during normal times, let alone not giving her any face. They must have been instructed by those behind them to target them. However, this was to be expected as well. After all, the appearance of those from the Sidhe tribe back then had probably raised the wariness of those behind them. The arrival of Tan Qing and the others was probably just the beginning. This further confirmed his and Jiang Chen's speculation. Empress Lin's influence had already completely infiltrated every corner of the imperial capital. Even in Kirin province, there were people under Empress Lin's command. The crisis of the human race was getting closer and closer. With me Zhou Xian here today, let's see who dares to make a move. Zhou Xian was domineering. When it came to his savior, he would not shirk his duty. His life was saved by the second miss. If it wasn't for De Huang Dog and the others, he would have died in the Hurricane Sky region. He wouldn't have been able to continue standing here. Now that his savior was in trouble in Kirin province, Zhou Xian would have to help even if it meant risking his life. It wasn't just Zhou Xian. The disciples who were saved by De Huang Dog and the others were the same. All of them stared at Lin Fan with their eyes wide open. Brother Tan, what should we do now? Zhou Xian is not someone to be trifled with. One of them whispered. What are you afraid of? If anything happens, Brother Wang Lin will take care of it. Also, this is a mission from Brother Wang Lin. If we can't complete it, we will have to face Brother Wang Lin's anger. Tan Qing clenched his teeth. They were here under orders, so there was no way they could back down. Zhou Xian, are you really going to be a busybody? If we really fight, you are definitely not my match. Also, we have more people than you. Tan Qing coldly said. Then let's try. Zhou Xian's aura shook and the power in his body began to surge. Chapter 4261. Fight. Tan Qing roared. Source energy surged between his palms as he charged towards Zhou Xian. The two of them were evenly matched in strength. Neither was willing to submit to the other. As disciples of Kirin province, every single one of them was prideful. Once a conflict broke out, no one would back down. The experts that Tan Qing had brought also instantly charged out and engaged in a fierce battle with Zhou Xian's group. For a moment, energy drifted and rolled, airwaves danced in the air and there was battle chi everywhere. The Qilin Mansion's houses were all laid down by experts with sturdy arrays, so ordinary battles wouldn't destroy the houses. The reason why the formation was set up was to prevent conflicts between disciples. It must be known that Kirin province was one of the best universities in the Scarlet Mid-region. Even Heavenly Source experts were qualified to enter the university. Due to the large number of disciples under them, there would be constant conflicts. Whoever did not like the look of others would start fighting. If the formation was not set up to stabilize the houses, it was unknown how many times the houses here would have been destroyed. The people of Kirin province did nothing but repair the houses every day, requiring a large number of people. After all, everyone here was very competitive. This was especially true for Tan Qing's group. They had come here with great vigor. If they failed to do so and even lost the battle, wouldn't that be a great humiliation to them? Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the battle turned white hot as soon as it began. Neither side was willing to submit. Tan Qing was a little stronger than Zhou Xian. He had been suppressing Zhou Xian. The people under Tan Qing were also as ferocious as tigers. Coupled with their advantage in numbers, they had 3 more people than Zhou Xian's group. This battle was basically a one-sided suppression. Zhou Xian's group could only defend and could not fight back. Xiaolong, let's fight too. De Huang Dog said. Big brother De Huang, I'm afraid we can't beat them. Xiaolong said. Fuck, you're still young but you know how to boost the morale of others. Big Yellow cast a disdainful glance at the little dragon, then he dashed away with his head held high. Let's just fight. Xiaolong shook his fist and joined the battle. Fighting was one thing but whether or not he fought was another. Xiaolong's current strength was extraordinary. He had followed Jiang Chen for a long time, and Jiang Chen's constant guidance had allowed him to surpass ordinary people. Even third heavenly layer heavenly origin geniuses were not his opponent. However, none of them were at the third heavenly layer of heavenly source. The weakest among them was at the fourth heavenly layer, and they were all geniuses from Kirin province. Therefore, even if De Huang Dog and Xiaolong joined the battle, The situation of being suppressed could not be changed. Soon someone was injured and howling in pain. De Huang Dog and Xiaolong were able to deal with these people by relying on their movement skills, but it was almost impossible for them to chase them away. On the other side, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were walking leisurely from White Cloud Peak. When they were about 1,000 feet away from their residence, their expressions suddenly changed. Someone's fighting. Looks like our place. It doesn't look like it. *CK him. Someone is making trouble for me. Let's go. The two of them shuddered and arrived at the entrance in the blink of an eye. Their anger immediately soared when they saw the situation inside. Just look at my temper. Long Shisan's hair almost stood on end. He shot forward like an arrow and kicked the disciple fighting Xiaolong. The kick sent the disciple flying over 12 feet away. His fat body wriggled a few times on the ground before fainting. Whoosh. Because of this sudden kick, the originally noisy battle instantly quietened down. Brother Shisan. Xiaolong immediately leapt over when he saw Long Shisan. At that moment, everyone's gazes landed on Long Shisan, before looking at the unconscious disciple on the ground in the distance. They felt their hair stand on end. Just how powerful was he to knock out a fourth heavenly layer heavenly origin expert with a single kick? In reality, Long Shisan had held back. Otherwise, the disciple would have died on the spot instead of fainting. Which son of AB** came looking for trouble? Long Shisan's aura fluctuated as a domineering aura leaked out. An angry roar shook everyone's mind. Those who came to cause trouble subconsciously hid behind Tanqing's back. At this moment, Jiang Qin walked in. He was furious when he saw the bruised faces of Zhou Xian and the others. Brother Jiang. Zhou Xian arrived in front of Jiang Qin and clasped his fists at Jiang Qin. And you've worked hard, brother. Tell me what's going on. Jiang Qin patted Zhou Xian's shoulder. With his experience, he knew what had happened without even guessing. Zhou Xian was a loyal friend for standing out at a time like this. Brother, these guys came looking for trouble. They want to chase us out and say we don't have the right to stay here. Xiaolong said. Is that so? Monkey, take care of them. Jiang Qin said nonchalantly to Long Shisan. However, Jiang Qin was smart. Like De Huang Dog, he immediately guessed that there must be someone behind this. Otherwise, how could a mere disciple of Kirin province not give face to the second miss? Who didn't know that they were personally arranged by the second miss? What had happened outside the city gates had already spread. Even the first miss had helped them, but now there were still people looking for trouble. Jiang Qin did not believe that there was nothing fishy about this. Long Shisan walked in front of Tanqing with a cold expression. Do you know who I am? Long Shisan said with a pressuring aura. You're the Long Shisan who killed Zhu Zheng? Tanqing's voice was trembling. Facing an expert who killed Zhu Zheng, it was impossible for him not to be nervous. After all, his ability was not as good as Zhu Zheng. In fact, Tanqing didn't want to do such a thing, but someone from above had given him a mission. He had no choice but to do it. After all, Long Shisan couldn't kill him like how he killed Zhu Zheng. Also, the person who sent him here had said that if Long Shisan dared to resist and didn't leave obediently, he would show himself. He was just a lackey. Since you know who I am, you still dare to come looking for trouble? Do you think I won't dare to kill you? Long Shisan said. Long Shisan, don't be arrogant. This is Kirin province. Even if you have 100 guts, you won't dare to kill me. I advise you to get out of here immediately. This isn't a place where you can stay. Tanqing was still as arrogant as ever. With someone supporting him, he was unyielding. Tanqing's arrogance made Jiang Qin frown. The person behind this didn't even put the second miss in his eyes. One should know that the second miss represented the master of the Qilin mansion. If there was someone who didn't put the master in his eyes in the Qilin mansion, the matter would not be simple. It seemed that Empress Lin's hands had truly interfered with the internal affairs of Kirin province. Chapter 4262. A resounding slap rang out. Tanqing, who had been arrogant just a second ago, was slapped across the face by Long Shisan. The force of the slap was so great that it felt like a mountain was crushing down on him. Tanqing was unable to withstand the slap at all. He was completely dazed. His head and body were dazed. He spun 3 times on the spot, only seeing stars in front of him. Long Shi, how dare you hit me? Tanqing was enraged. He had never thought that his threat would be completely useless. The other party did not take him seriously at all, beating him up without even greeting him. This was the first time Tan Qing had seen a new disciple being so arrogant. But as soon as Tan Qing finished speaking, Long Shisan slapped the other side of his face. Yep, as expected, he spun 3 more times on the spot before sitting down on the ground. His head drooped and he fainted. With Long Shisan's current strength, it was too easy for him to deal with a 5th heavenly layer heavenly source expert. Moreover, the gap between Tan Qing and Zhu Xian was huge. Long Shisan could even kill Zhu Xian instantly, so what could a puny Tan Qing do? As for whether there was someone more powerful behind Tan Qing, Long Shisan did not care. If he was unhappy, he would just fight. Brother Monkey's style had always been this sharp. Whoosh! The disciples who had come with Tan Qing were all dumbfounded. They could not help but back away. When they looked at Long Shisan again, it was as if they had seen a ghost. What the hell was this? The plot should not have been like this. Didn't they say that the other party would not dare to resist? Didn't they say that the other party would withdraw? Damn it, wasn't this just harming others? This person was too ruthless. Without saying a word, he had finished off Tan Qing with 2 slaps. What should they do next? Fight. Fight my ass. They wouldn't even know how they died. Only now did these idiots remember that this Long Shisan dared to kill even the disciples of Vermilion Bird Camp. They had overestimated themselves by coming to find trouble. Behind him, Zhou Xian and a few disciples looked at each other. Zhou Xian couldn't help but give Long Shisan a thumbs up. Awesome. Zhou Xian did not recognize Long Shisan. This was the first time he saw him, but he had heard of the incident of Long Shisan killing Zhu Xian. Now that he saw him in person, he thought inside that he was vicious as expected. As expected of someone that didn't even put Vermilion Bird Camp in his eyes. This Tan Qing really kicked a metal plate. Tan Qing was beaten to such a state by a new disciple. When he returned, he would immediately become the laughing stock of the entire Kirin province. From now on, he would be the target of criticism wherever he went. Thinking of Tan Qing's embarrassed look in the future, Zhou Xian felt happy. Scram. Long Shisan's domineering words caused the ears of those disciples to buzz and see stars. The disciples felt as if they had been granted amnesty. How could they dare to stay for a moment longer? They turned around and left. Come back. Long Shisan shouted and pointed at the ground. Take the trash away. The disciples didn't dare to be slow. They grabbed Tan Qing and the other disciple that was kicked unconscious by Long Shisan and quickly left the courtyard, disappearing without a trace. Brother Shisan is awesome. Xiaolong was elated. The domineering manner of Long Shisan just now was too exciting and satisfying. This one is Zhou Xian. Greetings, Brother Shisan. Zhou Xian cupped his hands towards Long Shisan. There was undisguised admiration in his eyes. This admiration wasn't just for Long Shisan's powerful strength, but also for Long Shisan's courage and boldness. As a spectator, he felt his anger had been vented. And I've heard little Chinzi talk about you. The fact that you were able to stand up for him today shows that you are loyal. In the future in Kirin province, Brother Monkey will protect you. I guarantee that no one will dare to bully you. Long Shisan started acting cool. De Huang Dog snorted at him, feeling that his limelight had been stolen. Thank you, Brother Shisan. Zhou Xian blushed. He had never dreamed that there would be a day when a new disciple would say that he would protect him in Kirin province. However, it was undeniable that Long Shisan was really powerful. However, since Brother Shisan has beaten Tan Qing, I'm afraid that the matter won't end so easily. There might be even more trouble. Tan Qing is with Wang Lin. Wang Lin is at the peak of the 6th heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm. He's ranked 3rd among the intermediate disciples in Kirin province. He's not someone to be trifled with. He has even been accepted as a direct disciple by an elder of Kirin province. He's even more arrogant and lawless in Kirin province. After all, he has the support of a Star Lord expert. You should know that your residence was arranged by the second lady. With Tan Qing's identity and status, he wouldn't dare to provoke you. If I'm not wrong, it must be Wang Lin's doing. Zhou Xian said. Monkey, looks like we're being targeted. You beat Tan Qing and fell into someone's trap, giving them a chance to act. Jiang Chen said. In the end, these guys are just cannon fodder. They're being used. De Huang Dog said with a smile. It seemed that the matter was more complicated than they had thought. Logically speaking, when Jiang Chen and the others had just arrived at the Qilin mansion, they had the second miss as their backer, so there shouldn't be anyone targeting them. But in reality they had just arrived and they were already being targeted. Who would believe that there wasn't anything fishy going on behind this? Zhou Xian didn't know what exactly was going on, but Jiang Qin and the others knew very well. It was likely that this Wang Lin was being used. Who cares? Even if Wang Lin comes, I don't care. He's ranked third among the intermediate disciples. I'd like to meet him. Long Shan was the least afraid of trouble. No matter what scheme, no matter who came looking for trouble, he would just fight. How's the inheritance of the eternal ape? Jiang Qin asked. It's been restless. It's a great shock to me. I can reach the 5th heavenly layer at any time. Long Shan said. He had only reached the 4th heavenly layer when he fought against Zhu Xian. It hadn't even been a day, and the inheritance of the eternal ape was restless again. If he advanced again, it would really be amazing. Yes, I have some wind origin source here. It contains powerful energy. Refine it immediately and take advantage of the restlessness of the inheritance to raise your cultivation to the 5th heavenly layer. Jiang Qin took out some wind origin source and gave it to Long Shan. There might be a tough battle ahead. They were not afraid of anyone. Just like Long Shan had said, as long as they came looking for trouble, as long as they were enemies, they would just fight. However, Wang Lin was ranked third among the intermediate disciples in Qiren province, and he was at the peak of the 6th heavenly layer. He was definitely not someone easy to deal with. At the very least, he was not someone like Zhu Xian could compare to. Chapter 4263. Long Shan did not stand on ceremony with Jiang Qin. He put away the wind origin. Jiang Qin had given him the 4th heavenly layer wind origin. This level was useful to Long Shan, but any lower level would not be of much use. Of course, the most important thing to Long Shan was not the wind origin, but the inheritance of the eternal ape. Now that the spirit bead was restless, the external energy from the wind origin could effectively stimulate the spirit bead. This way, the energy in the spirit bead would be stimulated again, allowing Long Shan's cultivation to rise to the 5th heavenly layer in a short period of time. Although Jiang Qin was not afraid of Wang Lin, it would be best if Long Shan could defeat Wang Lin personally. This would allow Qiren province to see Long Shan's potential. Now that they were being targeted, especially Long Shan, because he had seen through the fairy clan with his fiery eyes of truth, he was the first target. Therefore, only if Long Shan's performance became more dazzling would the upper echelons of Qiren province notice him. They would cherish his talent and protect Long Shan to a certain extent. This was what Jiang Qin wanted to see. The battle with Empress Lin was a long and dangerous process. During this process, Long Shan would definitely be an indispensable helper and battle force. Moreover, the three brothers had come to the eternal world together. Jiang Qin naturally hoped to see Long Shan become more and more powerful. I'll go into seclusion to refine the wind origin first. Call me when Wang Lin comes and I'll beat him to death. Long Shan said arrogantly. Then he entered his room and began to refine the wind origin. Brother Jiang, I think we should inform the second lady. That Wang Lin is not easy to deal with, and if things get out of hand it won't end well. Zhou Xian said with some worry. Don't worry, I'm not afraid. Jiang Qin smiled. The two of them had experienced many things. They could still gather together the excitement of a small city like Qiren province. Moreover, they were obviously being targeted. Even if the second miss came, it would be difficult to solve the problem. Moreover, Jiang Qin was not a person who liked to trouble others. Usually, if he could solve it himself, he would solve it directly. Since he had already been targeted, he had to make a fuss. The bigger the fuss, the better. In any case, the entire imperial capital was surging with undercurrents. Since Jiang Qin was here, he would let these undercurrents gradually surface. In the future, there would definitely be more and more troubles. Since it was destined that there would be no peace, then there was no need to care. He would start with Qiren province bit by bit. In the room, Long Shan refined all the wind origin in one go. Under Long Shan's guidance, this powerful foreign energy stimulated the spirit orb in his body and stimulated the inheritance of the eternal ape. In reality, Long Shan's current cultivation had reached a critical point. Just the energy from the wind origin was enough for him to break through, not to mention the inheritance of the eternal ape. Buzz buzz. A buzzing sound came from Long Shan's body and the energy around him became extremely restless. His cultivation of the peak 4th heavenly source realm began to loosen, charging toward the 5th heavenly source realm. breaking through 2 levels in a single day could only be described as abnormal. Ignoring the fact that Xian had the ability to kill geniuses above his level, just his heaven-defying cultivation speed alone was enough for the upper echelons of Qiren province to treat him differently. In the courtyard, Zhou Xian and the others didn't leave. Although Qian had told them not to get involved in this mess, they still didn't leave. They were all people who valued friendship and friendship. If they left now, would they still have any face left? After all, Qian had saved their lives. Without Qian, they would have died in the heavenly hurricane region long ago. How would they have the chance to stand here and talk? Moreover, they were not afraid of Wang Lin. Wang Lin naturally had a backer, but so did they. They relied on the second lady. As a matter of fact, it didn't matter if they had a backer or not. They couldn't just leave at this moment. Qian's problem was their problem. If Qian was in trouble, they wouldn't hesitate to go through water and tread on fire for him. Sure enough, not long after Tan Qing and the rest left, roughly half an hour later, a powerful aura descended from the sky and descended into the courtyard. The newcomer seemed to be around 25 or 26 years old. He wore a yellow Daoist robe and had a powerful presence. His brows were filled with arrogance. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th heavenly layer, only a step away from the 7th heavenly layer. There was no need for introductions. This person was definitely Wang Lin, ranked 3rd among the mid-level disciples of Qiren province. Both his talent and ability were first class or even above first class. 5 or 6 5th heavenly layer heavenly origin experts had come with Wang Lin. They were all mid-level disciples of Qiren province. Every single one of them was filled with arrogance, as if their eyes were floating above their heads. At the same time, quite a few disciples hurried over. After all, there had been some commotion earlier, and the news of Tan Qing and the others being knocked out had already spread across the entire mid-level area in the past hour. Now that Wang Lin had personally appeared, he naturally attracted many spectators. This was just how the world was. No matter when or where, there was no lack of spectators. Wherever there was a commotion, there would be people. Let's go watch the show. I heard that Xian knocked out Tan Qing, and now even senior brother Wang Lin is here. It's going to be a good show. Damn, why is the new disciple so arrogant now? Is it that Xian who killed Zhou Xian? He just arrived in Qiren province and already beat people up. How arrogant. But why did Tan Qing go and provoke them? I heard that Xian has a good relationship with the second miss. This place was specially arranged by the second miss. But it's really infuriating to think about it. This is the best place to live in the mid-level area. Even senior brother Wang Lin, who is ranked 3rd, can't live here. What right do they have to live here? Tan Qing must have been instructed by senior brother Wang Lin to cause trouble. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to cause trouble for the second miss friend. I've been told. Let's go take a look. Senior brother Wang Lin isn't someone to be trifled with. He's a famous genius of Qiren province and is highly valued by the Qiren province. He also has a Star Lord as his master. Xian is finished. With senior brother Wang Lin's identity and status, even if he kills Xian, there won't be any trouble. Chapter 4264. Inside the courtyard, Wang Lin landed. His sharp gaze swept across the people in the courtyard before landing on Zhou Xian's group. Zhou Xian, how dare you hit my people? I'll give the second miss some face and won't pursue this matter. Now scram. Wang Lin's words were extremely domineering. Brother Wang, Jiangqin and Xian are the second miss friends. Since brother Wang is giving the second miss face, why bother looking for trouble? Zhou Xian clasped his hands at Wang Lin. It was clear that Zhou Xian was still afraid of Wang Lin. Of course, this was normal. After all, Wang Lin was too famous. In the middle region of Qiren province, almost no one dared to look down on Wang Lin. Even the first and second ranked disciples had to give Wang Lin face because Wang Lin had a Star Lord as his master. You're teaching me how to do things? Wang Lin coldly looked at Zhou Xian. I don't dare. Zhou Xian frowned. This is the best place in the middle region. Ordinary elders don't even have the right to live here. Now that a low-ranked disciple has come, the other disciples of the middle region are dissatisfied. As the representative disciple of the middle region, I naturally have to stand up for everyone, so I sent Tan Qing to persuade them. I didn't think that they wouldn't appreciate it and even injured someone. Right now, this matter can no longer be resolved by leaving. Zhou Xian, I'll give you one last chance. Scram immediately. Wang Lin was extremely arrogant. Long Shisan beating Tan Qing gave him a good excuse to get rid of Long Shisan. Jiang Qin saved my life. I won't leave. Zhou Xian clenched his teeth and insisted. If you don't leave, then go die. A peak 5th heavenly source cultivator beside Wang Lin waved his hand and charged toward Zhou Xian. Swish. Just at this moment, a beam of sword light shot out from the void, blocking the path of that disciple. That disciple was horrified and hurriedly retreated. This sword was simply too fast. Just the sword chi alone gave him a sense of danger. If he was half a beat slower, his palm would have been chopped off by now. How dare you touch my friend Jiang Qin? Jiang Qin said coldly. The sky dragon sword whistled in his hand. The sword just now was made by Jiang Qin. What a fast sword. Everyone was thinking the same thing. Even Zhou Xian was shocked. This was the first time Zhou Xian had seen Jiang Qin fight. In the Hurricane Sky region, it was always the Black King and a Huang Dog who fought. Jiang Qin didn't do anything. But that sword just now made Zhou Xian's eyes widen, and her image of Jiang Qin in the depths of her heart also rose greatly. She had originally thought that Jiang Qin was only relying on the people around him, but who would have thought that his own strength was so strong to such an extent? He's too powerful. He's only at the 1st heavenly layer, yet he forced back a 5th heavenly layer heavenly source cultivator with a single strike. I would never believe it if I didn't see it with my own eyes. Zhou Xian's heart churned. Only when he saw Jiang Qin fight did he finally understand why Jiang Qin had so many strange people around him. Fuck, why is this bastard sword technique so powerful? The disciple who had been forced back by Jiang Qin flushed red. Although he was shocked inside, he was still a 5th heavenly layer heavenly source cultivator. It was just too embarrassing for him to be forced back by someone who was not even at the 2nd heavenly layer. Don't be discouraged. You just underestimated your opponent. His sword technique is indeed powerful, but he's no match for you in a direct confrontation. Wang Lin comforted the disciple, but he was extremely shocked inside. After all, Jiang Chen's cultivation was just too low. Even if Jiang Chen was no match for Jiang Chen, the difference would not be too great. If Jiang Chen reached the 2nd heavenly layer, the disciple would not be his opponent at all. In other words, Jiang Chen could easily defeat an opponent 3 levels higher than him. This was just too terrifying. No one in the entire Kirin province could achieve such a feat. Wang Lin did not know that if Jiang Chen used his draconic transformation, no one present could be his opponent aside from Wang Lin. Jiang Chen, do you dare to fight me? The disciple was furious and wanted to redeem his face. You're no match for me. Jiang Chen sheathed his sword and ignored him. Bastard, what did you say? The disciple became irritated. He felt like he had lost all face. He was at the peak of the 5th heavenly layer, but a peak 1st heavenly layer heavenly source had said that he was no match for Wang Lin. How angry was he? I said that you're no match for me. It's best if you don't try to fight me. Jiang Chen said indifferently. His face was filled with confidence. You sure are confident. Jiang Chen, if you can defeat him, I'll spare you today. Wang Lin said. You really want to fight? Jiang Chen asked with uncertainty. If you want to fight, then I, Zhang Kuan, must fight you today. A battle of life and death. Didn't you say that I'm no match for you? Do you dare to accept? Zhang Kuan was furious. He had to fight back. Are you sure you're ready? Jiang Chen looked at Zhang Kuan and asked once more. Of course I'm sure. I'm just afraid you won't dare. Zhang Kuan had already made such a bold statement, so how could he back down now? He swore to kill Jiang Chen and earn some merit in front of Wang Lin. As you wish. Jiang Chen said. With a sway of his body, he soared into the sky and hovered in the air. Kill him. Wang Lin said to Zhang Kuan in a low voice. He didn't hide his killing intent at all. He had received orders from above to kill both Long Shisan and Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen died in the battle of life and death, then he wouldn't have to bear any responsibility. Also, he didn't believe that anyone could kill someone 4 levels above them. There was absolutely no such person. Don't worry, senior apprentice brother Wang. I know. I'm going to decapitate this brat. Zhang Kuan clenched his teeth. His face was filled with confidence as he charged into the sky. Jiang Chen, if you die in a battle of life and death, don't blame anyone else. Wang Lin smiled. You have said what I wanted to say, but there is one thing I want to make clear. I'm not fighting him because I want you to let me go. Before me you are nothing but dog fart. Don't talk about letting me go. If someone is going to let you go, it should be me letting you go. Unfortunately, I won't be so merciful. Jiang Chen looked at Wang Lin. His domineering aura pierced the sky. He clearly heard Wang Lin telling Zhang Kun to kill him. With Jiang Chen's way of doing things, both Wang Lin and Zhang Kun were dead for sure. Jiang Chen's methods were not something they could handle. They couldn't handle it at all. Damn, they are really going to fight. It is a battle of life and death right from the start. Isn't this a bit too overbearing? Is this Jiang Chen an idiot? He actually agreed to a battle of life and death with Zhang Kun. The difference in cultivation levels between the two is too big. Yeah, he is simply overestimating himself. No one can fight someone 4 levels above them. Blind confidence. Chapter 4265. In the sky above the middle region of Kirin province, 2 powerful experts stood opposite each other, filled with killing intent. Their battle intent soared to the sky. It was impossible for them not to attract attention. This time they had attracted the attention of almost half of Kirin province. Jiang Chen, if you kneel down and beg for mercy, I'll give you a chance to live. Zhang Kun said loudly. He had to save his face. 26 sword. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste time. He swung the sword in his hand and used the 26 sword, his strongest attack. The heavenly dragon sword whistled and almost turned into a dragon. The powerful sword chi covered the sky and arrived before Zhang Kun in the blink of an eye. What a powerful sword. Zhang Kun's expression suddenly changed. He had already experienced the power of Jiang Chen's swordsmanship, so he didn't dare to be careless. A battle spear appeared in his hand. The spear was decorated with blue starlight. Zhang Kun shouted. The spear in his hand emitted rays of light and collided with Jiang Chen's sword. Clang. The collision of the two produced a clanging sound. Even the air was trembling. Zhang Kun was a genius of Kirin province after all, so he still had some tricks up his sleeve. For example, the spear in his hand accurately broke Jiang Chen's 26 sword. The powerful chi wave sent Jiang Chen flying hundreds of meters away. This guy is really powerful. Wang Lin saw all of this. Although Jiang Chen was at a disadvantage, Zhang Kun's spear didn't hurt Jiang Chen at all. This was the most terrifying part. A 1st Heavenly Source Realm cultivator against a 5th Heavenly Source Realm cultivator. There was a difference of 4 levels, but Jiang Chen was unharmed. What did this mean? A monster. Wang Lin had never seen a battle like this. It should have been a one-sided battle, but it ended up like this. So Brother Jiang is the real monster. Zhou Xian sighed endlessly and didn't dare believe her eyes. Of course, shock was shock, but it didn't prevent Zhou Xian from worrying for Jiang Chen, and she even broke into a cold sweat. Jiang Chen's natural talent was heaven-defying and his methods were formidable, but the gap between their cultivations was too great after all. In the collision earlier, Jiang Chen had fallen into a disadvantageous position. At least in this battle, Jiang Chen didn't seem to have the upper hand. This Jiang Chen is amazing. I've never heard of him before. That's right. There's a difference of 4 levels, yet he didn't receive any damage. This isn't something an ordinary person can do. He's a monster. If he grows up, he'll be even more terrifying. Especially Jiang Chen's sword technique. It's simply superb. Naturally, I'm also a sword cultivator, but I can't even understand that sword technique. However, in this battle, I'm afraid Jiang Chen doesn't stand a chance. Zhang Kun isn't easy to deal with. With just a single move, everyone was shocked. Although Jiang Chen had fallen into a disadvantageous position, no one mocked Jiang Chen. After all, if it was any other 1st, 2nd or 3rd heavenly layer heavenly source, that spear attack would have taken their lives. In the sky, Zhang Kun's aura grew even stronger after gaining the upper hand. Jiang Chen, you're done for. I've already seen through your sword technique. You've already used your strongest move, but I still have many trump cards. I'll definitely kill you today to protect my face, Zhang Kun arrogantly shouted. After gaining the upper hand, his confidence was off the charts. He felt that he could crush Jiang Chen as he pleased. Is that so? Jiang Chen sneered. A primordial energy suddenly exploded from Jiang Chen's body. The roar of a dragon shook the sky as Jiang Chen dragon transformation appeared. His battle prowess instantly increased tenfold. Heavens, what's that? A dragonkin? A transformation technique. It's a transformation technique. He still has a trump card. What a powerful transformation technique. His battle prowess has increased tenfold. reaching the second heavenly layer. That's equivalent to an entire level. There was no one who wasn't shocked. The impact that the dragon transformation brought to everyone's eyes was too great. Why, you have a transformation technique? The smile on the arrogant Zhang Kun's face instantly froze. He was the closest to Jiangchen, so he knew how powerful Jiangchen was after transforming. The increase in battle prowess had far exceeded his imagination. There were many taboo techniques that could temporarily increase one's battle prowess, but this was the first time he had seen one that could increase one's battle prowess by so much. It's just the beginning. A sneer curled up from the corner of Jiang Chen's lips. It was extremely cold. Fusion of dragon and sword, 26 swords. Jiang Chen struck once more. This time he didn't use any fancy moves. Just like before, he used his strongest killer move. The fusion of dragon and sword in the form of a dragon combined with the 26 swords was the pinnacle of the sword technique. It was the true extreme. Even a true grandmaster of sword in the eternal world would be shocked by this strike. What? Zhang Kun exclaimed. He felt that he had been locked by a powerful wave of qi. He could not avoid it and had to face it head-on. But he could not withstand this sword no matter what. Asterisk roar. Asterisk the roar of the dragon shook the sky, the sword qi crisscrossed. At this moment Jiang Chen disappeared. The heavenly dragon sword also disappeared. Only a golden dragon appeared in the sky, wreaking havoc. The fusion of dragon and sword, the human was the dragon was the sword, and the sword was the human. Asterisk swish. Asterisk it was too fast. This sword contained supreme mysteries. It was not just fast. The spear in Zhang Kun's hand was destroyed on the spot, shattering into pieces. Asterisk a miserable shriek rang out. The shriek came from Zhang Kun. One of his arms had been chopped off by Jiang Chen, and almost half of his shoulder had been chopped off. This was because Zhang Kun had reacted quickly. If he had been any slower, his head would have been chopped off. The dragon disappeared and Jiang Chen returned to his human form. The sword in his hand landed on Zhang Kun's neck. A powerful aura firmly suppressed Zhang Kun. Dense killing intent filled the surroundings. Zhang Kun, who was at the end of his flight, was scared out of his wits. Oh my god, Zhang Kun has been defeated. He has been utterly defeated by a first heavenly layer heavenly source expert. That's too heaven-defying. He killed an enemy 4 levels higher. Is he still human? This Jiang Chen is going to become famous after this battle. There was a hubbub of voices and everyone was shocked. They had never seen someone who could fight above their cultivation realm. Not to mention the Qilin mansion, there was no other genius like Jiang Chen in the entire Crimson Afterglow star boundary. Among the geniuses of the human race, feather race and elf race, there was no one like Jiang Chen. Not to mention the Crimson Cloud star realm, there was no one else like him in the entire Heaven Awakening star realm. Senior brother Wang, save me. Zhang Kun felt Jiang Chen's endless killing intent and cried out to Wang Lin for help. Only Wang Lin could save him now. He can't save you. No one can. If I want to kill you, you have to die. Chapter 4266. Jiang Chen's killing intent was oppressive. He had already sentenced Zhang Kun to death. Stop. Jiang Chen, you dare to kill me. Wang Lin roared. His face was filled with anger, but his heart was filled with shock. He had never thought that Jiang Chen would really defeat Zhang Kun, and without any suspense at all. He had killed a disciple of Kirin province who was 4 levels higher than him. Such a monster was rarely seen. A life and death battle, he said so. Jiang Chen didn't even look at Wang Lin. He spoke coldly and mercilessly thrust the sword in his hand forward. Puchi. Zhang Kun didn't even have time to scream before his head was pierced by Jiang Chen's sword. He died on the spot. Until his death, Zhang Kun's eyes were wide open. They were filled with fear and regret. That's right, Zhang Kun was filled with regret before he died. He regretted standing out. As a mid-tier disciple of Kirin province, he had reached the 5th heavenly layer at such a young age. He had a great future ahead of him, a status that countless people envied. He carried the highest glory in his own small place. However, all of this turned into bubbles the moment he met Jiang Chen. They turned into love, turned into bubbles. Voila! Everyone was shocked and the way they looked at Jiang Chen began to change. From indifference to shock and even a hint of fear could be seen in their eyes. Jiang Chen's killing was just too decisive. He didn't give his enemy any chance or face at all. Even though they were all disciples of Kirin province, he killed them without any hesitation. What a vicious method. We can't offend this person. Yeah, after this battle, the upper echelons of Kirin province will probably pay attention to Zhou Xian. A genius that can kill someone 4 levels higher than him is rare. Also, Zhang Kuan died for nothing. He initiated the life and death battle. Everyone knows the rules of the life and death battle. Life and death are determined by fate. If he dies, he can only blame himself for being weak. Everyone's mentality began to change. Zhang Qian had killed someone 4 levels higher so easily. No one would believe it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. On the White Cloud Peak, Mu Yibai was dressed in white clothes. His sparkling eyes penetrated through the layers of obstacles and clearly saw everything that was happening here. His frosty face couldn't help revealing an intense shock. I actually underestimated him. To be able to kill an enemy 4 levels higher than him, such talent is rare in the world. And his sword art, even with my cultivation as a Star Lord, I can't see through it. I can't even see the surface of it. Such a profound skill, just where did this powerful guy come from? Mu Yibai couldn't help but be shocked. The stronger a warrior was, the more shocked they would be after witnessing Zhang Qian's technique, because even they couldn't understand Zhang Qian's technique. The scariest thing was that they couldn't understand it, as it meant that there was a fundamental gap between them. Mu Yibai had no doubt that Zhang Qian's attack just now was something that even a Sword Dao master wouldn't be able to execute. The mysteries contained within didn't seem to be something that a heavenly source cultivator could do. Zhang Kuan's death made Wang Lin furious. A violent wave of qi spread out from Wang Lin's body as he shouted at Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian, you killed a fellow disciple. Today I will kill you to avenge Zhang Kuan and uphold the rules of the middle-level region. Boom. Just as Wang Lin's words left his mouth, before he could even reach Zhang Qian, a powerful airwave suddenly rose up from one of the rooms in the courtyard. The roof of the room was blown away, and a bright golden pillar of light shot up into the sky. In the next moment, a yellow-robed youth holding a metal rod appeared at the top of the golden pillar of light. Wang Lin, who did you say you were going to kill? Long Shisan looked at Wang Lin with his fiery eyes of truth. Long Shisan's cultivation had already reached the 5th heavenly source stage, so fighting Wang Lin was not a problem at all. Who is that? What a powerful wave of qi. It's Long Shisan. He must be Long Shisan, the guy who killed the disciples of the Vermilion Bird Camp outside the capital. He really is arrogant. It looks like it won't be easy for senior brother Wang Lin to get rid of them today. This Long Shisan is probably even more difficult to deal with than Zhang Qian. Everyone sighed again. It had been a long time since Kirin province had been so shaken, and it had also been a long time since such a monstrous genius had appeared. There was no need to mention Zhang Qian. He had easily killed an opponent 4 levels higher than him, which was a rare sight in the world. This Long Shisan also seemed very domineering and definitely not someone easy to deal with. Of course, how could someone who could kill the genius disciples of the Vermilion Bird Camp be easy to deal with? On White Cloud Peak, Mu Yibai's gaze fell on Long Shisan. He could not help but feel a sliver of interest in him. This guy seems to have become stronger again. Including the time when he fought with Zhu Xian, he has already risen by 2 levels in just 2 short days. Where exactly did these 2 guys come from? No matter how arrogant Mu Yibai was, he had no choice but to put down his nobility and become serious when facing the 2 weirdos, Zhang Qian and Long Shisan. There were countless geniuses in the country of Lin's royal family, the 4 prefectures and the 1 camp, but only a few were worthy of Mu Yibai's attention. The appearance of Zhang Qian and Long Shisan had undoubtedly broken the balance of geniuses. If the geniuses of the Qixia Star realm were called geniuses, then Zhang Qian and Long Shisan were on another level above the geniuses. Wang Lin naturally could not stand being shouted at like this. He jumped in front of Long Shisan. Lung Lung said, "You are Long Shisan?" "That's right, Grandpa. Let me ask you, who did you say you wanted to kill?" Long Shisan's arrogance was so great that it gave people the feeling that Wang Lin was nothing but a fart in his eyes. "Zhang Qian and you. Both of you broke the rules of Kirin province, so both of you must die," Wang Lin said. "I don't care about the rules. If you want to kill him, then I'll kill you. Come, your opponent is me." Long Shisan raised his iron rod and waved his hand to unleash the Battle Saint technique. His tyrannical battle power and powerful battle intent covered the sky and earth as he charged toward Wang Lin. Moreover, Dragon Shisan didn't hide his killing intent at all. Just because Wang Lin said that he wanted to kill Jiang Chen and himself, there was no need for him to be polite anymore. Wang Lin wanted to kill him and Jiang Chen just because of his words. Just kill. The so-called indifferent to life and death, and if you're not satisfied then fight. This was vividly displayed by Long Shisan. This bastard is going to act tough again. The Huang dog snorted. He knew that Wang Lin was finished. I only admire Brother 13 when it comes to acting tough. Xiaolong cheered. You little brat, you've only known this monkey for a few days and you've already used your admiration for Lord Dog on him. Is he better than me when it comes to acting tough? The Huang dog didn't want to be outdone. He felt that his position as the act tough king was about to be taken away.